Yo, what is up? What is going on? Testing? Oh god. My mic arm. Haven't used this in months. We're back in Hungary, guys. Testing. Ooh. Oh my god, it's working. 60 FPS camera, I think. Can you guys hear me even? Is this working?
I'm gonna come.
Okay. Good start. What happened here? The Sniper 27 gifting 10 subs. Thank you. Badass. John Killer 2000. Thank you for the prime. Welcome back, guys. We're gonna catch up on all the Last Epoch stuff today. Or at least a lot of them. They actually just released their patch notes.
Crazy Imperium style stuff as we described it.
Megamix, thank you for the sub. You're the only one who said my name correctly. The Sniper. Yeah, that's how you would say sniper if it was typed in like Hungarian, kind of. Are people saying like snatchper or something? Like it's an English word. It just seems like a phonetically typed sniper. Thank you, Maxstar. Yep. I was thinking we just click on the Last Epoch channel on their Discord and just scroll up until like the new stuff begins and just click every link. I don't know if we should do this for YouTube as well. I mean, I'm streaming it on YouTube, but I'll figure this out. Let's see. Patch 1.11. Launch trailer. Okay, let's see. This one. Boom. Okay. Interesting. And then release date update. Yeah, that's okay. We'll start from here. Summary. Okay, and then launch date April 17. The WoW infection. Okay, we can read about that stuff. Then we have Sentinel rework. We'll skim through this. And then let's see what else. The quality of life changes. Ooh, I think this has some big stuff. I've heard some spoilers. Apparently, you can like skip to the end of the dungeon. I don't know if that's in here. I've heard murmurings of this. Patch notes, and those are patch notes. Okay. Okay, I don't know if we'll click the patch notes. We'll hang on with that. There's some really good quality of life stuff. Awesome. I'm sure they had half a year. I'm sure they improved the auction house too. Like the search, some of the search, like it was really hard to search for some stuff, but yeah. All right. Let me actually go on push to talk and go on voice. Maybe if Snap hops in, we'll check some patch notes. Who knows? Okay, chat, volume, how's the sound? I haven't streamed on this setup for like 3 months. We've been in Sweden. We went in like January. Does it sound good? Testing, 1, 2, 3. What about the music volume? Let's say, I'm probably not gonna play, any loud music during this, but here in Sweden, I was for 3 months. Now we're back in Hungary. Sounds good as per normal. Perfect. Awesome. Yeah. I'll pause obviously for like trailer and stuff. Okay, so voice is weird. Thanks. That makes me feel really good. Voice is weird. Okay, let's see. Launch trailer. Okay. Passions are not out yet. They are actually. I haven't opened them, but they are out actually. They just came out. Like literally 13 minutes ago they posted them. It's that's the table of contents. Okay, that's just a table of contents. I don't know about this one. Okay. Let's see, actually. This works still, right? Yeah, it does. Delay was the right call. Okay. Hi everyone, it's Empyrean here, and I just wanted to make this quick video announcing that, of course, we will be playing Last Epoch on the next big launch. It's coming on April 17 in a few days, Season 2, and they have been developing this for a long time, so there's going to be a lot of content in this. I'm about to go through everything that you know, we missed out on, or catching up on, like their trailer, their campaigns, their new content that they're coming out with. They have a bunch of quality of life changes and all that stuff. This video is not sponsored by Last Epoch. I'm just making this because I'm excited to play the game with my friends. We'll be grouping up with Snap and Evan and Randall on season launch. That said, I do have a Nexus store where you can buy the game through my link. I've had this for years. There's other games on here. This is not a sponsorship, it's just an affiliate link. If you buy it through here, I get like $5 and you get a Steam key. Anyway, with all that out of the way, let's jump in. Just check out the trailer and read up on what they've been cooking in the last... That's right, few months. Let's go.
You've come to the right place, traveler. And in this time, you can share in her embrace.
How's the sound? Okay, new faction, new Atlas tree. There is power in this Atlas tree. I can feel it.
Dodge.
Stop stopping. These are perfect timings. Stop. Wait. Cemeteries. Okay, so these are like different types of monoliths or echoes, like maps. Oh, that looks sick. Woven echoes. Okay, so it's like a monolith web, but with different monoliths. New bosses. Nice. Sentinel rework. Paladin. Void Knight. Heart Seeker Rogue skill. Okay. Looks fast. Champion enemies. That's a lot of items. Wait. Can we pause? I'm sure they'll be in the post. They'll be in the post. That's fine. Woven offering. What? Oh, new runes. New uniques. Yeah. Dude, they've cooked with this trailer. That looks pretty hype. Endgame set item crafting. What? Inventory tabs. Dungeon key charms. Oh, this is it. No more running through that slow dungeon to slam your items. Uber Everoth. Ziz is making a race for this. A $10,000 race to kill that boss in hardcore. That's crazy.
We've prepared a silken tomb for you.
Oh no.
Woven with golden strands.
No, he dropped the epoch. That was the last one.
Even you cannot break
Okay.
Join us, traveler.
I will join you. Nice. On April 17, this used to be 2, and then they have to delay, or 4. Nice. You could see it a little there, but don't worry about that. It's April 17, okay? Nice. Okay, so let's read what all that's about. Sniper 27. Thank you so much for the tier 3. You're crazy. Okay, so there'll be Twitch drops, of course. As with any game nowadays. There is supporter packs, of course, if you want to support them further. It is a buy-to-play game, but you can't buy power. It's just MTX. Here we go. So this is the Optimum Prime, though. Deadly Nedley, thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs. What the fuck? Relax, guys. We're just reading and watching. Hey, Drake. Okay. Season 2 travelers will find challenges in the Monolith of Fate placed by the Weaver. The Weaver, a titan who seeks to create a new world free from the void and other imperfections. Wait, that sounds good. Can we join them? In your echoes, you will have a chance to uncover tombs and cemeteries of the erased, which are new side zones filled with Weaver's experiments. Oh, so they are not. Oh, so they're like kind of like Vol side areas. Okay. Tombs and cemeteries are the foundation for interacting with our new endgame systems in Season 2. And they also represent our first foray into procedurally generated side zones, ensuring that each area is unique and different. Inside these zones, you'll find a Woven who have captured souls for the Weaver and wrapped them in cocoons. Breaking these cocoons open will release the souls, which will then flee and possess nearby enemies. Possessed enemies gain new abilities, increased health damage, and when slain, drop Memory Ember, a new currency used by the Weaver's faction. You want to collect as much Memory Ember as you can throughout the zones. Okay. Wait, let me test if something works. Yes, it works. Okay. Let me... Good, just making sure. Nice. If you build it, nerds will come. They're coming. Wait. While exploring Monolith of Fate, you will find... Wait. Cemeteries of the Erased? Wait, where did we stop reading? Oh no. Oh, here. After reaching the end of the tomb and challenging one of the gold thread Fate Weavers, you will have the opportunity to enchant your idols with some of the Weaver's power via the Woven Enchanter device, and gain a duplicate of the current Echo bonus reward. While exploring the Monolith of Fate, you will also find Cemeteries of the Erased, a new Echo type that contains even greater dangers and riches. Within these cemeteries, you will need to locate and defeat a Woven Firstborn, who is guarding the Weaver's altar, where you may place Woven Echoes to manipulate your current timeline. Okay, so this is actually interacting with the Monolith timeline. It's not its own timeline, it's like enhancing this web that we're already working with. Okay. After completing the first cemetery, you will be introduced to the face of the Woven faction, Mask, and be given the chance to join the followers of the Weaver. You will progress through the ranks of the Woven by earning and spending Memory Ember, which most commonly found in tombs and cemeteries. Sure. With each rank, Mask will sell you new Woven Echoes, an alternate reality constructed by the Weaver, that have been captured in physical form. You will be able to conquer these unique echoes after placing them in your timeline, using the Altar of the Weaver. By completing Woven Echoes and progressing through the Woven ranks, you will earn points that can be spent in the Weaver tree, allowing you to influence the Monolith of Faith. Okay, Atlas tree. In. The Weaver tree functions similarly to a skill or passive tree, but it's specific to the Monolith of Faith. Further power with the Weaver tree is gained from increasing your rank with the faction and by completing new Woven Echoes. So they're adding a new faction that is on top of the currently existing faction. So right now you can play like, not SSF, but you can play like trade or no trade basically. And this is another faction on top of that. So you don't have to choose this or the others. You just get to choose this always. And then you like level it up, and then you can basically interact with the Atlas tree that they're adding that influences your map web. Interesting. There are a total of 50 points to be earned and allocated within the nodes of the Weaver tree. Some nodes increase the odds of specific rewards or echo types spawning in your monoliths. Others raise the spawn rate of encounters such as Nemesis, Exiled Mages, or Loot Lizards. Some even enable target farming by imprinting items directly onto the Weaver tree, which then have a chance to create similar items when slaying enemies, completing echoes, or opening caches. What? So you can like put in an item on your Atlas tree, and then more of that item will drop if you clear maps. That's crazy. What? More on that later. Okay. Woven Echoes are fragments of Weaver's vision of her new world and offer new and unique challenges that are not found anywhere else. Woven Echoes are new items that can drop from within tombs and cemeteries or be purchased from the Mask at the Heaven of Silk. Heaven of Silk. The Woven Faction Hub. In exchange for Memory Ember. Okay, that's a sentence. Jesus. You will be able to add as many Woven Echoes as desired to your timeline via the altar of the Weaver cemeteries. Okay. Sorry, my mind just went to AI summary. I started thinking like, could you feed this or all of this to like AIs with big enough context windows and then get like what are the most impactful changes? What are the, and I thought like, oh, you could maybe do that with the patch notes, but I don't know if it would know like what's important, like what changes are important. So the patch notes are so long. It's crazy. Hey, Chili. Okay. There are 36 Woven Echoes providing a variety of content, including new crafting rewards, interesting encounters and mechanics, the ability to affect other echoes on your echo web, and new endgame bosses like the Droll Queen. There's a video talking about most important changes. Cool. Okay. Yeah. We'll check that out. Droll Queen, Tremendous Insectoid Broodmother, and the Antipode Dragon, a paradox of fire and ice, who will each have new unique items only available by defeating them. You will also find previous bosses reinvigorated with new abilities and strengths, such as Uber Eberoth, a much more difficult version of Eberoth, accessed through the Woven Echo, obtained by slaying Eberoth. Okay, so Uber boss is in, and you get it by defeating the non-Uber version of him in these Woven Echoes. Okay, Idle Enchanting. Oh, there is Charm Crafting. Sorry, Idle Crafting. Oh shit. Okay. As mentioned earlier, you will find Idle Enchanting Altar at the end of every tomb and cemetery. Tombs allow 1 use, cemeteries 2, and some Woven Echoes up to 4 uses. Damn. No, I didn't watch the patch video yet. It's coming up. We'll watch it soon. We're reading through the news post. This is for the this is the Monolith updates. You can already watch it. I know. Or I mean, it's here, right? Yeah. Patch overview. This one. 20 minutes? Oh, I see. Should we just swap to this? Yeah. Okay, maybe. Maybe it's a better start. Okay, I'm pausing this. Okay. 1440p, obviously. Okay. We had no PO2? No. Exclamation PO2.
Hello, travelers. I'm
Hi.
Jed Kobler, game director for Last Epoch and founder of 11th Hour Games.
Nice.
I'm excited to tell you more about the long-anticipated content coming in Season 2, called Tombs of the Erased, releasing on April 17th. For Season 2, we took more time and focused on the things that our players were telling us they'd like to see next, like expanding the endgame, more content variety, balance, and more. Season 2 is truly a massive update, and there's plenty to cover, so let's dive in.
Okay.
In Season 2, you are introduced to the Woven, a new in-game faction. Their followers worship the Weaver, a titan who seeks to create a new world free from the void and other imperfections. When exploring the Monolith of Fate, you'll encounter procedurally generated tombs and cemetery side zones, in which the Weaver has been experimenting with souls and memories to make her new world. The Woven seek to perfect the Weaver's design by sending the traveler to the tombs and cemeteries to cull her
What is
flawed
that
creations.
build? Yo.
These
Auto
tomb
bomber?
and cemetery side zones are the foundation for interacting with our new in-game systems in Season 2. Inside these zones, you'll find the Woven, who have captured souls for the Weaver and wrapped them in cocoons. Breaking these cocoons open will release the souls, which will then flee and possess nearby enemies. Possessed enemies gain new abilities and increased health and damage, and when slain drop Memory Amber, a new
Okay.
currency used in the Weaver faction. You'll want to collect as much Memory Amber as you can throughout the zones.
Okay, this is a much better explanation than the I mean, it's good. It's good because we see as it's happening. Okay, so this is the game director going over what's happening in the patch. This is a 20-minute video they just released. We're watching this. It's gonna explain the Weaver stuff and what else is coming. I guess much better than I could read it.
Tombs and cemeteries will end with a unique boss fight that, if completed, will reward you with the ability to access the Woven Enchanter,
That's
which
how
can
you enchant.
enchant one of your class-specific idols.
Okay.
Enchanting an idol via the Woven Enchanter
It
will
just
add
add
a new
the
affix
mod.
of a random tier and an amount of Weaver's Touch.
Okay.
Weaver's Touch is converted to randomly upgrade the affix applied and or add an additional affix to the idol that can also be upgraded if there's additional Weaver's Touch to be converted,
Jesus.
much
Okay.
like the Weaver's Will mechanic. These may have up to 2 enchanted affixes total. This
Damn.
conversion of Weaver's Touch happens as you gain experience while having the idol equipped. The first enchantment of an idol is free. Re-enchanting the same idol costs Memory Amber each time and re-rolls a new enchantment affix, replacing the previous affixes.
Okay, so this
To
is
keep
yes,
non-class
3,000
idols
memory amber.
competitive, we've added new idol subtypes with more powerful modifiers as well.
Ooh.
Completing a cemetery, the larger of the 2 types of side zones, will also give access to an altar of the Weaver. Altars are used to place the Weaver's constructed realities into the Echo Web, which take form as and are called Woven Echoes.
You're connecting them
Woven
yourself.
Echoes are a new special itemized type of echoes, glimpses into the Weaver's new world that introduce a lot of exciting new content and rewards to Last Epoch's endgame.
Nice.
These
they
drop
needed
from
that.
enemies within tombs and cemeteries and can be purchased from the Woven faction NPC, Mask. Woven Echoes will provide new challenges and objectives, such as access to brand new bosses like the Draw Queen and Ignixoros, the Antipote Dragon, or enhanced versions of existing
interface
bosses,
looks pretty good
like
for it.
Najasa with new abilities, and even an Uber version of the pinnacle boss Aberoth introduced in Season 1.
There he is.
But beware, defeating Uber Aberoth is only accomplishable by the most skilled players and powerful characters in Atera.
Jesus. Okay.
There are many powerful
Challenge
rewards
accepted.
tied to Woven Echoes, such as unique forges giving you special ways to craft items not found anywhere else in the game, access to new unique items only found by defeating these bosses, and even ways to accelerate in-game progression for alt characters by bringing a timeline's corruption up to match the corruption of another character's timeline. We'll go
Oh,
over some
corruption
Woven
catch-up
Echoes
mechanic.
momentarily.
Okay.
So far,
Yo,
there
that
are
beach
37
looks sick.
different types of Woven Echoes being introduced with Season 2 and more to come.
Jesus. Okay, 37
Once you've
different
found
Woven
and
Echoes.
completed your first cemetery, you'll catch the attention of Mask, the Weaver's High Priest, who will
Mask.
bring you to the Haven of Silk to tell you more about the Woven and then invite you to join them.
There it is.
Joining and gaining rank with the Woven will allow you to unlock more Woven Echoes and give you access and points to spend in the new Weaver's Tree.
Okay, we can read this later.
The Weaver's Tree
There's the
allows
tree.
you to influence the encounters and rewards in the Monolith of Fate, providing more agency over your in-game experience. Some options include having a chance for Arena Echoes to be replaced with Super Arena Echoes, which contain champion enemies. Or having items with Weaver's
What about
Will be rolled
removing
twice
them?
and keeping the higher value of the two. Or sometimes letting a Shade of Orbis ambush
maybe
you
it's
with your
good.
echoes for additional drops and challenge.
You can remove them?
Some key
Oh,
nodes allow
shit.
items and woven echoes to be imprinted into the tree, yielding different effects. Like imprinting a woven echo, giving it a chance to spawn in your echo web without placing it via the altar of the Weaver in cemeteries.
Oh, shit.
Or imprint an item to make it so that an item of the same type and rarity is granted as an additional reward when completing echoes.
That's crazy.
Or
and those
imprint
kind
an
of
item,
LP
and there
too,
will be a
right?
chance for enemies and regular echoes to drop a pile of items similar to the imprinted one.
What?
There are many fun and exciting
that's
options
so
in the Weaver's
good.
Tree
The
that allow
target
you to
farming
shape your
possibilities.
in-game experience and loot hunt. We can't wait to
Okay.
hear your feedback. Now that we've covered the basics, let's talk about a bit more of the interesting itemization and crafting options coming with Season 2,
Okay,
largely
crafting.
enabled via these woven echoes. In Season 2, we're introducing set item crafting, which can be accessed via the Great Bridge Woven Echo. Shattering a set item grants you 1 to 4 set affix shards you can then use to craft your own reforged set items. Each set item is associated with one specific shard unique to that set item that when crafted on to an item makes it act as that set item.
Okay, so you can give up a mod and get a set bonus on any item. What the fuck? They actually
This means
made
that you
set
can
items
craft your own
usable. They were
reforged
so
set items
bad.
that count for the set's bonuses. And you can mix
Wow.
and match these by using the original set items together
Oh,
with
it
the
counts
reforged set
as a
items.
set.
You can craft
And then
these
you
onto
can
different
make your
item
own
subtypes.
set.
Only one type
Okay.
of set affix shard can be applied to any individual item.
That's so
and this
smart.
item cannot be used in legendary crafting via the Eternity Cache.
Nice.
We're also adding the ability to re-roll
And
the
you can
legendary
seal
potential of
them?
uniques via
Wow.
the Far Sight Turtle Woven Echo. The unique must have at
Okay.
least one legendary potential. Rerolling the legendary potential possesses quite a significant risk, as if the legendary potential fails to go up, it will instead go down all the way to 0.
Uh-oh.
This is a worthy risk, as many times to get an upgrade, you need to have more than one legendary potential. And even in the case that it ends up going down to 0, you can then attempt to upgrade it again via the Nemesis Egg, providing multiple new chances to turn an item that might not be an upgrade into an upgrade.
Damn.
In the Orden's Watch,
Good
Are you reading
lord.
the notes?
I'm watching the video. They have a 20-minute patch overview video. They go over like everything. Okay. Wait, I missed that. So you can reroll
you can then attempt
legendary
to upgrade it
potential.
again via the Nemesis Egg, providing multiple new chances to turn an item that might not be an
So that was 1 LP before, it turned into 2 LP.
upgrade into an upgrade.
But if it doesn't upgrade, it'll down tier to 0.
In
Damn.
the Orden's Watch Woven Echo, you can replace attributes, strength, dexterity, attunement, or intelligence, with another, as long as the affix isn't sealed. This costs
Wow.
1 forging potential from the item. The
1
tier and
forging
roll range of
potential?
the replaced affix will be preserved for the new affix.
Attribute
In the Gauntlet of
reroll.
Strife Woven
What?
Echo, you'll be
Okay.
challenged by a sequence of boss encounters, and by completing, you'll be rewarded with access to the Sacrificial Altar, which can be used to sacrifice a
The
unique,
what?
legendary, Weaver's Will item, or set item
Okay,
to
why?
reroll the mod and implicit values of a matching item. The item being sacrificed needs to have equal or greater legendary potential or
What?
Weaver's Will.
Okay. Wait, again. You divine the item basically by sacrificing the same.
Or set item to re-roll the mod and implicit values of
Okay.
a matching item.
And
The
blessed.
item being
Divine
sacrificed
and
needs
blessed.
to have equal or greater legendary potential or Weaver's Will. Rune of Research and Glyph of Insight have been removed and replaced by the Thaumaturgy device at the end of the Rune Prison Complex Woven Echo,
What?
where you can
That was an English sentence. I don't think I got the information. Go again.
Weaver's Will. Rune of Research and Glyph of Insight have been removed and replaced by the Thaumaturgy device at the end of the Rune Prison Complex Woven Echo, where you can replace a
Excuse me. Okay, I've heard some of those words before. No, I get it. I get it. They replaced the rune of research with this bench at the end of one of their new maps. Okay, that's what that means.
Prefix with an experimental affix on boots, gloves, or a belt. This makes the process of crafting experimental affixes much simpler.
Okay, okay, so instead of doing the stupid research crafting, now you use this bench instead. Okay, yeah, we get it.
Crafting
Okay.
experimental affixes
Jesus, that
much simpler.
sentence was crazy.
The exiled mages you encounter will have a chance to drop this woven echo.
Okay.
We're also adding some brand new crafting materials, such as Rune of Weaving, which speeds up your Weaver's Will and Weaver's Touch item conversions.
Okay.
Using a Rune of Weaving will convert some Weaver's Will or Touch to add additional affixes or
It's as if you cook the item, basically.
affix tier.
So Weaver's Will items used to be like, you have like 10 Weaver's Will on it, you put it on, and every time you kill monsters with it, it levels up and consumes the Weaver's Will into like a random mod on the item. And it could be like any mod that can roll on the item, and it could up tier it on the next one or put in a new random one. And you can like accelerate this process with this
tiers,
rune.
like you would gain by slaying enemies with the item equipped.
Cool.
Rune of
You
Havoc,
can cook them
which
fast.
shuffles the tiers of affixes of an exalted item. Sealed affixes are unaffected by this action. For example, you could potentially use the Rune of Havoc to change tier 1 strength to tier 7 on an item.
Oh, so if you
Addiction
find
use the
a
Rune of Havoc to
high
change-
tier exalted item, but the exalted mod is dog shit, but there is other mods on the item you want, or open slot, you can just craft like mana on it, T1 mana, and then shuffle it around, and you might land T6 mana or T7 mana. Damn, yeah, these runes are probably gonna be very rare. That seems very powerful.
change tier 1 strength to tier 7 on an item that had a different affix in
Damn.
tier 7 previously. Rune of Redemption, which rerolls exalted affixes to other affixes, preserving
Oh.
tier and roll range.
Wait, wasn't that what we just did? Oh no, okay, just rerolls.
Again,
One.
sealed affixes are unaffected.
Ah, okay.
Another crafting update we believe you guys will be excited about is when using the Eternity Cache in Temporal Sanctum, tier 2 or above, you may now select one affix that is guaranteed to be applied to the legendary that you're about to create.
Oh, what?
Season 2
Okay, no more Gumba, but there's gonna be still Gumba, but okay, so you can always get one exactly at the end that you want, and then you Gumba on the rest.
brings an additional
Wow.
challenge for players with newly introduced champion enemies that spawn in the
Okay.
campaign, Monolith, and
And
dungeon.
it can crit?
Champions are powerful versions of enemies
Wait, what?
to be applied to the legendary that for player is when using the Eternity
Dungeon tier 3.
Cache
Select
into
guaranteed
Sanctum.
FX. Yeah.
tier 2 or above, you may now select one affix that is
Oh, that's like
guaranteed
later,
to
maybe?
be applied to the legendary that you're about to create. Newly introduced champions are powerful versions of enemies with additional and
Champions?
altered abilities that spawn with 3 additional random modifiers, including one champion mod. They drop
Okay.
extra loot when killed and even have a small chance to drop much rarer loot, like a pile of unique items. Champions also always drop an item with a sealed champion affix that depends on the champion's mod. For example, a Volcano champion will always drop a belt with a Volcano champion's affix.
Of course.
These mods have unique affixes rarely seen elsewhere and can be very powerful when used with the correct builds. We've made many updates to both the Monolith and dungeons. Monoliths have new objectives, like slaying enemies until a cocooned item drops, which is a unique item that has a higher chance to have legendary potential when identified. Or the need to seal deadly void rifts that
Oh,
have begun
okay.
appearing
So there's
in the
some new
echoes.
ID Gumba.
You can now reach empowered monoliths on alts much more quickly, as we
Nice.
characters in the same environment share Monolith of Fate timeline unlocks.
Hey, Nacho, thanks. Yeah.
We've improved arenas by having enemy waves spawn more quickly, and
Oh.
increased enemies' movement speed so that they don't take as long to reach you.
Okay.
And we've updated
That's
Echo
good.
Spire
Arenas were the
objectives
more
so that
boring
the spires are guarded by a mini-boss and only attack you
content.
once you've engaged the Guardian. This means that they will no longer shoot at you from all the way across the map.
Nice.
For dungeons, we're introducing dungeon charms, which can modify a dungeon run.
Oh, this
We're
is big.
introducing 2 charms with this patch.
This is big.
One of which is called a portal charm that can be
Yes.
used to immediately portal to the boss of a dungeon and gain
Yes.
a assortment of mods that you would have gained along the way.
Yes.
We've also
Oh
added
my
the black
god,
market key
insta
trader to reach out
slams.
this upper district
No
in
more
the Divine
trudging
Era,
through
where
that
you can exchange
dungeon.
any 3 dungeon keys for a portal charm.
Holy, you can even
In
trade your
dungeons,
keys
you
up
can
to
now
a
use
charm.
a key to respawn either on the floor you've
Oh.
gotten to or at the boss instead of needing
Interesting.
to repeat the entire dungeon.
Spend the
Please,
key to
don't
go
test
again.
this as a hardcore character. It will not save you. In
Nice.
Season 2, the Sentinel class is receiving a ton of updates, from
Okay,
small
Sentinel
adjustments to
rework.
skills to fully reworking others. Paladin and Void Knight are receiving major overhauls to their mastery passive trees, and Forge Guard is receiving some additions, like a passive allowing them to wield a 2-handed weapon and a shield at the same time. Volatile Reversal has been completely reworked,
Uh-oh.
including a brand new skill tree. By default, it is now a combo traversal skill, where the
You missed one thing when reloading T67 FX. You can make set FX exalted. Oh, that's pretty crazy.
first use of the skill
Yeah.
sends you forward in time to a location to strike enemies in an area, while the second use sends you back in time to your original location, once
Okay.
again striking enemies in that area. You can build for melee or spell damage, and the tree offers some great interaction with other skills like
Yeah,
Devouring
this used to be a
Orb.
very, very OP
We've
cooldown.
renamed Sigils of Hope to Symbols of Hope to free up the term for the planned skill sigil system coming later, and have
Oh.
updated its functionality.
Okay.
Symbols of Hope now automatically generate symbols for you, meaning no spending mana or stopping to cast it. Actively using the ability now consumes the symbols to grant ward and temporary damage reduction.
Okay.
Devouring Orb at a baseline now also deals void damage over time in an area around it, and these damaging areas can stack. Its skill tree has been updated with cool new possibilities, including a node that instantly casts it for you whenever you move. No more numlock needed, and no more getting interrupted every time
Oh.
it casts.
Oh.
Most Sentinel skills
Okay, I was
receive a variety of
auto-bombering
small
this,
to
like,
moderate updates
years
to
ago.
improve their power and offer additional build options.
Okay, they made it
Examples
better. They
include
made it
Multi-Strike
instant.
That has been given more support to deal single target damage
Oh.
by allowing additional swords to hit the same target. Vengeance has been updated to include conversions to both fire and void. Rive can now be converted to void. Javelin's Divine Fury and Siege Barrage nodes now work together. Hammer Throw has received buffs to non-spiraling nodes. Shield Throw no longer has a cooldown at base and has a node to allow it to bounce from the player.
Okay.
And Time Rot is now a viable, distinctly unique damaging ailment for Void Knights.
Okay,
We're
Void
also
Dot.
very excited to bring a new skill to Marksman, Heartseeker. Heartseeker shoots a single
Is it
target
like a
arrow that
seeking
seeks
arrow?
a nearby targeted enemy and has a chance to recurve, meaning it pierces and comes back to hit the target again.
Oh my god, that is
When
Amazon
building for
vibes.
Heartseeker, you'll likely want to increase the recurve chance, allowing it to pierce and hit the same enemy many times. If
Damn.
the target is destroyed and Heartseeker would have recurved, it will instead seek another
Pick a new
nearby
target. Damn, that looks
Heartseeker's
sick.
skill tree
Okay.
gives options to be converted to fire and cold.
Yeah.
Has lots of support for poison and bleed, can be used as utility to generate mana and different shrouds, and even to provide global
Shrouds.
buffs granting added throwing and spell damage. You can also remove the base functionality where Heartseeker seeks a new target after slaying the first, and instead turn those leftover recurves into puncture skill procs that fire
Oh.
towards nearby enemies. Heartseeker requires 30 points in the marksman
Okay,
tree,
bow-
and Hail of Arrows has been
bow
moved to the
looks sick.
35-point skill unlock slot. Season 2 is bringing quite a lot of balance changes. Health builds are generally more effective as there is much more access to health modifiers across the game. Health affixes and health regeneration have been buffed, and health granted per level has been increased. Ward builds are still powerful, but outliers allowing for massive ward generation have been rebalanced. In general, many skills have received buffs, as our goal is to make many more builds viable for in-game content, and previous meta builds that were overperforming have been brought in line.
Okay.
Skills such as
Good.
Black Hole, Elemental Nova, Tornado, Flurry, and Shurikens have had their damage effectiveness increased. We expect there to be a lot of new builds that players are excited to try out in Season 2. Idle
Okay.
enchantments and new non-class specific Weaver idols will also raise the power level floor for all builds. Many unique items have received a pass to help make them more useful. For example, Eye of Ren can once again be used with Warpath and other skills which hit with indirect attacks. Boulder's Wrath can proc Earthquake twice as much as before. And Stormbreaker can now gain storm stacks instead of a small chance to cast Lightning Strike. We've also applied some quality of life updates to multiple skills, like Warcry's Berserk lasting 50% longer. Dreadshade no longer has a duration. You can hold 3 black arrows from Dark Quiver at once. And we've increased the amount of shortcutting you can do with movement skills by increasing the distance you can travel with them over gaps.
Oh,
Loot
that's
lizards
nice.
will spawn a bit less baseline in Season 2, but there will be more scenarios where you'll be excited to find them, and you can also increase their spawn rate via the Weaver tree.
What is that?
In Season 2,
Wait, what was that?
Loot lizards will spawn a bit less baseline in Season 2.
Loot lizards.
But there will be more scenarios where you'll be excited to
Okay,
find
loot
them,
goblins.
and you can also increase their spawn rate via the Weaver tree.
Okay.
In Season 2, we're introducing 25 new unique items. This includes 8 new Weaver's Will uniques and 4 early backer uniques. About half of these are tied to new tombs, cemeteries, and woven echo bosses, while the other half expand on the overarching drop pool.
Global drop pool, and some are specific.
And there are plenty of additional improvements coming with Season 2 to be excited about. You can now respec your mastery for gold in the End of Time.
Oh.
The cost of respecializing your mastery is a lot cheaper in the lower to mid levels, so it's easier to experiment.
Nice.
But
PoE
it
2 just did
increases
this
your
as
character
well.
level goes up. We're introducing a beta version of WASD movement. You can access this via the settings gameplay menu.
WASD
player feedback on this implementation, and we're excited to hear your feedback.
I don't know if that's
We have updated the inventory to have tabs to
how that'll
separate
feel.
out keys
Try it out.
and the new woven echoes.
Oh, new
And
tabs for
we've also
keys.
introduced
Yes.
automatic storing as an option that will be on by default. So that when you pick up crafting items like shards, they will immediately go to your crafting materials panel.
Okay.
Both of these updates make inventory management much nicer and needing to be
Good
dealt
quality
with
of
much less
life.
frequently. For gamepad, we have completely reworked skill targeting, which improves
Gamepad,
every
okay.
single skill and skill mutation, making targeting and using abilities more intuitive and responsive. We can also now make updates to individual skills targeting much more easily, so we'll be looking for your feedback and improving these even further. There are a ton of additional updates and fixes in Season 2, and we invite you to read the full patch notes on our forum. Along with all these incredible updates coming in Season 2, we're excited to announce a new batch of supporter packs known as the Woven series.
Okay, new supporter
Each of these
packs.
4 supporter packs offers new and unique ways to customize your appearance, and the team has cooked up some pretty amazing offerings. Starting with the Woven Traveler pack. We really wanted our entry-level pack to have some pretty awesome stuff.
A capybara.
And what better way to travel through Aterra than with your own capybara pet? That's right, it wasn't an April Fool's joke after all. You will also score 2 new weapon cosmetics, a backslot cosmetic,
That is pretty cute.
and all new color arrangements for your evade skill. That's right. With Season 2, we've implemented skill cosmetics, and you'll find many more in the in-game store.
They needed that.
The Woven Templar is the next
That's
tier
cool.
in the Woven series and
People
brings
wanna
some serious heat.
bling out.
To start, you get all of the cosmetics from the Woven Traveler, and then, to kick off the Templar pack, we start with a full cosmetic armor set known as the Bronze Scale Plate.
Okay.
But the fire doesn't stop there. You're also getting Yoshok's Destroyer, a massive
Fire.
two-handed hammer cosmetic, a new portal skin, another fiery evade cosmetic,
Portal looks pretty
and
sick.
a first look at the fire footprint cosmetic, and an additional 100 epoch points to use in the in-game cosmetic shop.
Okay.
Up next, and second tier in the Woven series, is the Woven Vanquisher Supporter Pack, and this pack is charged and ready. As with the previous tiers, the Woven Vanquisher Supporter Pack also includes all cosmetic items from the Woven Templar and Woven Traveler packs. Kicking off the Woven Vanquishers pack, players will harness the power of the storm with the Thunderfang
Kind of looks like a
cosmetic
Monster
armor
Hunter
set.
armor set.
You'll also receive the Tempest Gate Portal, Storm Drake Wings back attachment, Storm Dragon Staff, Storm Walker Evade effect, and
Wait, the
Lightning Foot
top tier is $60?
Prince.
Oh shit.
And finally, if you're looking to get everything the Woven series of supporter packs has to offer, then the top tier Woven Legends supporter pack is the one for you. Harnessing the visual prowess of the Weaver herself, don the Shroud of Woven Disciple cosmetic armor set. Be sure to bring along your faithful companion, the Thread Strider pet.
Cute.
You will also receive 4 unique evade cosmetics and the Weaver Footprints visual effect. The Woven Legends supporter pack also includes all of the cosmetic offerings from the Woven Vanquisher,
Yo, what
Woven
the fuck was
Templar,
that scale?
and Woven
Holy
Traveler
shit.
supporter packs.
The laser.
This really is the Get Everything pack. We're also adding many more items you can purchase with Epoch points in the store, including those awesome new skill cosmetic effects.
Okay.
We sincerely appreciate your support and hope you enjoy Last Epoch
Damn.
Season 2.
They cooked.
Thank you for your patience,
for sure.
as this one took a bit
It
longer
took
to get out,
many
but we hope
months.
that the wait was worth it. And we'll aim to be delivering seasonal patches more quickly going forward.
Damn.
Thank
that
you for your
seems
support,
good.
and we'll see you in Atera for the launch of Tombs of the Erased on April 17th.
Dude, that's crazy.
lightning
The packs are
harness the
like
power.
$10, $30, and $40, and $60 is the highest tier. Damn. I mean, it is a buy-to-play game, right? It's not a free-to-play game, but that is some good pricing.
Evade cosmetic and a first look
Damn.
at the Fire Footprint
Okay.
cosmetic. And an
Well,
additional 100 Epoch.
That was cool. Snap is coming soon, by the way, and we can go through the patch notes. We can do a good morning breakfast. Snap reads the patch notes. Snap is not real. Sometimes. I'm buying the $40 one for sure. Nice. Well, I actually happen to have a Last Epoch thing to give away. A Woven Legends supporter pack, actually. I have a code for this. Does someone want this in chat? Is it for me? Maybe.
Yo, sorry,
Maybe
I'll be
is.
like
What's
5
up?
minutes something.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I'm chilling.
For
We
watching
just
the trailer,
finished the video.
like,
Yeah.
What are excited about after watching the trailer?
Dude, the best things are like new tree, of course, like modifiable endgame, the woven echoes that you can place in it, the dungeon changes where you can get to the end, the guaranteed slam, that's crazy power creep, less gumbo but still gumbo on higher LP items. Yeah, I mean, new content, new shit to do, exciting stuff. Their supporter pack pricing is crazy nice though. I mean, it is a buy to play game, but like the highest pack is $60. Like, what the fuck?
Damn.
I'm
Sounds good.
excited about the fact that I never have to click send materials to forge or whatever
Yes.
the button was.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And you can lower arena chance, and they made arenas better. So even if you get them, they should be faster. Or not lower, but you can lower it. I don't know if that might not be worth the points on the tree, but you could always path around them. Usually, you didn't have to do much.
They tease the arena location. It's 1 point to remove them, and it's like,
Damn.
yeah.
Okay. GG.
But I don't know, like arenas like could be good if they like buff them. I think like the reason
Yeah.
people don't do arena because of stability. Like this.
Yeah, it was way less stability than like they took longer and they were like half the stability of an echo or something like that. But if they and like some of the reason why they were slow is because the mobs just didn't come to you. Like if it was all on a screen and you can just kill them really fast, and as soon as you kill a wave the next one spawns, you could blast through them real fast if your build is good, right?
An arena should be a circle that is
Yep.
the size of the screen. You
Yep.
can see the entire thing from anywhere you stand.
Yeah, exactly.
Take
Weaver
my
tree
Prime
is
Minister
out.
streamer.
Oh shit. It's on the planner.
But yeah, go look at that for a sec, and then I'll be there.
Okay, where is
Oh,
it?
yeah.
My build,
my
build
feedback.
guide, resources, bottom.
You'll type for where you at.
Yes, Weaver tree. It's out, guys. That's it in all its glory. It seems pretty small, but there is multiple points. Like you can put 4 points into this. Echo reward double chance. Can make this a bit bigger. So you can get 20% chance to double the echo reward. New reward type which grants woven echoes increase 100%, 150% increased chance. Timeline stability. Champion spawn rate. Exalted item drop chance. Mask chance. You have a chance for Mask to accompany you in the tombs and cemeteries. He provides defensive buffs and casts spells at enemies. What? Okay, Mask, come with us. We go this way. Pack size. Rune prison. Oh, exile mage, so you can get spec into exiles. Okay. Increased gold drops. More gold. Okay, gold farming, rune farming, dungeon key chance. Damn. And this is the new one where you place in an armor. Imprinted in its slot to have a chance to drop a pile of similar items. Damn. Lizard spawn chance. Wait, where is the arena? Search arena. Arena echoes no longer appear on your web. Yeah. Yeah, there is arena block here. Echoes have a high chance to spawn a champion. Additional exalted items. Just put red rings. Yeah, you get a red ring, you put it here. Similar items. Is that even gonna work? Place a weapon or jewelry item to imprint it. Small chance to drop a pile of similar items when killing enemies in your regular echoes. Yeah, this is a red ring slot.
Surely that just means like the base type.
Yeah, is it just more rings, like just any ring?
What are you, which node?
The Commoner's Riches. Place a jewel weaponry item to imprint to have a small chance to drop a pile of similar items when killing enemies in irregular echoes.
So this can copy the exalted ethics and
Oh,
it
so you can put uniques?
You can put uniques here, yes.
Okay.
You can.
And what's a similar item to a red ring?
It'll drop red rings, but these chances are scaling with the rarity of the item.
Right. So, yeah.
So, like, if you put a super rare item in here, it'll, like...
Barely. It increases your drop rate of that item slightly, I guess, but yeah, it's still gonna be a giga rare item. Yeah. Oh, it's on the node.
But that means you have to have a red ring to put in the slot.
Yep.
That you are not using an extra red ring. Yeah.
We could buy one. No, these items you don't have to have them in there.
Oh. Or you can
just
just put it, click it, and then you can equip it back.
Okay. It's like a blueprint. Yeah, you like imprint it is what it is.
So we can buy one, put it in everyone's slot, and then someone equips it.
You can pass it around with resonances, and then fucking have one red.
Okay, that's better than what I thought.
That's funny. Pass me the red ring, bro. I need to increase the chance. Just one more. One more red ring, bro.
I feel like you use this for exalted items, at least early on, right? Like... Trying to make your build.
Yeah. The Mage Bane. There's a chance that a champion will appear to fight the exiled mage. What? And you have to get here. Twinned mage chance. 44% chance for a champion to appear and fight the exile. And if there is 2 exiles, is there 2 champions? Interesting. Yeah, exiled mages are basically rogue exiles. Yeah. Exiled mages are powerful mages. Free them and slay them to take their experimental items. They drop some items that have mods that can only roll on items that drop from these guys. So they have like, it's kind of like an essence mob, essence and an exile combined, or you know, yeah.
Is there still the one mod that's like mandatory for us on? I think it was gloves.
Yes,
The
drain
conversion
mod.
or the drain, yeah.
You can get it on boots too, but it's a unique. And chest piece also has a drain.
Let's see.
Twinned Tyrants. Boss objective echoes have a chance to contain 2 bosses instead of 1. Yo. What the fuck? Oh, yo, thanks. Wait, hang on. TTS Labs was not reading that. Wake up. Wake up, TTS Labs.
Nimsy bought Last Epoch
There we go.
from nexus.gg/Imperium.
Nice. Yo, there's 30% twinned boss chance. Damn. That's just like 30% more boss loot. Holy.
Your black screen and P.
Oh, oops, thanks. Yeah, and then what's behind that? Or like what's here? Weaver's Will item. Okay. Oh shit, I'm out of points. Give it back. I'm trying to path.
You're making a tree.
Nah, I'm just clicking things. Weaver's lucky. Oh.
Lucky chance is actually powerful.
Yeah, you farm a bunch of them and then like you don't you farm a bunch of them and then you cook them fast with the rune.
That's the thing that fucking sucked ass before is like
Yeah.
you had to fucking wear all these items and incubate them, so
Yeah.
like they were just annoying.
And then
now
and
can,
then
like,
halfway
bottle it
through
up.
it's bad, you have to go buy another one. Yeah, that's cool.
What is lucky here? Is like a chance for better mods?
It's
Chance
PoE
to
lucky.
roll twice,
It
it's
rolls
same
it
thing.
twice.
Oh, it's roll twice. And
Yeah.
it keeps the rarest one.
Yeah.
Oh, that's OP.
Listen, we are so PoE players, dude. He stopped reading like half the sentence. It literally explains it at the end of the sentence. I'm also like, oh yeah, lucky. I did the same thing up here. Oh, okay.
I heard you say lucky.
Yeah.
Curious.
There's twinned exile chance, and then there's a 44% chance that a champion comes and fights the exiles. Does that mean if you roll like the the twinned exile, do you get two exiles and 2 champions? Or is it 1 per pair? That might be good if the champions have good loot.
Have you read all the imprints yet? The slots?
Almost. Wait, I think I haven't read this one. I think they showed these in the video. It's the pile of similar items when opening loot caches. Then there is a pile of similar items for extra
Killing one, a
rewards.
chest one, a
different
active
item
reward
types.
one.
And then the champion one. But the champion one specifically has a different effect. It can
The
seal
tier-
your
Oh yeah. The tier of the sealed affix can roll up to the tier of the corresponding affix on the item. The chance a pile of these items dropping is multiplied by the number of affixes on the item.
But it will drop a sealed item, and you can have sealed exalted items now.
What the fuck? That is unhinged.
So you can imprint like attack speed or whatever, or health. And then if you're lucky when killing a champion, it can drop like that item, but with sealed attack speed. And so you have you can have 4 affixes then.
Jesus. Okay, but you have to have some really good items to put in here, I guess. Or just any exalted with a random good seal.
Well, no, it doesn't even have to have a sealed item on it originally. I think it will drop sealed with the mods that you have on it.
Oh, what the fuck? That is crazy strong.
Matching one of the affixes on the imprinted item. So you technically want
1 of 4.
Like a 4 mod really good item in there.
Yeah, and it'll choose like one of the mods, but if you're lucky, it'll have the exalted item like imprinted right there.
Damn. Fracturing orb. Beacons never appear. Beacons. Your echoes have a chance to contain additional spiderling packs. Oh, okay. So no more flashbangs if you don't want beacons. Yeah, it's on the planner. It's just the Last Epoch Tools planner, and then viewer tree in the middle bottom.
I see. Okay.
Damn.
Oh, they updated this. Nice.
Echoes you discover would have an arena key, have a different random reward instead. It's the fuck arena point. Oh. No gold reward, no XP. Damn, you can block like ore rewards. Interesting. Reward blocking. More agency. That's nice. Although it's points, you have to path in here. You're giving up on other things then. This loot goblin chance. Okay, yeah, this tree is pretty cool. Like it's a small tree, but like I mean compared to like PoE trees, PoE 1 tree, but like there is definitely some meaningful choice here. And these cooking points are crazy. You are gonna run out of points, and you're gonna want more points, but that's good. Choice. Yeah, cool ideas. It's not about how big it is, but how you use it. Is that what you've been told?
I don't know if this is necessarily a bad thing, but it feels like it's almost mandatory to go get the imprint spots.
Let's refresh.
Depends on what you're doing.
Is this gold respec or is this memory amber respec?
It's amber. I think it's 50. They teased it.
Okay.
Which is not a lot.
Yeah.
They had like Carve had like 100k or some shit in his like character, but it's like test realm. I don't know.
That sounds test realm. On the trailer, when they showed some interface, he had like 3k.
I mean, Last Epoch's generally pretty lenient with their respect.
Yeah. Okay, so for sure you want this. Probably. Champion spawn rate, exile chance. How do you get here? Additional exalted items. XP early for sure. And then you get this. Okay, then you have 42 points. Then, how do you get
gamers.
Good
What's
morning.
up?
Double reward
Last
chance?
Epoch today, or
No, it's in
Yep.
like 6 days.
Patch notes. Patch notes.
oh, I see.
3 is out, Red.
I guess I'll update the planners later. You talk about your
Nice.
builds, Evan, and what we want to do.
Glyph drop. How do we get here? Or we go. Increased woven echo chance. Yeah. Yeah. Stability. You probably want to max stability for progress.
Wait, slippery. Sorry. Side note: Slippery Jim was banned for ritual exploiting.
No, he
Watch the
wasn't.
video.
That was a meme.
I
Watch
think
the
it's a
video, watch
meme.
the video.
I think he's
Oh.
memeing on the other
Actually
guy that
hilarious.
got banned.
Oh
Yeah.
fuck. Okay.
Have you watched
That's-
the original video though?
That's more in line for Slippery Jim.
Yeah.
I also
That's
got baited for the first
absolutely.
30 seconds of that video.
It's so fucking funny, man. Both of
Hey, Alras. Hey, Alamu. What's up? Okay. Place a woven echo to imprint for it to have a chance to spawn on your echo web when the new echo is generated. Okay, we probably want this. There's probably some super good woven echo, so definitely this.
Grandpa's doing
Bosses and possession chance. Okay, so we have
I don't know how to
35.
send a tree.
This is a pretty good start.
Share. Okay.
And then
I think this is
Twin Champion.
I think the progression's there too. I think the rest is choice. Or you want to take the rest of the shit?
Let's see. Weaver tray.
I don't see anything in this link.
You hit the Weaver
Hit
tree.
the Weaver tray.
It's just the Weaver
it's
tree.
Just the Weaver, okay.
Let's see.
So I think looking at this, the things that are OP on the tree, the Exalted Find, super big value early. Because like I think it makes it so every chest early drops Exalteds. It's the chest
Yep.
one.
Yeah, that sounds insane.
Guaranteed. Like the favor caches, like favor in this game, super important.
Cemetery spawn
Imagine the
rate.
favor caches are probably the play. You grab the imprints on the right side, and then loot lizards are OP as well. Grab all that shit. I think you can kind of do whatever for the. It's like only half the points,
Yeah. And you grab
But-
this.
and then you want to make the new mechanic. The cemetery is like how you place all your woven echoes, so you probably want to make those like spawning more. So
Cemetery, yeah. And then I started going left just to grab the woven
Not sure.
riches. I don't know if we.
I
we
feel like
we
if we're
probably
tra-
want echoes, right? Like the woven echoes.
you can buy woven echoes from the faction vendor.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So that, well, like this is like helping it, so you don't have to like buy them. But it's like the same it's like the currency that you spend. So,
Stability,
if
we
you
probably
like-
want stability for progress on the left.
depends on how many
like
envies we can
15%.
generate.
Yeah.
There's I don't know if you the meta has advanced a lot for progressing, and you can like basically fucking shoot up in corruption and stability as fast as you want. They added like the loot lizards, and they like drop guaranteed glyph of despair, or not despair. What the fuck
Envy
are they
or
called? Envy, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. That's
and
pretty crazy.
you get a lot more envies than you did before, so you can kind of like shoot up in corruption really fast now. Also, the one thing, I mean, we never executed this because we played in 1.0, but or 1.1, I mean, the boss rotation thing is like still definitely a thing, and if we like do it correctly, I'm pretty sure we can like go positive on glyphs of envy.
Okay.
So like as
yeah.
soon as we get enough to like do the first harbinger, right, we can just do a daisy chain on our glyphs of envy and get everybody like push one timeline up. But we all are using our glyphs and hosting bosses so that other people can drop more glyphs, and like we shoot up in corruption fast. Party play abuse.
Uh-oh.
the entrance. Yeah, I mean, if we don't need stability, then...
But I'm pretty sure we're gonna have to have some number of people hosting. So I don't know if you want to host, Evan, because the memory ember is like how you fuel your woven echoes. You like buying them, so we're probably gonna want to have multiple hosts just so we can drain all of our memory ember on different people, so we can buy the woven echoes.
I mean, currently I have basically no idea how to do anything on the Atlas, but I am happy to host. It'll just take me some time to learn.
Exclamation mark POA2. It's still in chat. Yeah. Check Twitch chat for the rest of this message. What the fuck, Chuck? What's up? Okay. Gold tombs. I think you go left anyway.
All right. Whenever you want to move on to the patch notes, are you still mousing through?
No, I'm good. We can go.
Okay, let's start
It's
at the
time.
top. We're not really at the top.
The fucking table of contents is already long.
Now, where do I start? I don't want to read those like stupid.
No
bullshit.
lore and stuff. Just into the meat.
New features: the woven. You see our woven faction monolith update. It's linking to other blog posts. Okay, for an overview of these new systems and in-game faction.
Okay, yeah, these are the previous teasers. Yeah.
As we've been discussing in our blog post in Season 2, Travelers will have the chance to join the endgame faction known as the Woven, a group of worshippers devoted to the Weaver, a powerful titan tirelessly working to create the perfect new world. Her influence has spread far and wide throughout the Monolith of Fate and has many timelines spawning new challenges and opportunities to gain power. Tombs. Monolith of Fate echoes have a chance to spawn with the Tomb of the Erased, a new procedurally generated side zone filled with new woven enemies, new rewards, and their own unique boss. It's our first deployment of a brand new procedural content generation system. We're excited about this development milestone, as procedural generation will enable us to produce more varied content more quickly for future updates. We'll continue expanding on this technology over time. Tombs can spawn in any echo except for quest echoes and arena echoes.
Okay.
When a tomb has spawned in an echo, you'll see a silken cocoon placed throughout the zone. You'll see silken cocoons placed throughout the zone. These cocoons are captured souls for the Weaver, and when broken, the souls will flee and possess nearby enemies. Possessed enemies gain new abilities, increase health damage, and when slain, they drop Memory Amber, a new currency used in the Woven faction. Silken cocoons also now have a chance to release a new rare enemy similar to the Chosen Erase, which starts with a possessed mod, as if it had been possessed by a soul of the Erase. This new enemy, called an Incubated Silk, will drop loot equivalent to the loot that would have dropped from a possessed enemy. Silken cocoons can also be found in tombs and cemeteries. Okay. So there's two components to the new mechanic. There's the tomb, which can spawn like in any normal echo, and then the cemetery is like its own dedicated node on the mono tree.
And these cocoons can spawn in any of these?
Yeah, just a new mob type. The end of the tomb is one of the gold-threaded Fate Weaver bosses. After defeating the Fate Weaver, you'll advance to the end and find a chest containing a duplicate of the current Echo bonus reward. At the end of both tombs and cemeteries, you'll also find the Woven Enchanter device, which can be used to enchant your specific idols. Cemeteries of the Erased. You also find Cemeteries of the Erased, a new Echo type in your Echo Web. The objective of a Cemetery Echo is to slay the Woven Firstborn boss. When you start a Cemetery Echo, you'll find the entrance to the underground cemetery somewhere in the area. Descend into the cemetery and defeat the boss to complete the Echo. Completing a cemetery provides you access to the altar of the Weaver, where you can place your Woven Echoes. Woven Echoes are a new itemized type of Echo that brings unique challenges and rewards. After completing your first cemetery, you'll be taken to the Haven of Silk, the hub for the Woven faction. You can see the levels here. So you get points for leveling it up, and you get XP for getting Memory Ember. So this is like the currency. So it's probably similar to like you get some for getting the currency and some for spending if it works like all the other factions. So
yeah. Is it separate from COF? Yes, but it's not a choice. So you either play trade or no trade, basically, right? And then you also have this on top of it. So you don't have to like choose this and then you can't trade or anything. This is like everyone has access to this.
Yeah, the only choice you make for faction is between COF and Merchants Guild. That's the only choice you make. Any other factions they're adding is like on top of all of that. So the only thing you're choosing is your trade faction. That's it. And
Just like the Harbinger faction. Yep, exactly.
Your first part to the Haven is you'll be interested to the Mask, who you invite the Woven, a faction made up of worshippers of the Weaver. You'll gain reputation points of the Woven by earning and spending memory amber, a new currency mostly found in tombs, and by slaying Woven enemies. Within each rank, Mask will sell you new Woven Echoes. You can purchase these Woven Echoes with memory amber. By completing Woven Echoes and advancing your ranks with the Woven, you'll gain points for the Weaver tree, which allows you to influence the Monolith of Fate. The tree. One of our goals of Season 2 is to provide players with more agency when it comes to their experience with the endgame. The Weaver tree allows players to influence the rewards and encounters present in the Monolith of Fate, as well as providing us with a longer-term mechanism for influencing seasonal mechanics in the future. The Weaver tree functions similarly to a passive and skill trees, but instead modifies your Monolith of Fate. Travelers will be able to gain a maximum of 50 Weaver tree points, and as mentioned above, you will gain points by increasing your rank with the Woven and completing Woven Echoes for the first time. So it's like map bonus and PoE.
Okay, and when do you get 50 points? Is it maxed Woven faction?
Well, half the points are split between the ranks, and half of the points come from completing the map bonuses the first time, basically, is how it's set up.
Oh no,
and 50 points is the max.
Fuck, I lost.
There are roughly 70 nodes in the Weaver tree, which offer different ways to adjust your Monolith of Fate. Some examples: place an item to imprint it in a slot to have a chance for similar items to be granted as an extra reward when completing echoes. Gain a chance for beacons to be replaced by more difficult. Okay, this is just the nodes. We went through all of them. Woven Echoes. Woven Echoes are a new specialized item type of echo that glimpses into the Weaver's new world and introduces a lot of exciting new content and rewards to Last Epoch's endgame. These can be woven into timelines, echoes, webs via the altar of the Weaver found at the end of the cemetery of the erased side zone and run like other echoes. There are 36 different Woven Echoes coming with the release of Season 2. Woven Echoes are items that can be found in the tombs and cemeteries and can be purchased from the NPC mask or generated in the Echo Web through certain nodes of the Weaver's tree. You unlock new Woven Echoes that you can purchase from the mask as you advance in the ranks of the Woven. However, not all Woven Echoes are purchasable. Woven Echo items specify their type in the tooltip as a crafting Woven Echo, boss Woven Echo, or Woven Echo. Woven Echoes contain endgame bosses, and crafting awards are signified with icons inside of the Woven Echoes tab. Woven Echoes with a plus icon on the Woven Echo tab indicate that completing the Woven Echo will grant you a Weaver tree point. Woven Echoes can be added to your Echo Web via the altar of the Weaver after you kill a cemetery boss. Once they are added, you can play them like you would a normal Echo. In a party, players may each add Woven Echoes to their own individual timelines.
Ooh.
So they stream this, Carve on the reveal stream. You do the boss inside of the cemetery. That's like its own node. And then after you kill the boss, you go to this altar, you click it, and then you place them down. Like you are literally putting them in the mono web, and so you can make like whatever layout or whatever like you want for the Woven Echoes.
Nice.
So if you had enough Woven Echoes, you could theoretically only be running Woven Echoes if you wanted. Can
you buy those?
You can buy them from the vendor, yeah.
From Mask. Yeah, I was gonna say that. Let's take a shot every time. The patch notes has Woven Echoes.
Example rewards found in... some...
Woven Echo drops are signified by a teal on gold item label and are shown on the minimap.
Oh yeah, some Woven Echoes feature completely new endgame bosses such as the Draw Queen of Ignixarios and Antipode Dragon. Others feature endgame enhanced versions of existing mini bosses and boss encounters, such as Haruspex Orion, Majasa, and an Uber version of Aberoth. Other Woven Echoes provide unique challenges and rewards not found in normal Echoes. Some rewards even affect other nearby unconquered Echoes. Example rewards found in Woven Echoes: new endgame crafting options. Set item crafting. Shatter set items into set shards and apply them like normal affixes to make the item count toward that set bonus.
That's a really cool idea.
I actually think this like set item stuff is like genius. Like
yeah.
if you're gonna put set items in your game, this is like probably
This
the
is
best
like
way to
how
do
you
it.
do it, yeah.
Or just like don't have them in your game. I mean, that's an option
Yep.
too. But if you're going to do set bonuses, this is
Ooh,
like
yeah.
a way to make your
Yippee.
item
Wow.
not suck and have fixed affixes that everybody hates, and you can still
Yeah.
like benefit from getting like the set item and stuff. The thing about these set items though is they are mutually exclusive with legendaries, so
Thank
you
you, Dark
can't
Agent.
have or you cannot put these
This is either
set
gonna be
affixes
based
onto
or
uniques.
cringe.
Yeah,
or
you can't
legendaries.
slam them into them. Okay.
Can't slam them. So that's like the downsides.
Yeah. So it competes with the legendary slot, which makes sense. Like having a good exalted item with a set bonus on it, like that's good. It's
Yeah.
a good slot for some builds. I'm sure it's gonna be like better than some uniques or legendaries.
Reroll legendary potential. Rerolls the legendary potential of uniques that have at least one LP.
Thank you, Arthur.
Attribute swap. Swap an item's attributes: strength, intelligence, attunement, dexterity. So notice vitality isn't here,
Mm-hmm.
but all the other attributes are.
Okay.
It's because vitality is a DPS affix for Void Knight.
Mm-hmm.
Or another selected attributes. Reroll unique or set item mod values. Reroll mod and implicit values of unique and set items by sacrificing another of the same type with at least equal power level. But this shit is actually crazy. So, you know how you get like Nihilus from the Aberoth?
Yeah.
So let's say you slam your Nihilus, or you have like a 1 LP Nihilus, and it has garbage rolls. You can get another Nihilus with no LP, put it into the Weaver or the Nemesis egg. You remember the incubator guy with the egg? That will force it to get a legendary affix, which considers it to be 1 LP. Right? And then you can use those as fuel to re-roll your Nihilus with LP.
Like divine it.
Yes, and you can divine it to be really good with LP, and then slam your item at the end.
Mm-hmm.
So all of those like amulets, the Nihiluses you're dropping, you can use as divine fuel, basically, and then you're just incubating them in the Nemesis. Once you have a really good roll, you can then slam your item at the end. It's really crazy for items like Nihilus and Omnis, which have like really wide roll ranges, right?
Yeah.
So if you get a 1 LP Omnis, but it's garbage roll, you can get a bunch of 0 LP Omnises, put them in the Nemesis egg,
divining it.
and use them as fuel, divine, until you can slam your your Omnis at the end.
It's interesting.
So, all of those uniques are always gonna have value.
Yeah, basically like
Gotcha game.
a lot of these uniques
Wait,
that had really
what?
crazy roll ranges, they can be used as fuel to divine the 1 LP or even maybe 2 LP versions of this unique.
It gives value to 0 LP items, yeah. Huh.
I think it's going to be used a lot for Nihilus and Omnis
Yeah.
specifically. Because those
This
have like
is,
crazy ranges and they're really powerful if they're high roll.
This is not
But
a
then, like
gotcha
getting
game.
LP with a high roll is like way hard, but you can like craft them now kind of by just divining them over and over. Experimental item crafting. Replace a prefix mod with an experimental prefix. Woven Echo exchange. Sacrifice 3 Woven Echoes to gain a random one. It's just 3 to 1.
Yep.
Corruption catch up for alt characters. Adding a new enemy to your possible Nemesis encounters. Void Nemesis. Guaranteed unique drops. Class specific gear. Conquering a Woven Echo for the first time usually grants at least 1 Weaver Tree point. The points are shared with all characters sharing the same stash. 13 points can be earned from the Weaver faction ranks, and the remaining 37 come from conquering Woven Echoes.
Oh, nice.
Threshold of Eternity Uber Aberoth
So it'll be
is
like
an
40
exception
plus
and grants
really
no
soon.
Weaver Tree points.
As soon as you
Woven
run
Echoes
40 of
auto-store
them.
to their new inventory tab upon pickup. This can be toggled off in the game settings. Idle Enchanting. At the end of the tombs and cemeteries will be a woven enchanted device, which can be used to enchant your class-specific idols. So this is like the 1x3s, the 2x2s, like the big ones.
Yeah.
Only. Enchanting an idol will grant 1 enchanted affix and turn the idol into a heretical idol of the same subtype. Enchanting an idol adds an enchanted affix up to tier 4 and some Weaver's Touch, where the combined amount of the tiers on the enchanted affix and Weaver's Touch is between 5 and 14. For example, it could add a tier 1 enchanted affix and 4 Weaver's Touch, or up to tier 4 enchanted affix and 10 Weaver's Touch.
Damn.
So you can incubate
That's
these with
crazy.
the new
Yeah.
runes.
What
Similar to
the
Weaver's
fuck?
Will items, when you have a heretical idol equipped and slay an enemy, you will have a chance to either increase the tier of an enchanted affix or add a new one and expand Weaver's Touch. Enchanted idols can have up to 2 enchanted affixes in addition to the 2 standard affixes they normally have. Idols can be re-enchanted for a memory amber cost, which removes any existing enchanted affixes or Weaver's Touch before enchanting it. Again, adding an enchanted affix in Weaver's Touch. So you can just re-enchant them over and over if you get a bedroll.
Mm-hmm.
The
Yeah.
new Rune of Weaving out of this patch can be used to consume the Weaver's Touch like it can for Weaver's Will. Woven Enchanter has a limited number of uses based on its location. 1 when used inside of a tomb, 2 in a cemetery, 3 in the Sepulchre of the Lost, or 4 in the Cenotaph of Worlds. If you're in a party, each player can use the Woven Enchanter device independently.
Hell yeah. Functions in
Set-
group play, guys.
Set items can now be shattered at the Forge of Shattering in the Great Bridge. Woven Echo. This yields shards specific to that set item, which can be crafted onto other items, making them into reforged set items. This makes them count as that set item toward the set bonus. Set shards and shattering. There are set shards and new affixes for every set that have been added, once per item, 1 per set item. All set affixes are named for their set item and end with the word reforged. Shattering set items drops 1 to 4 matching shards per item shattered. Set shards cannot drop naturally. They can only be created by shattering matching set items. Each use of the Forge of Shattering will shatter all items placed inside and expend 1 use. If you're in a party, each player can use the Forge of Shattering independently. Holy shit.
Damn.
Linear party scaling. Not shared resolve bar and fucking balls in a vice.
Window shopping?
You can all check the
Reforged.
window.
Reforged set items. Crafting a set affix onto an item reforges it and turns it into a reforged set item, but it can still be crafted. Reforged set items will be considered a matching item for the corresponding set and count toward the set bonus. They'll be named after their set, i.e. Zarek's Ambition Reforged. Because reforged set items are considered set items, they will follow the same loot filter and tab priority rules as set items. Reforged set shards can be used to craft items in the Forge. Reforged set shards can only be crafted on the same item type as their set item, but can use any base type. So, for example, if you have a staff set, like, if the original set item is a staff, you have to craft that onto a staff.
Yeah.
Like the slot, but it can be a different base type. An item can only have 1 type of set affix at a time. Each set affix provides 2 stats based on the original set item. It's like a hybrid affix. Set items still cannot be shattered by the Rune of Shattering or removed with the Rune of Removal to gain shards, only by the new Forge of Shattering in the Great Bridge.
Okay.
However, reforged items can be shattered.
Oh.
Set affixes can be sealed with the Glyph of Despair. Set affixes cannot be
That's
granted to
pretty
the
sick.
use. Yeah, so you can craft it once and then seal it, and then you get the set bonus. If you just want the set bonus, but the mod is garbage. Set affixes cannot be granted to the use of the Glyph of Chaos, Glyph of Vanity, Rune of Redemption, Rune of Discovery, or Weaver Tree imprinting. Oh, imprinting is blocked too. Interesting. Set affixes can be crafted normally to T5 as usual using the new Rune of Havoc, which shuffles all affix tiers within an item except sealed affixes. You can potentially get T6 and 7 as well. LP rerolling. Can use the Transmuting Gem in the Farsight Turtle Woven Echo to reroll the legendary potential of all items placed into it. Rerolled items will either improve or lose their existing LP.
This is awesome.
If you use the Transmuting Gem and legendary potential is lost, you'll receive a number of random rare affix shards equal to the legendary potential lost. Only legendary potential is rerolled, not implicits or unique modifiers. If you're in a party, each player can use the Transmuting Gem independently.
Wow.
Note, if you lose all legendary potential on an item, then it can be used to replace it. Then it can then be used to replace the egg of the Forgotten in a Nemesis encounter, giving you another chance to give a unique item high legendary potential, or turn it into a useful legendary item.
Cooking.
So, pretty sure any of these garbage items, like if you pick up an LP item, like an LP1 item, it's like not worth selling, but maybe you can collect them in a tab.
In here.
Do this echo and jam in like literally 50 of these items and reroll all of them, and they either all get deleted or they'll go to 0 LP and then you'll just leave them on the floor, or they'll go up LP and then you can potentially sell them because they're worth more. So
yeah.
in the Gauntlet of Strife Woven Echo, you'll be challenged by a sequence of boss encounters, and by completing it, you'll be rewarded with access to the Sacrificial Altar, which can be used to sacrifice a unique legendary Weaver's Will or set item to reroll all the affixes of a matching item. So this is divining.
Eternal. Good.
Right. So this is like using the fuel
Yeah.
to reroll.
Yeah. Then even if someone pointed out, even if some of these roll into 0, you can still use them to like divine your high LP shit later, with this other mechanic.
Yep. In a party, each player can use the sacrificial altar independently. Swap attributes. Use the relic of the observers in the Origins Watch to replace a non-sealed attribute affix with a different attribute of your choosing. Plus, all attributes and plus vitality cannot be replaced or chosen. Sealed affixes cannot be replaced. The tier and roll range of the replaced affix will be preserved. If you're in a party, each player can use the relic. Experimental item crafting. Experimental item crafting is done exclusively by the thaumaturgy device in the Rune Prison Complex to replace a prefix with an experimental affix on boots, gloves, or belt. This change makes itemization more approachable. You remember insight crafting? Did you do that at all?
Yeah. Wasn't
That
a big
shit was
fan.
fucking...
Yeah.
With the tiers, and it's like...
Yeah.
Must have 2 prefixes and not an experimental affix. The chance of higher tier outcomes increases with the combined prefix tiers. Exalted prefixes contribute much more increase to the chance of a higher tier outcomes. Max tier outcome is 5, but a Rune of Havoc can be used to swap an exalted tier onto the experimental affix you added. So yeah, you can craft one of these and then Havoc, the experimental mod at T7. If you're in a party, each player can use a thaumaturgy device independently. We have removed the glyph of insight or Rune of Research from the game.
Oh, thank God. Okay.
Developer note. Rune of Research was previously guaranteed and the only way to seal an experimental affix. Experimental affixes cannot be obtained as shards, which means that the experimental affixes are no longer able to be sealed. We felt this a trade-off for the ability to more easily target experimental affixes on good item bases and the ability to increase them to higher tiers of Rune of Havoc. You can't seal these anymore. At all, even with despairs. Crazy. New crafting materials, Runes of Havoc.
Yeah.
This shit OP. This shit is crazy.
Yeah. This is
So,
gonna
like-
be rare.
You know, like, double exalted items? Like,
Yeah.
fire-
Life regen,
fire-
stun chance, dex strength, or dex int, or something.
Or like on boots, like I could have health regen, stun chance, and then like movement speed
Movement
CDR.
speed CDR, yeah.
And the movement speed and CDR are T1. And let's say I
Yeah.
have exalted stun chance and fucking whatever health regen. I could like swap it and then put exalted,
Just get
double
lucky.
exalted movement speed CDR, and then take that item and slam it onto a unique. And I have like a double exalted 2 LP boots with like, it's just crazy.
One of
like,
them
what you can do with this.
guarantees, and the other one's a gamba. Like,
1 and 3, yeah.
it's crazy.
Shuffles the tiers of affixes on exalted and the rolls the affixes within the tiers are preserved. Cannot result in all affixes having the same tiers as before, guaranteeing at least one change in tier, and it cannot be used on items where all non-sealed affixes have the same tier. Sealed affixes are unaffected. Rune of Redemption randomly changes the exalted affixes T6 and 7 onto a different affix. Does not change the tiers of the affixes or the rolls. So yeah, you like it
It's
just
just
randomly
gamba
changes it.
reroll, yeah. Hope
I can
for the
change-
best.
I'm chaos orbing the exalted
Yeah.
item or the exalted mod. So you can like use this for resistances on suffixes maybe. Like
If you have like a really good base.
affixes can only be changed to ones that spawn on the item when dropped from regular enemies. Sealed affixes are unaffected. Rune of Weaving is the accelerator weaver thing. Eternity Cache. To Pearl Sanctum T2 and above, you can select one affix from your exalted item to guarantee is included in your resulting legendary item when sealing the Eternity Cache. Add a small chance for a critical success that can cause the unique item to take on more affixes than its legendary potential. This
What
chance
the
scales with the
fuck?
chance for the unique to drop with higher legendary potential.
Damn.
For example, if
Okay,
you're using a calamity
so-
with 1 LP, the chance for a critical success depends on the chance of a calamity dropping with 2 or more LP at level 100.
Okay, so if it's
So a
an
red ring is
item...
never gonna happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Damn.
There's a lot of common items though. You can get like 3 LP like fucking candy, but
Mm-hmm.
honestly, like you're not gonna ever expect this to happen because like
Yeah.
you'd rather just buy a 4 LP like Grimoire, for example, like. Or
Yeah, if it's
some of these,
common,
like,
you'll buy a
rares.
4 LP anyway, and if it's rare, it's probably never gonna happen. But like in the
We're never gonna-
midway, you might hit like a 2 LP Barbude or, you know, something that just happens to +1, like...
Yeah. Added a new class of enemy champion to the game. Champions are a subset of rare enemies with unique names and more powerful abilities. 20 champions have been added, like rogue exiles, basically. Champions will be larger than normal enemies, have an orange highlight to distinguish themselves as a champion. Champions are based on existing enemies but have added and altered abilities. Each champion has 3 random mods, a prefix and a suffix like other rare enemies, and a new champion mod that grants it an extra ability.
Okay.
It's Arch Nemesis.
Yeah.
Champions can spawn in the campaign, in dungeons, and the Monolith, but they only spawn in areas of level 6 or above. Oh, so we're gonna get it early. Nice. We're gonna get fucked in the campaign. You know there's gonna be some fucking giant bear or whatever like chasing us who has like hasted and like fucking tornado vortex and like you can't run away.
Oh,
And the
No, I have the strat snap. Don't worry. I
Just
taunt,
Shield
run
charge off screen.
the opposite side of the party, and then warp to you.
Warp, yeah. need an extract.
Need an extract. Champion affixes are a subtype of personal affixes and as such cannot exist as shards. Items with champion affixes are always rare or exalted. Examples: +1 maximum companions and minion damage.
Okay.
Whoa. +1 max companions is crazy.
Uh-oh.
Are these sealed? Are these sealed? Or am I stupid?
Cannot exist as shards. Rare.
They said
or
champions also
exalted.
drop an item with a sealed champion affix. Okay.
Oh.
+1 maximum companions.
That's
That's-
crazy, man.
Oh shit.
So we're cooking a companion build. So
Uh-oh.
I don't know. Maybe we could use this. But these are sealed, so this means they can't be on legendaries, which you know is not the greatest. Legendaries are powerful, so like this. I wonder what slot that's on. Chance to cast Electrify on hit and chance to cast Smite on hit with throwing attacks 10 times per 2, so 5 times a second. X minions teleported around you after you use a traversal skill and minion damage. This mod's nice. You're playing a minion build, unironically.
Yeah.
Increased spell damage and chance for Lightning Blast to chain 4 additional times. Ward per second and current health converted to ward when you directly cast a necrotic spell. Added melee damage and +1 charge for Void Cleave. Those are not all of them. This is just some. They're just giving examples. Champions also have a small chance to drop exceptional loot, such as a pile of uniques. Champion encounters and their rewards can be influenced by nodes on the Weaver tree.
Yeah.
Monolith
I
and
saw
dungeon
that.
updates. Added new objectives for the Monolith. Slay X champions, slay X exiled mages, activate
Oh.
shrines until ambush, open lost caches until ambush, stabilize the echo. Unstable rifts will open throughout the zone, find the rifts, slay all enemies. These are like kind of like mini breaches, kind of. Close them, stabilize the echo. Completing the objective also rewards bonus stability for the timeline. Find the cocooned item, slay enemies until one of the cocoon item drops. Completing this objective will drop cocoon uniques, an unidentified unique of a specific
Ooh.
base type.
Yo, these objective it's not 150, it's 150% off the completion reward. So that's a lot.
Yeah.
We were always complaining how it's like not worth to like clear for like the bonus. Now it's these objectives seem more worth to do. I
Like
think.
this is actually going to make the end game feel a lot more varied because a lot of
Yeah.
the objectives in Monolith were run
You
to the
just charge
dildo.
to the end and kill one little statue or one boss or,
Or
2
3 waves of
patrolling
mobs.
rares.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But this is like adding a lot of variety, I think, to your like
Yeah.
end games. Like adding shrines, like you can click like 10 shrines or click like 5 caches, and then like you get an ambush. So there's feel like
And you can spec into like more champions and more exiles on the tree if you want, and to like lean more into that. That's cool. Coffee.
Sorry, one sec. Okay. Shared Monolith timeline unlocks. Non-empowered timeline unlocks are now shared between characters that have access to the same stash. This means that if you unlocked empowered timelines on one character, then another character with access to the same stash needs to only complete one timeline to unlock empowered timelines. The timeline still must be a level 90 timeline. Doesn't apply to characters retroactively existing in standard. You need to complete them once for legacy characters. Shade of Orbis now scales with area level. To compensate for this change, the shade is now 42% less health and deals 20% less damage at baseline. This results in it having 50% more health and scaling 5% more damage than it did before level 100. This does not change how the shade scales with corruption or distance from the center of the echo web. So it's just the level scaling.
Okay.
Arena Echo changes. Arena Echoes have fewer waves overall and provide better rewards. Most enemies in the arena now move faster when they are further away from the player, allowing them to engage the player faster. Random
Nice.
champion now spawns at the end of the arena's last wave.
Okay.
Enemies spawn faster, fix the minimap not generating, and some arena echoes, fix the wave count not showing. Spire
Okay.
changes.
Good,
Spire
good
objective
arena
echoes. All
changes.
spires will now spawn with Spire Guardians. Spire Guardians are now special mini bosses that guard the spires and their echoes. Spires will now wait to attack you until you're in combat with the Spire Guardian. While you're in
Classic.
combat with the Spire Guardian, the Spire can still attack you anywhere in the zone. Spires will have a protective shield around them and cannot be damaged until the Spire Guardian has been defeated. Wait, I have a clip regarding this. Hold on. One sec. I'll send this in Last Epoch channel if you want to watch it. This is what they're fixing, by the way.
Oh, is this one day when they pre-shot
This is
you?
the I walked like 2 feet and died.
I've simple.
Actually, I think Chili died in this clip too.
I
If you watch
remember
Chili-
this.
If you walk in, or if you watch it slowly, Chili walks in and frame 1 dies with a pan.
I've gotten simple.
He also dies.
Chili's in, Chili's dead.
What the fuck?
This is what they're fixing with this change.
Nice. Oh shit.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, so that's what they're fixing. It's funny.
Nice.
When you die in an echo, all items in a small area around your corpse are brought with you to the echo of a world. That's actually really nice. So it's like sometimes when you're doing the mage or the nemesis, you like die when your item is done incubating because he like does some beams and shit and they persist a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you happen to die while incubating something, it'll come back to you so you don't lose your item.
Yeah.
Improved end of time and Monolith Hub visuals.
Warp back to loot.
Current corruption value for each timeline is now shown on the world map screen, so you don't have to enter the timeline to check its corruption level. Timeline corruption quests, the last quest echo in a timeline, now rewards significantly more experience, but have a limit based on the percent experience required for a character of that level to reach the next level.
Okay.
Echo objectives are no longer rerolled each time you repeat an echo. Instead, they will always keep the same objective, even if exited and re-entered. Fucking fuck you, Tarek. This for you. They changed this. This the speedrunners would go in and see a shit objective and like leave and re-enter until it was like a fast one.
Oh my god.
It was a slow one. Rust Land Arena traps are now deactivated during the rest period between every 5 waves. Improved game performance in Monolith where there is a locate objective. Counters in the Fall of Liege quests have been simplified. Echo repeated entrance abuse prevention. Re-entering echoes that have previously been entered have a
shit.
reduced amount of events, such as Nemesis or Exalted Mages, drop less loot. This prevents us from having to drastically reduce the amount of content and rewards echoes contain, as leaving and re-entering them on purpose was emergent gameplay and would be very strong and unintuitive gameplay loop that we want to avoid.
Mm-hmm.
Added a message to echo tooltips that had previously been entered, noting that random mechanics will be less likely to occur.
Okay.
People were abusing resetting zones.
Yeah, people. Key charms are a new item in season 2 that can be used at the entrance of any dungeon to modify your dungeon experience. There are currently 2 types of key charms: portal charms and scale charms. Portal charms can be used at the entrance of any dungeon to create a portal that will take your whole party directly to the boss. Using the
Hell
portal
yeah.
charm will apply a random floor modifier to the boss as though you'd fought the dungeon normally. Scale charms can be used at the entrance of any dungeon to greatly increase the spawn rate of
Finally.
loot lizards found during that run. Scale charms cannot be bought; they will only drop by enemies. Right. So it sounds like a meme, but loot lizards are actually fucking OP, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
The green lizards drop you glyphs of envy. I wonder if like actually killing the loot lizards inside of the dungeon and getting envies is faster stability than
Actually playing
doing
echoes.
monoliths.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know how
What
many
the
are
fuck?
spawning. Black Market Key Trader. The Black Market Key Trader can be found in Majelka Upper District and will trade 3 keys of any kind for a portal charm. So you can like vendor your shit
Based.
keys into more portal charms.
Yeah. That's awesome.
You can now respawn in dungeons by expending a key. You'll respawn near the area where you died or just outside the boss area if you died while fighting a dungeon boss. During a dungeon boss fight, if you're in a party and all players have died, only one party member needs to spend a key for the party to respawn and continue. A spectate button has also been added to the death screen, allowing you to watch your party continue to fight while you are dead. You cannot move the camera while spectating.
Oh, that's
Quest and
cool.
unlocks.
Yeah, at least you can watch if you're lying on the floor. Oh.
Quests and unlocks. Completing Temporal Sanctum, Lightless Arbor, and Soulfire Bastion for the first time now reward 2 passive points and 1 idle unlock.
Ooh.
Okay.
Okay, so we have to do them once at least. Okay.
No, it's still obeying the cap of the 15 skill points in the campaign. It's just this is a new way to like get your points.
It just goes into the pool of things.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
that's
you
cool.
could potentially skip another side quest and go and do these instead. But
Yeah.
I don't know how fast you're gonna be able to get portal charms or whatever to like. Like, are you really gonna go and do the whole sanctum just to get your skill point?
No.
I don't know.
Well, you only need 3 keys to have a guaranteed portal
It's
charm, right?
it's one of each key. You need one Lightless Arbor, one Temporal Sanctum.
Yeah, no, Evan means like you could wait with this until you have 4 keys and then you just skip straight to the boss and get your point and the dungeon
potentially.
reward. But yeah.
Are these keys still tradable? Or
No,
were they
they're not-
never?
they
They
were
were
never
never.
tradable.
Are the charms tradable?
None of this stuff is no currency, like the keys, whatever,
Okay.
runes, anything is
Okay,
tradable.
okay.
None of it is tradable.
But
Did it
we
say-
had a full tab of keys like after like a couple of days, so but they drop a lot. We just have to 3 to 1
First
them.
time, okay. I was gonna say we could just literally do this for all of our passive points, but it's only one time.
Nah, yeah, some of these side quests are 1 minute in a cave or whatever.
Yeah.
We should get them done, I
We'll
guess.
probably do the full campaign run that we did, or not full campaign, but full completion like for quests and idols. It's like fucking not that hard.
No.
You're like Tamano, you're like late Tamano's like 15-20 minutes, but like who fucking cares? Unless the fucking servers are blowing up and we have to go to Monolith again at like level 20 or 10. All right, this is the meat of the update. Class and skill updates. Skill changes section contains skill bug fixes as well as some changes that are relevant to bug fixes to the same skill. Ailments. Time Rot base damage is now 60. Time Rot, Doom, and Abyssal Decay now use different rules for being replaced when the afflicted character is at a maximum stacks of that ailment. They will only be replaced if the newly applied ailment would deal more damage than the remaining damage of an existing application of that ailment. For example, if you applied Abyssal Decay that will deal 1,000 total damage, since its stack limit is 1, any further attempts at applying Abyssal Decay will not apply the ailment unless the new ailment's total damage exceeds the remaining damage of the existing stack. So after 50% of that Abyssal Decay's remaining duration, it will have 500 damage left. So a new application would need to deal over 500 damage total to replace it.
That was a very long-winded description, but I get it.
Okay.
I don't do dots in video games. I have never in an ARPG wanted to play a dot build ever.
Same.
But
Only when it's so superior to a non-dot build. Like
Yeah.
it has to
guess.
be way more powerful. Like Seismic Poison, I played in PoE because it was just so powerful. But
Yeah.
if I have an option to not play one, I will play that instead every time.
I also don't. I just don't know how dots work in PoE. Genuinely, I'm looking at a poison build. I'm like, what? How do you scale this? Like, how does it work? I just like
It's
I
not
don't.
hard at all.
No, but I haven't looked into it, and so I just don't have knowledge of how the mechanics work. Like, I don't know if it's like if you crit and the original hit is like bigger, you're doing like more poison, so is like crit multi an important stat? Like
And then they have like a very sad ceiling of like the dot cap because it's like the 2.4, like the big number, but it's over a minute, so it's actually like 30 something million. And I mean it's okay damage, but like you can get so much more damage in PoE with like insta hit builds or fast attacking or fast casting builds. That just kind of meh.
Instant cast abilities can be used
Grats
immediately during
is
evade.
nice.
The player can use abilities after stun effect ends if the player was stunned during the evade.
We made some progress.
Movement has been made smoother for the
I'll
game
show you
with more than
later.
60 FPS. Evade is now smoother in online mode. Evade no longer stutters at the edges of the map. The evade animation no longer gets stuck if the skill is cast at the edge of an obstacle. Fixed an issue where mages could get stuck after the evade animation. Fixed an issue where the second cast of evade would break if clicked quickly. Fixed getting stuck in evade when used it after skills such as teleport, transplant, and void cleave. Movement skills, bug fixes. Doubled the max accessible path length for movement skills. This allows you to traverse over open gaps that would take up to 60 units to walk around.
Nice.
So you can like jump over gaps easier now.
Doubled it.
Because I think it like has to pathfind, and if it's like a valid pathfind, then it lets you do it.
Yeah.
Fix the bug where skills that make you immune during movement did not prevent damage dealt to ward. Fix the bug causing some movement abilities to not adjust the character to the terrain. Fix the bug where using a movement ability at the
They
edge
do
of a
sales,
walkable
but
area will
not.
sometimes
I don't
cause
think
the
there
player
will
to
be a
move in the
sale for
opposite
this
direction
launch. Of course,
for
I
their
can't
aim.
tell.
Fixed cases
but,
where movement abilities would lead
yeah.
the player unable to move until another skill is used. You had that bug, right?
Yeah, I
Evan?
know.
The
No,
strike
it's
bug?
snap.
Yeah, I remember it.
It's alright.
It's fixed.
We're gonna
Very
play
good.
together on launch.
Minion bug fixes. Minions will now avoid targeting enemies that are currently invulnerable. Fix the bug which caused many minions to not receive the inherent 50% less damage from powerful abilities. In particular, all Acolyte and Sentinel
arguing
minions
QL,
suffered
what?
from this bug.
Okay. I can't.
Okay, fix the bug where minions sometimes won't show up next to the player despite the HUD displaying them being alive. Fix the case where minions were able to fight enemies while players are in grace period. PoE fixed that like how many years ago?
Oh, God.
Fix the bug that caused some minions to spawn in invalid locations. Fix an issue where players' grace period did not consistently apply to minions as well. Minions that are distant from the player or on the other side of the impassable barriers created at the start of the Hosprix Orion or Lagon boss fights are now teleported around the player shortly after the barriers are created. This excludes totems and other permanently immobile minions such as bone prisms. Manifest armor and wraith lords are now responsive at higher movement speeds.
I don't have a PoE 2
Reducing
thoughts
instances
video.
of the
No, I'm
minions
sorry.
skating and
I
struggling
have
to move
exclamation
towards
mark
intended
PoE 2
destination in a timely fashion.
tweets
Fix the
before,
bug where a downed companion's revivable visuals would persist if the
and then I have like. No.
while
no,
the companion
sorry.
was down. Sorry, give me just
I-
a moment here. One sec.
I don't have a follow up. I think the changes they're making are good. I've commented on Twitter on like their news posts whenever they released a new one. If the changes were good, I said they were good. Like I agree with a lot of the stuff they've been working on recently. Ever since the Ziz interview. So good track for sure. I'm not gonna play PoE 2 for a while. I'm not really excited to log in. I'm addicted to WoW. I'm playing WoW a bunch, and we're gonna play Last Epoch in a week for a week or two or something. We'll see how long. And then probably some more WoW, and then PoE 1 League is coming up sometime late May, probably early June would be my guess. And maybe after that there will be the next PoE 2 update. Maybe then we'll play. But yeah, that's how I feel right now. Let them cook for a bit. Exactly. Last Epoch has been cooking for sure. I'm pretty sure 0.3 is gonna have some good endgame stuff, like late June of which year? This year. I mean, Mark said
Sorry
that it's
about that.
they are currently targeting like end of May.
Where were we? Fix
for
the bug where abilities
announcing
which
PoE
replace
1
evade will not
stuff.
trigger after evade use effects such as Nihilist's Frenzy after evade use. Instant abilities should no longer stop channeling abilities, such as the case of the Holy Aura while channeling Warpath. Fix the bug where leech provided
That's
by skill
nice.
trees could ignore effects such as Boulder Fist cannot leech affix if the player had no other sources of leech. Fix the bug where instant skills cannot benefit from several effects that require direct cast. For example, static when directly cast was not able to consume Abyssal Right stacks. Set the displayed mana cost of many sub-skills to 0. As these sub-skills cannot be directly cast. Players are now never
Life
required
is
to
fair,
pay their
thanks.
mana cost for these non-zero values were just display errors. Added a sub-skill tooltip in many places where skill trees where they were absent. Reduced situations where Shield Rush, Rampage, Flame Rush could move the player outside the map.
Oops.
The player now displays the correct combo skill animation when casting the ability in online mode. Even if a combo skill? Jonathan?
No,
Even if multiple identical combo skills are selected in the bar. Fix the combo skill iteration logic when adding multiple identical skills to the bar simultaneously. Improved appearance of some orbiting abilities, such as Hammer Vortex. Fix the bug removing a modifier that increased the maximum number of a companion while having the maximum amount of that companion would result in an extra companion being downed instead of despawned. Fix the bug in online mode where casting abilities with near 0 mana would trigger the ability animation without actually using the ability. Okay. Improved directional movement of shuriken projectiles and Sentinel's hammers when with chain ricochet nodes in online. Fix an issue where abilities would reset their cooldown when transitioning between scenes in online mode. Reduce instances of abilities visually disappearing early or rapidly accelerating at the end of their movement when playing at higher latencies. Fix an issue where instant abilities would sometimes fail to cast until you manually cast it. Fix some cases where abilities would fail to trigger due to elevation differences. Fix an
Yeah, I
issue so
had
various
that.
player and enemy
Nice.
abilities, projectiles, and effects will now render and move more consistently in offline mode. Skills that have orbiting effects will no longer jitter or move irregularly when
Okay,
orbiting a moving
offline mode.
character.
Offline mode.
Sentinel.
Okay.
Sentinel class has been updated significantly with the aim of making the class more fun. Through many skill changes,
Wow.
more powerful, and varied through new and updated passive skill trees and rework of Time Rot and more. Fearless grants 5% health regen per point from 10. Yo, they nerfed it!
Instant nerf. What the fuck?
What
That's
the
not more
fuck,
fun.
man? Added a new Forge Guard node, Forge Master's Might, to allow you to equip a shield alongside a two-handed sword, axe, mace, or spear.
life regen.
While you have a two-handed weapon and shield equipped, you and your minions deal 20% less damage. Holy shit, 20% less. And 10% less attacking cast speed, and haste instead grants 10% block chance. Paladin.
Okay, I mean that
First
instead
mastery
of
bonus
200 plus shield.
1.5%
Okay.
more damage per 10% remaining health. Wow. 15% more damage if you're full health? Pretty good. Defiance now has a 5-point threshold that grants 1% endurance threshold per 2% uncapped Ellie res. Honor is renamed Honor. Is that the American spelling?
Which one?
50 block and 50
yeah.
stun avoidance.
Goodbye, honor.
And its non-scaling block chances are now 3-point threshold bonus and grants 3% block.
Okay. Not
Okay,
playing
more
PoE
block.
too. No.
Phoenix Strike grants 12% ignite chance. Now it's 5-point threshold bonus that grants 20% fire pen with ignite. Divine Bolt is now 4-point node. Grant 25% chance to grant Divine Bolt on melee hit per point, up to twice per second. Additionally, now has 3-point threshold bonus that grants a Divine Bolt projectile. Valor grants 12 health from 15. Also now grants 2% endurance.
Ooh.
Holy Symbol, in addition to healing you, also now grants 5 ward per second per point for 3 seconds, scaling with your increased healing effectiveness. What?
That seems strong.
How many points is it? Is it a 5-pointer?
It's on the planner now, so
25 per.
That seems really strong.
wait. Okay. I'm import. I'm migrating the build. Hold
Because
on.
it's like multiple
Oh.
thousand healing effectiveness on this build, right?
Yes. Well, you have 2,000 on the. There's two. We have 2 supports that me and Randall have been working on. There's a cleanser and the traditional healing paladin.
Mm-hmm.
So it's 30 ward per second if you max it out. I'm looking at the planner.
6 points.
It's 6 points. Yeah. So you have 30 ward per second times healing effectiveness. So like times 20. So it's like 600 ward per second or something extra just for blocking.
Damn. Okay.
That's pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Skilling.
Blinding Light now grants 7% blind chance, 7% electrify, no longer grants endurance, 5-point threshold that grants 25% blind and electrify duration. Okay, cool. Heaven's Bulwark is now 5 points that grants 30% reduced bonus damage taken from crits. Rise Strength now grants 1% fire resist shred per 2 points of strength from 4% increased fire damage if you hit an enemy with a melee attack recently. Shared Divinity is now 6 points, that's 10% more Divine Bolt damage per point. Now is a 4-point threshold that grants 1 Divine Bolt projectile. This is like the Javelin, Javazon
Yeah.
thing. Holy Icon is now 5-point threshold bonus that grants 7 health regen. Prayer has been removed and it has been replaced with Force of Devotion, grants 3 throwing damage per point, 10% throwing frailty chance, and 20% throwing armor shred. Piety has been reworked to a 6-point node that grants 3 Lightning Pen. Lightning Pen's good on tree. Really good. 6 lightning resist per point. Now has 5-point threshold bonus that grants 5% more damage to electrified enemies. More damage, more damage.
Okay. Yeah. Pen. and
Alignment
More damage.
has swapped places with Dedication. Is now 50% increased healing effect per point. More healing effect on tree. Doubled with spells that cost 10 mana.
Did something
Big.
change with YouTube
I think it's
streaming?
actually less healing effect
I don't know.
Is it?
You mean like you see more people streaming?
Well, this
So
is
the 30%
one
I
every
don't know.
3 seconds.
I've been
It's a
YouTube
cooldown.
streaming for many months. Probably
And it's doubled if your
Oh,
spell
I
costs
see.
almost
10
a year
mana.
now.
Dedication and swap places with alignment grants 1% increased max mana per point.
Just a couple more pages.
Sanctuary Guardians 3% increase cast speed with a shield per equipped. Shield equipped per point. 5-point threshold bonus that grants 15 all res with a shield. 20% melee ignite chance per point. Additionally, it has 5-point bonus that causes current ignite stacks on enemy to deal 50% more damage when you activate Holy Aura. Faith Armor grants 8% increased armor per point and 2 health regen per point. 5-point threshold that grants 2% health regen per attunement. Shield Wall 4.0 that grants 2 block chance per point.
Chatting.
That's crazy. You get 8 block chance. 4 health on block per point. As well as 5% less stun duration on you per point, but has a less punishing downside before. It gives you 30% less dodge chance from you cannot dodge.
So you can still... Okay, that's not bad.
You don't need dodge if you have block,
Yeah.
I'll be honest. If you're block cap,
Okay.
you do not need dodge. Holy Precision grants 10 in crit per point and 5% crit multi per point.
Mm-hmm.
It's just generic multi. 5-point threshold that grants +3 base crit. Penance is now 5% point threshold that grants 1% bleed duration per 20 endurance threshold.
Okay.
Righteous Firebrand is a 5-point node that grants 2% melee attack speed per point and 1% fire pen. Her 100% healing effectiveness. Okay. Prayer Aegis is now 15 health per point. 5 endurance threshold. 5-point threshold that gives you 7 endurance per 2 attunement. It's actually probably pretty good. Judgment of the Storm grants 5% shock chance, 5% lightning shred, 5% electrify, 5-point bonus that grants 1% more lightning damage over time per 2% added crit multiplier above the base 200%. Divine Essence node has been reworked to grant 1 attunement per point and 10% chance to gain a Divine Essence each second while at high health. Each stack lasts 10 seconds and grants 15% increased armor and healing effect and reduces damage over time taken by 5%. The more dot mitigation on this class.
Nice.
Love that for us.
5-point node, Covenant Light, that grants 4% increase effect per point to Holy Aura of Symbols of Hope. Is it both? This is worded weird.
It should be and, I'm pretty sure.
It's Holy Aura and
Symbol of Hope? Or?
effect? It's both. It's 20% aura effect of sigils and Holy Aura.
That's fucking broken.
Damn. Some buffs
Redemption's
here.
last stat line now grants 7% increased damage over time per point of the penance buff. Okay, 7 new point apex node behind Covenant Light called Covenant of Dominion that grants 8% increased physical fire and lightning damage per point as well as 1% increased movement speed per point. Holy Aura to grant 25% increased mana generation. Okay. Was that like 5 points threshold bonus? Added 7 new point apex node behind Covenant of Light called Covenant Protection that grants 8% increased armor per point and 2% of your armor applies to damage taken over time. You get even more dot mitigation.
What the fuck?
Additionally, it grants 5 health regeneration per Symbol of Hope. Just to you or to allies.
Wait, so this is gonna be 14% of your armor
dot
applies.
for
Damn.
free. The gloves are 23%, so like this is just adding more and more armor effectiveness to your dot mitigation.
That's sick.
Void Knight passive tree. Temporal Corruption no longer converts Smite to Void. Devouring Blade now grants 5% increased damage per point. From 10% increased damage for 4 seconds if you killed an enemy recently, and
Uber
1.1 leech per point.
Uber
They
Uber
added
off
leech.
Luth is gonna be crazy.
Doubled if you
probably.
killed an enemy. World Eater is now 1 point in Devouring Blade. Is it like a better way to go through this like patch notes if we actually look at the passive tree on the planner? Because aren't these all passive tree changes like in this section and like skill changes are later? Or
It might be worth having like both, like having like side, like doing split view, like left and right, so you can like. Cover.
Okay, I mean, we could just keep going through. World Eater is now 1 point in Devouring Blade. Melee Leech, 5 point threshold. That's 20% increased health leech rate. That's kind of good. Abyssal Endurance is 5 point threshold that grants 5% less void and physical damage taken. More or less damage. Temporal Corruption no longer has Smite conversion, has been moved to the Smite skill tree. Spar on Steel is now 8% increased melee damage per point. Additionally, it has 5 point threshold bonus that grants 25% AoE to skills. Void Blade now grants plus
Damn.
3 melee damage. What? This node here is plus 3. It's
Oh.
20. It's 24 flat damage.
That's pretty
What's
good.
the spell one on top?
And it's armor
Is it
mid.
matching?
Holy shit.
It's
Yeah.
3 throwing void.
What the fuck?
An increased spell void. Oh.
Void Corruption is now an 8.0 that grants 10% increased crit
That's
chance, and the
crazy.
1% crit multiplier per point in the Void Knight tree is now 5-point threshold bonus. So this is
That was a
1%. This is 1% multi per point you spend in the tree.
That was there before. It was a 1-pointer. I'm pretty sure. It just like that was the only thing it did.
Last
Dark
Epoch
Mod.
Tools shows the tooltip changes in old and new. Ooh.
How do I do that?
Linking.
Because if that's a better format to like look at the changes.
Passive tree, 2 nodes updated. Avalanche, 1 node updated. It's like red and green is the new, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, and this is changelog. Yeah, this is. Oh, that's nice.
There's 300 fucking lines in the Sentinel tree.
Yeah.
What?
This is a patch book.
What is easier? So this is like skill changes though. We're only looking at
Skill
passive tree
and
changes.
Passive, I guess. No, there is passive tree and skill changes here. Yeah. They're
16
categorized.
skills added, 175 skills updated.
What the fuck?
No, that one's just.
Bro.
Is,
Yeah, it says new node, new node, new node.
no, but that's just.
You see, you click like Sentinel. And it's
Yeah,
like
but
4
I
new
don't
nodes
even-
on the passive.
not-
I think
think
this
you-
is better.
Nah,
Is
just
it
keep-
better?
To be honest.
Just keep reading. Fries
Yeah.
in the bag.
I can flip between like the actual tree whenever we want clarification, but Dark
Jesus.
Maws 2% health regen per 2% increase health. What the fuck is Dark Maw? Where is it? This one. Okay, 2% health here. Void Bolts is now called Void Waves. 3% throwing damage. Or plus 3 flat, sorry, throwing damage per point. 10% increased spell damage, Spell Void. Unending Hunger now grants 2.2% melee leech per point. 10% increased leech rate. We can get even more leech rate? Crazy. Is that a threshold bonus? Wait, no, it's not. You get, what, 70% leech rate? What the fuck? That's crazy. Future Strike has been removed. Void Flux has been removed.
Wait, don't we have Ellie
Having a
login?
10-point note in Future Strike's place that grants 7%
Yeah, we
increased
do.
spell damage, 3% AoE for area spells. Just needs an 8-point threshold bonus that grants Abyssal Echoes 15% chance to echo. Doom Knight grants 6% health per point. It has a 5-point threshold that grants 5% more armor. Finality grants 8% increased melee void damage per point from 5. Patient Doom is now 6-point node from 5 that grants 8% increased void damage over time per point. 5% reduced damage taken from critical strikes per point. Rot Ripples now grants 10% Time Rot chance per point. It's Time Rot, don't care, bro. 5-point threshold that grants Time Rot duration. No velocity has been reworked to temporal velocity is an 8.
Oh my god, it's lagging.
Is an 8 node. Grants 1 vitality per point, 3% CDR. Just generic CDR. That's good. Also, vitality is a damage stat on Void Knight, by the way. The passive bonus is 1% more melee damage per 3 vitality. So, vitality is not useless. The reason vitality is like kind of good on Void Knight is you get 1% more damage per 3 vitality, but there's a node like later on that gives you health per vitality. So it's like double dipping that flat health, and it's giving you offense at the same time.
That sounds pretty strong.
Null velocity is being reworked to temporal velocity is an 8 node, grants 1 vitality. Oh, he's got that, sorry. WoW is now an 8-point node from 12 that grants 3% fizz and void penetration per point. 8 points on that tree?
Holy
Jesus.
fuck.
24% Fizz and Void Pin.
Which is crazy because pen is usually like a really good stat in this game because like you have shred, but it's like what? It's like less effective on bosses.
And
I
you
think
you can only get it on like amulet and like very limited places usually.
well, not even armor shred. I'm saying like resist
pen.
shred, like void shred.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, pen is like on weapons and amulet only.
Yeah. Huh.
5-point threshold that grants frailty and slow chance. So you can get frailty and slow and pen.
Seems pretty value. Okay.
Rock Rep is switch places with WoW. It grants 6% time rot chance. Additionally, each point grants 0.2% more time rot damage per point. 1% global slow chance. 0.4 more time rot per 1% time rot with void skills. And 0.2 more time rot damage per 1 point increased melee attack speed, throwing or cast speed. Whichever is lowest.
Cheek with the G.
Okay, some time rot shit that I don't know how it works. Renouncement is now an 8-point node from 5 that grants 3% increased cast speed per point and 5% chance per point to cast a Void Beam on direct smite casts. Up to 2 times per 2 seconds. Additionally, the previous smite gives a vitality instead of attunement smite and deals +1 void damage, spell damage per vitality has been moved to a 5-point threshold bonus. You can do Void Smite. Karn?
That was a 1-point note at the start.
Karn Ellie login.
On the far left.
Void
middle,
smiting.
But now it's been moved to on the right. Into the actual like Void Knight part of the tree.
Essence of the End grants 12% per point to gain a Void Essence on kill from 4%. And a 4% chance to gain a Void Essence when hitting a boss or rare enemy. Yo. You have essences on the bosses now? The Void Essences are crazy. Because these give you mana back. Mana refund.
Yeah, with the next node, yeah.
A Void Well.
Also, they also it looks like Void Essences got changed.
3% more Void and melee damage from 50% increased Void and melee damage. So some more damage multiplier now on the Void Essences.
Yeah.
4 out of 50.
You got pen, a more damage multi.
It's not that long. It's not that
purpose
long.
now 5.0 that grants 2% more Void damage.
More?
Doubled if you have less than 30% block chance. Additionally, as a threshold that grants you less damage taken from slowed and time rotting enemies. These stack. What's 10%? It's like 10% DR or 0.5 and 9 DR or something.
And you have a baked-in slow chance already.
On the node. Future Mind grants 4% increased mana regen per point from 2%. Additionally, has a 5-point threshold bonus that grants 14 mana whenever an ability echoes. This effect has an 8-second cooldown. That seems shit. 14 mana on an 8-second cooldown? The fuck? Echoing Strike now grants 4% time rot chance per point. Additionally, has a 4-point threshold bonus that grants 50% time rot chance for your echoed abilities. Void Aegis has been reworked. If you take a hit that deals 25% of your max health as damage, you sacrifice a Void Essence to gain Void Aegis for 4 seconds, which grants you 3% of your max health gained as endurance threshold per point.
Okay, but
Dread has been renamed to Dread Form. Is now a 5-point threshold that grants 50%
it ends at 11.
chill effect on you. Time Legion now also grants 3% increased throwing attack speed per point, but no longer grants time rot chance. Added a new 5-point node called Abyssal Fluctuation that grants 10% of LE damage taken as Void.
So we're almost halfway through.
You take 4% less Void damage per... Wait, what?
A 5 point, so it's 50% of LEs taken as Void, and then you just get less Void, so that stacks with the top left node? Holy fuck.
That sounds insane.
There's a lot of DR.
Brick.
5-point node called Mortal Cleave that grants +1 added as base crit.
Are we even here?
5 points, 5 base crit. Just as a 4-point threshold bonus that grants you Mortal Cleave. When you hit an enemy at low health, the buff grants you 10% more hit damage for 8 seconds.
Yes, we are here.
What's low health in this game? Is it
Void
35 or some shit?
35? Okay.
30?
Yeah.
Below 35.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, the base crit's broken.
Avatar Regret now also grants 10% increased armor. Void Well's description is corrected to state it consumes 3 Void Essences. Previously said 1 in the description, 3 in the stat line. Okay. Volatile Reversal's base functionality has been reworked.
Okay, goodbye,
Volatile. Now a combo ability. And we get an F in chat for Volatile Reversal. But you don't have to push that button anymore, Evan. Now a combo ability where the first cast jumps forward in time and attacks the area around you. You can recast it within 3 seconds to jump backwards. Combo skill, Jonathan. The skill has a mana cost of 12 and a 6-second cooldown, which continues recovering while the recast is available. Cool. Added damage applies to the attack 200% effectiveness. Skills tags are avoid melee area movement, traversal, strength, vitality. Gains 4% increased melee damage per strength and 2% spell void per vitality. Tree has been reworked. Do you want to just look at the tree?
Sure.
Yeah,
I think this is a
that.
better option.
Yeah.
I think looking at skills, it's way easier to just look at the tree.
Okay. The tree's completely different. Damage taken. It's gone. Completely. It's just literally removed. Swift Echoes is a shorter cooldown. CDR.
Basic, understood.
Forward in time, significantly shorter max distance, but its cooldown is reduced. Base crit. When you volatile reversal and you hit somebody, you get mana. Haste buff when you jump backwards. Armor mitigation applies to dot when you're able to jump backwards.
Okay.
Frenzy while able to jump backwards. You can use Volatile's Reversal's second combo ability for a longer period of time and it deals more damage. When you jump forward, your existing devouring orbs become older.
What?
What?
So your devouring orb is a ball that you spawn and it has a timer. Whenever you jump forward, that's the first part of the ability. It causes your devouring orbs to have more seconds to their duration. That's how it
Nope.
works.
Other way. This one says causes them to expire sooner.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, they expire faster. My bad. And then there's a different node which is seconds younger below.
Yeah.
So you can manipulate how long they last because they like
So
explode when they expire.
So if you're
But
like
there's
trying
also-
to make something strong, like where you want to stack a bunch of them, and like have something, I don't know if there's like a buff for like having a bunch of them like Syndra orbs, or if you want to just like pop them instantly and like for like burst damage. It's like kind of like the difference.
You know,
of what I'm thinking.
yeah. If you know Syndra from League of Legends, this shit kind of does a similar. You can like make them like longer, so you can have a bunch of them up and like barrage them. Basically, is I think there's some nodes in Devouring Orb that like does more damage per orb you have or some shit. Devouring Orbs pulled towards you, but you have additional mana cost. Immutable past, more melee damage. More damage. Second combo jump forward. You can do a double combo to like jump forward twice. That's kind of cool.
Was that buff from Volatile a
Plus
global
6-second
buff
cooldown
on
for
the-
that? I mean, that's fine.
On the more melee damage?
League of
No, it's
Legends
melee attack, it's
invented
not global.
balls.
It's all local damage.
Oh, okay.
But you can get a double jump forward. You can have a blink ability that goes forward twice, which seems kind of good.
That's kind of nice.
That's pretty good.
More hit damage per slow. Damage per meter traveled. Is it like a damage ability on like a fucking 6-second cooldown? What? When you travel at least 4 meters by jumping through time, your next melee attack or spell is guaranteed to echo. More AoE. Void Essence Chance. When you jump forwards, your arrival location is randomized, but the melee attack deals more damage in a larger area. You can convert it to fire. You get Void Bolts. Those are like the beams that we saw in the trailer.
Yeah.
Void Bolts on arrival. Abyssal Echoes instead of Void Bolts. Void Bolt Time Rot Chance. Enemies hit by volatile reversals, Void Bolts take increased damage over time for several seconds. This effect does not stack. It's 15%. This used to be 50 per time you... No, it was 100 per time you cast it, no?
Yes, on the damage over time it was 100, and like
You
the
could
hits
cast
was
it
like
twice
50.
instantly.
Holy shit, that was so broken.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, I mean, but that's...
This is just a movement skill now.
And we decided to
And it
build
has
play?
some like
Not
maybe
yet.
some other use cases with Devouring Orb, but like
It's like a movement skill. You
Has
might,
he-
if you're playing Time Rot in mapping, you
Maybe
might just be able to
Erasing
like
Strike.
kill stuff
We'll
with
see.
it. But just like because you're applying Time Rot, but it's definitely a movement skill.
it's not a support skill anymore. Abyssal Echo's got some bug fixes. It can now blind enemies. Okay. Anomaly. Fix a bug where exacerbate would not be allocated despite having 3 points allocated in quicksand. Reduces cases where anomalies would cause enemies to slide instead of animating properly when released by the ability. Okay. Devouring Orb. Now is a damage orb that deals void damage over time to nearby enemies. Added damage applies at the aura at 100% effectiveness per second. Auras from multiple orbs can damage the same enemy. Huh.
Okay.
So they shotgun. Well, I mean, if you're doing like, what, making a bunch of orbs with the volatile reversal, maybe a dot build is like good here.
Yeah.
Devour the Weak has been replaced with a new node, All-Consuming. When you directly cast Devouring Orb within the area of an existing Devouring Orb, the new orb consumes all existing orbs to gain 100% more damage, area, and less ailment damage per orb consumed.
Jesus.
So if you get like a shit ton of... Yeah, you get your CDR really low, you spawn a bunch of orbs with a volatile reversal, and then you like consume them all. You might have like a Giga Dot. Woodfire Rift has been replaced with Eldritch Bloom. Devouring Orb's damaging aura gains 3% more radius per second, per point, up to a max of 30%. Burning Prey has been replaced with Eternal Decay. Devouring Orb deals 10% less hit damage per point, but 15% more damage over time per point. Add a new node connected to Abyssal Emission, the Rending Maw. Abyssal Orbs have 25% chance per point to slow and shred the void resistances of enemies hit. So it's a Void Shred. That's pretty useful.
That's good. Yeah.
Void Shred, very good.
Kind of hard to
I
get.
know what blessing slot it takes. Is it
It takes the health one. It's the flat health, top right.
a top Grand Memory? Or this one? Black Sun?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. World Rod is 25% chance to inflict Time Rot. It also now grants the damaging aura 25% chance per second to inflict Time Rot. Base radius of the orb for the purpose of hitting enemies with a cosmic impact has been increased by 133%. New base radius is 0.7. Abyssal Rush's functionality has been replaced. While you're moving, you will automatically instant cast Devouring Orb if it is not on cooldown.
When does the new thing
mana.
start? Thursday.
This effect puts Devouring Orb on cooldown.
6 days from now.
Auto Orbing, Auto Bomber.
Yeah.
Because before...
Finally, you had to
like,
numlock trick, and it was like a
unlock it,
mini
unlock it.
cast. It was really annoying. I played that build.
Yeah.
But it's now insta-cast.
They
It's
made it
instant
so much
cast.
better.
Yeah.
Seventh Star has been moved to the required Abyssal Rush as a functionality has been replaced. Whenever Abyssal Rush triggers, it has 8% chance per point to consume only 50% of Devouring Orb's cooldown and mana cost. Patient Hunger requires 2 points. It also grants plus 3 mana cost per point, and it has a maximum of 2 points. Fix the bug where Devouring Orbs in Dark Moon would spawn in an incorrect position briefly and teleport to the correct one. Fix the bug where the orb's collision radius with cosmic impact was not affected by area increases. Erasing Strike. Damage effectiveness is now 600%.
Okay.
550. Okay. I mean,
Obliteration grants 10% more damage per point, doubled while wielding a Doubled while wielding a two-handed weapon, from 6% melee void and 6% spell void damage per point. Doubled while dealing.
Ooh,
Not
so they
not
made
flat.
it a more multi instead of flat.
Okay.
Okay.
Prophet's Onslaught is now also makes Erasing Strike undodgeable. Great. Cool.
Sure.
Risks of Decay grants 100% chance to inflict Time Rot, 10% increased Time Rot duration, some Time Rot shit. Cool. Risk of Destruction has been replaced with Dematerialize, which grants 15% more damage over time per point up to 5 points.
D3,
Requires
no,
mark at
this
the
is
end. Risk of
pretty
Decay.
basic damage effect.
Erasia's Fall has been
even
reworked. It now
PoE.
causes Erasing
1
Strikes
and
to
2.
always create a Void Rift at its impact location. Fix the bug where Erasing Strike's Void Rift could not hit enemies that were hit by Erasing Strike that created the Void Rift. So Erasing Strike got a... What is that?
50%.
What's up?
10%
obliteration.
damage effectiveness
Yeah.
buff.
It's 100% because it's 50% times 2.
No, Obliteration is 100% more multiplier.
Yeah.
It got a
If you're
double
wearing two-handed, yeah.
from 6 flat. But you got a shit ton of flat on the tree.
Yeah, you got a fuck ton of flat on the tree.
There's a bunch of flat at
Well,
the
6
beginning of
from
Void.
60 flat, right? Because it's 6 per point.
Yeah.
Yeah, but your two-handed like maces and shit, like the axe, the world splitters that people were using, you had
They're
like
Giga flats.
it's like
okay.
270 or some shit, or like 200 something. Like
Some stupid number. I mean, it
Yeah,
was
so
a
this
lot
is
of
a
flat.
buff
'Cause
for
it's
sure.
doubled, right? So it's 120 flat. It's like a T7 or T6 or something. I mean,
This
it's
is
a lot of flash, but
It's
there's
100% more damage.
No, it's definitely better.
Yeah.
I mean,
Force Strike now has 60% damage effectiveness from 500. Great. Shrapnel grants
good.
forged weapons 50% more damage. Heavy Strike grants 50% more damage per
Jesus.
point. Fixed a bug where Force Strike would visually be cool. Hammer Throw 5% more damage effectiveness with an equivalent base damage. The collision node also grants 50% more base damage. Wait, which node's that? Shield or Hammer Throw or Shield Throw? Hammer Throw. Collision. Hammer Throw deals more damage, but Hammer Throw's hits no longer pierce. Okay, that node's shit. Never mind. Ricochet now behaves like Shield Throw's Ricochet, is able to ricochet back to a target that was already hit. That seems good. Ricochet no longer grants 30% less hit damage or 60% reduced stun duration. Now prevents throwing extra projectiles, but grants 10% more hit damage and 10% more attack speed per extra projectile. This is unaffected by modifiers that have or double extra projectiles. Chaining Hammers no longer grants 10% less hit damage, or 10% less attack speed per point. What, so they're making like a super chain build or what? Super hammer chain?
Super chain.
Force of Impact grants 10% more damage from 5% more hit damage per point. Fixed a bug where Enra's technique was not converting chains into critical strike multiplier. Was this bugged? Wait, what? This?
Oops.
What the hell?
Super
Fixed a bug where Hammer Throw with a
chains.
ricochet node allocated would not visually chain between enemies. Healing Hands. Okay, there's like no changes here. Good. Fixed a bug where Cloud Voyager's cooldown recovery would occur from indirect cast of Healing Hands.
Nice.
Fixed a bug where Synthesis of Light was granting less ward than intended. Wait, what?
yo, love that.
Oh.
Wait, what?
Oh,
Wait, they're buffing Healing Hands?
let's go.
Nice. Healing.
Fixed a bug where
Deserved.
using both Unbroken Prayer and Homeward on Healing Hands makes it so the ability is never actually cast while still going through the animation and consuming mana. That was the channel bug?
Nice, yeah.
No,
Isn't
that
Yeah.
is the. Wait,
Yeah, it is.
that's the channel bug with the
Visual
18% node. The top left, there's the one
Yeah.
of one. Yeah, that one was really funny. You just would cast and just nothing would happen.
They fixed it.
Yeah, that's very good.
Holy Aura. Riot's Devotion now grants you and your allies 5% Ignite chance and 5% Electrify chance. Okay.
Automating.
For-
5% Lightning Pen per point. Wait, that's a lot of Lightning Pen?
it's also fire.
Listen, Atom, thank you for the 8 months.
The node before gave fire pen, and now it's giving both.
Legion.
It's the 2-pointer. That's
Oh, it's 10% Lightning Pen.
Yeah.
Burning
Oh,
Blows
no.
has been renamed to Firestorm and now grants you and your allies 10% global lightning damage. Okay, cool. Fixed instances of frame rate drops while using Holy Aura.
Oh, my
Holy
bad.
shit.
Sorry.
15K
Javelin got like 100 changes.
Uh-oh. Oh, Javelin might be
150%
too slow.
effectiveness. Divine Fury is no longer compatible with Siege Barrage. With both nodes allocated, each Javelin that rains down will create lightning spears. Oh, they're just reworking Javelin to be like Javazon, right? Added cooldowns from Holy Trail, Battle Standard, and Surprising
Exclamation
Initiative are
mark
now
PoE
added
too.
with each other. Okay. Pilgrimage now grants 20% more fire and lightning damage, while Javelin is on cooldown and grants 40% melee ignite chance and 40% melee electrify chance. Added a new node which requires Might's Delivery Warrior's Might grants 1% frailty chance per strength. Mighty Delivery is 5% more damage and 5% increased attack speed from 4 and 4. Siege Barrage grants 10 added mana cost from 12. Spike Bombardment grants 20% increased mana cost. Battle Standard grants 300% more damage. Divine Intervention casts Might every 1.5 seconds, still 1.6. Banner Restoration is 25 healing every second. They're buffing the healing. Holy shit. Spear to the Thigh grants 25% more damage over time. Can have a maximum of 4 points. Go for the Leg grants 20% bleed chance and 20% slow chance. Okay. Burning Strength now requires Warrior's Mark. Holy Trail now requires Burning Strength. Forceful Hurl requires Go for the Legs. Excellent Balance and Serrated Javelin, but swap
Okay,
places.
so reshuffling the
Perfect
trio
setup
a
in
bit.
Sacred. Forge of swap places. Minus 10 mana cost on the next melee skill. P Standard is now also grants 4% crit multi per point. Holy Spears now also grants 4% more lightning damage per point. Purifying Lightning grants 25% Electrify chance and 50% Lightning Pen with Electrify. Monster Piercer grants 12% more hit damage per point, doubled against high health enemies.
Ooh.
Improved Javelin's online movement. The Javelin and Lightning Spear movement and hit are synchronized. The Javelin doesn't stutter before releasing.
Nice.
Okay. Fixed a bug. The Divine Fury, while using the Siege Barrage node, was allocated not be fired from the correct position. Fixed a bug with Divine Throws. Fixed a bug with Battle Standard. Ended early in online mode. Fixed a bug with Javelin Siege Barrage would cause an extra hit. Fixed a bug where Keen Outlook was giving less damage than intended at longer distances. Judgment. Pious Offering now consumes 5% of current mana per point from 20%. Now gives 2% more damage per 1 mana consumed. These changes are intended to account for the removal of Volatile Reversal's mana recovery for this build.
Okay.
Anointed no longer gives +2 seconds to cooldown duration. It also grants 100% increased duration of Consecrating Aura and 100% more damage over time. All text has been updated to clarify you can only have a single Consecrating Aura active at once. Fixed a bug where Holy Eruption would fail to display its indicator VFX correctly in online mode. Lunge. Juggernaut Dash grants 50% block chance per point. That's like while you're lunging. Fucking shit. Visceral Path grants 50% more damage to enemies along the path. Okay.
Dude, so far, the chat
using this as a damage
speed is
ability.
perfect.
Healing Rush heals allies. Also cleanses allies you lunge to. Slipstream grants allies caught in the path. Haste for 2 seconds.
Uh-oh. We're gonna run out soon.
2-year aid requires 2 points in
We're
Slipstream.
here.
Disarming Blow grants 100% frailty chance. Okay. Holy Incursion is 50% chance per point to cast Smite. Fix an issue causing lunge to hang awkwardly for a second after use. Poggers.
Multi-strike.
Multi-strike.
Star Wars
Base area by 33%.
music.
Forge Mastery grants 10% chance per point from 6 to consume a stack of armament while at maximum stacks to summon a forge
I need
weapon.
a coffee, man. Oh my god. It's too
Kinda
much.
nice.
Too much text.
Vengeful grants 34% chance per point from 50% to retaliate with multi-strike swords on block. This effect has a 1 second cooldown from 3. Termination grants 50% more damage at max stacks per point. Multi-strike bill. I'm a multi-striker, guys. If only they added heralds to this game, then you could play multi-strike. You know, like in PoE2, you're auto-attacking everything. They just need heralds in this game. You can do the same thing. Stripping Blow now causes multi-strike to deal damage in a larger area. Jousting also grants 30 crit multi with a spear. Bladestorm has been reworked when you create additional swords when they're nearby enemies. Each remaining sword can consume 3 mana to strike the nearest enemies, even if it was hit by the initial
doing right
attack.
now? Wait, I'm working on it.
Maybe good. Multi-strike's hack and slash visuals were not synced.
Okay, I'll do Ring of Shields.
Ring of Shields now is 4% increased minion damage per point of attunement. Yo. Wait, this does damage? The fuck?
I guess so.
Fire Aura from Immolation. Forge Flames, but whatever the fuck.
No
Fix the bug
way.
with Rush. Well, I'll note a Ring of Shields will not increase the area.
Fuck.
Ring of Shields lagging awkwardly. Tempor Warrior no longer grants 10% more void damage. Now converts Ride to Void. Flame Drinker grants Void Pen instead of Physical Pen. If the skill is converted to Void. Okay. Rive's added damage effectiveness values are 125% for the first 2 attacks and 250 for the 3rd attack. They like they're buffing like all the effectiveness and like adding some more multipliers to compensate for just the fucking removal of Volatile Reversal. It's funny.
Alright, here we go, guys.
Been increased 300%. Damn it! Champion now grants 8% more damage from 5, and its maximum points of reduced from 4 to 5. 2-4 from 5.
Oh my god, it's so
Warrior now
slow.
grants 10% increased attack speed from 8, and its maximum points have been reduced from 4
Wait.
to 4 from 5. Challenge
Wait,
longer adds
stop,
cost of
no.
second strike. It also grants
Why is it
100%
not
chance to
working?
slow for the second strike. Fix the bug.
Oh,
Fix
here.
the bug. Great.
There we go.
Shield Bash now has 150%
Okay.
damage effectiveness. Okay, guys.
Okay, scaling tags now also include 4% increased minion damage per point
Holy
of
shit,
attunement.
the Sentinel
The
changes
fire
to
aura from Immolation is now named Forged Flames as a
Fix an issue where
sub-skill
using
tooling
Shield Rush
skill.
online
No!
can be stuck
It's,
movement. Fix an issue where a character go to the wrong position after using Shield Rush.
I'm sorry, I fucked.
Fix the movement and rotation of beams created
where
by
are
the
we?
cast of Shield
Rive?
Rush. When using the Descent of the Void node.
I should have added way more
To
text.
state that it gives more hit damage. Splintering impact grants 25% more damage for the final impact per point. Stretch time is 40. Who the fuck is using this as a movement skill? Dark Rush now adds the void tag. Okay.
Dark.
Excellent. Skills based functionality has been adjusted. Shield throw.
Yeah.
No longer has a cooldown, but still cannot be used again until the shield has returned. Mana cost has been reduced to 6 from 20. That's actually massive. 20 mana cost to 6. What the fuck?
Yeah, I don't know how the
Focus campaign has been
not spend
removed
that mana.
as its benefit is now baseline. Pulse Steel has been renamed to Arrow Plates. Has been reduced the mana cost by 2 per point. Has a maximum of 3 points. Let me just look at the tree, right?
Yeah.
It looks mostly the same. The nodes that we cared about on Shield Throw were the armor.
Was Testament of Lies the top left stuff? Yeah.
It still gives you ink effect per attunement,
Neuron activating.
and it gives you 300 armor.
I don't do it that much anymore.
300 times 6. It's gonna be like 2.4k armor base or something.
Yeah. Pretty good.
Can you give yourself the buff now
Uh,
with throwing arm?
No, Chuckstick is not the chicken guy. The chicken guy is Quack One, and he's from
Ricochet.
Korea.
Shield throw and target to
And I
allies
think
other than yourself and when it
he
hits
renamed
allies.
his
I mean,
account
you-
to
you
something
might
else
be able
now,
to.
but he's
This
still
one's
around
new.
sometimes.
They can ricochet to you, right? So maybe you could give
Uh,
yourself the armor buff now, which would be cool.
Golden oil.
Yeah, if you
fried
can do it,
chicken.
if that works, that'd be really good.
Huh. Alright, we're skipping through the shield rush. Smelter's Wrath.
Last Epoch the move.
These are all buffs.
Yeah, could be
These
the
skills
move.
that suck.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm more interested in like what they're nerfing, I'll be honest.
I don't feel like they're gonna nerf much of Sentinel because like you lost a
They're
fucking like
buffing them.
100 because you lost a fucking 100% more multiplier with volatile reversal. So like
Most
I
other
wanna
stuff is just gonna be buff. Yeah.
I kind of want to skip through the skill changes of these and just maybe look through
Yeah.
the planner later because
Yeah.
this is a lot.
Too much.
I can look
It's a
through
lot. It's we're like halfway through ish.
Sentinel.
It's crazy.
You don't want to read 100 pages?
No, so it ends at 11 on the right side, when 11 out of 64 is the end. It's like bug fixes and stuff. And everything else after that is comments. But it's still a lot, like, we were only on 6 and there's still 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There's a lot more still. Yeah.
Well, I'm just like, we can look through the trees of these nodes after.
Yeah.
we change them.
yeah.
Like, also, we can look through skills that are kind of relevant to what we'd want to play.
Mm-hmm.
Smite, I mean, read through, like, I don't care about the fucking Smelter's Wrath changes. That skill's garbage.
Smite looks like it's fucking fissures are being changed. It's like some dot shit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. This is the Karn skill.
Yeah.
Is he nerfed?
Smiting?
No, it's buffed. It's the
Fuck.
Void Knight Auto Bomber's single target skill, and I'm pretty sure the fact where the biggest line I think here is fixed a bug where Fissure, when converted to Void, did significantly less damage than intended and not display Void VFX.
Oh,
I'm pretty sure that's like a big buff.
I
for
need a
Void Knight
coffee,
Auto
man.
Bomber's single
I
target.
need a coffee.
okay.
Now. Fuck.
Symbols of Hope. All right, this is relevant to us.
Relevant to us, yes.
But this is relevant.
Sigils of Hope has been reworked and renamed to Symbols of Hope. Every 2 seconds, summons a symbol that orbits you, causing you and your allies attacks and spells to deal 3 additional fire damage and increase health regen by 20%. That's per symbol. 3 plus 3.
Mm-hmm.
Activate to consume the symbols, granting 100 ward and 5% less damage taken. You can have 3 sigils at a time. So this like this no longer you have to keep the buff up.
You don't have to fucking like.
You just passively gain them, and so if you don't actually use the active, you'll always have max stacks with the full buff.
Yeah.
The way sigils work is
They
This
already fucked up. I'm sorry.
what?
You can have up to 3 sigils at a time. They just renamed them, and then 2 sentences
Symbols.
later they're back to sigils.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, no.
One thing, I mean, every 2 seconds is like their duration is long enough. I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure
but
that it.
the way that this works in party though is it's an aura.
Yeah.
if you can take different nodes on the tree to get different buffs, but if you have two people with the same nodes, it won't overlap the buff. But you can both have the ability and take different nodes on the tree and they'll apply.
Yeah, I'm currently fixing our skill trees because, as you see, there's a 5 of 2 there. So,
Last Witch has been replaced with Heavenly Justice. Symbols grant you and your allies 4% crit per point, max 5. That's like where? It's one of these nodes. So this is 20% crit, and you can have 5 sigils. It's 100% crit chance. And you can get sigil effect too on the tree. So this is like even more.
120-ish. Okay.
Word of Alacrity has been replaced with Celestial Concentration. Grants you and your allies increased mana regen. Pajoggers. Symbols grant you and your allies 6% Electrify chance on hit. Exigency has been removed. Consecrating Flare has been removed. Enduring Hope grants 25% CDR per point. That's like for sigils. Added a new node connected to Enduring Hope, Symbol of Righteousness. 5% increase effect to your symbols on other allies. Max 3 points. So that's 15 aura effect.
Nice.
You get 35 aura effect on your sigils.
Good.
Damn.
Very powerful.
Inspire Hope has been moved to require Symbol of Righteousness. Effect has been changed. Symbol of Hope's active effect to be castable on allies. Wait, so that's the DR.
Yeah.
100. It's 100 ward and 5% less damage taken per symbol. I don't think you ever use the active in party. I'll be honest, but you know.
I mean solo.
Yeah, you can.
I'd probably just press rebuke if I can, but I guess if your bar is super full.
Yeah, but you're removing all the flat damage and the crit chance and the like.
No. I'm saying it's bad to press, and I'd rather probably just press rebuke if I need a defensive skill, right? Like if I'm like fighting Aberoth and he's doing pizza, I'd like rather just rebuke it than press a what's it called?
A sigil.
The
active.
Symbols.
Yeah.
Okay, Soliloquy is 50% symbol gain rate. Divine Flare now consumes all available to restore 50 health to allies hit per symbol.
Pizza.
Symbol Hope is no longer instant cast.
It's like a frontal.
Divine Flare chance 10% on
Aberoth
kill or
attack.
hitting a rare boss. Divine Flare 25% more damage. I don't care what this shit is. Some fucking damaging ability. The fuck is using as the damage skill? When you activate, fucking useless. Fervor's functionality has been reworked, now grants haste for 3 seconds on activation. Useless. 10% max health healed per point on activation. Useless.
Don't care.
34% chance to gain a symbol after activation. Useless. On activation. Useless. Activation duration.
Grand symbol gain rate.
Finally, you're never activating these. The gain rate is 2 seconds, and
Yeah.
as soon as you're
all these grands, all this shit's fucking worthless.
because like the way I think the way it works is you just get a
Generate
symbol
them and
every
then
2
you have
seconds.
them and then you're
You have
maxed. Yeah.
But it's an expendable resource you can use to get like an active ability. But like when you consume them all of the passive buffs you get from the tree just disappear.
Yeah.
Which is like kind of weird.
4.5 hour nap. Well, good morning.
But for us, we're like never gonna be casting the ability because like you don't want all the damage to go away from the symbols. To give yourself a defensive
I'm gonna take
cooldown.
the node that I can press it on you. And I'm gonna go. I'm gonna save you, Snap, and then all the monsters live
get a
because I
battle
press it on
res?
you.
We're gonna battle res.
Yeah.
Symbols of Despair now convert Divine Flare to Void. Waves of Light has been reworked. Hit a rare boss enemy to have a 10% chance per symbol. Consume to recast Divine Flare. Multiple recasts. Recasts do not consume symbols, but the benefit based on the number of symbols consumed by the original activation. Divine Flare has a base damage of 70 and 350 damage effectiveness. Fix the bug where the stats granted by Symbols of Hope could very rarely overflow, causing you to deal and take no damage.
Oh,
Cool.
Okay.
Oopsie. Okay, Vengeance. Warpath. Sentinel sub
I don't know.
skills.
I mean, we have vengeance on. We have vengeance on something.
Yeah.
Because the DR and there's the mana mod, right?
You can look at the tree. We can just look at the tree.
Yeah.
Just tree is new. All right, we got. The way this skill works, you hit something with a melee attack, and then you get a riposte buff, and it consumes your the next hit, and you take 25% less damage on that hit. That's all it does. People use this because it has a mod on helmet that gives you mana whenever you hit stuff with vengeance. So it's like a really good
I thought
generator.
vengeance was chest.
Sure,
And then-
it's on chest.
Yeah.
So this gives you an additional riposte, but it goes to 18% DR. Gives you attack speed.
Okay.
Riposte hits that you riposte cannot crit you. Vengeance critical
Poggers.
strikes deal more damage. Poggers. You deal more global damage while preparing to riposte. That's 20% more damage.
A lot.
You can riposte an additional time, so you can have 2 ripostes queued after hitting something
3.
with vengeance. Or 3.
Right,
You can
no,
have
no,
3
2.
ripostes. No, it's 3.
It's 3. Yeah.
Yeah, 2 charges.
Vengeance deals more damage.
Love that.
Bleed chance. Physical pen with bleed. Riposte damage with a mace. Void conversion, void res shred chance. You can get void shred.
Armor shred also, top left.
Yeah, I'm looking bottom right for the void stuff. Void
Yeah,
essence. Void essence chance on vengeance or riposte. That's really good. Void cleave damage, erasing strike damage. Wait, this is 45% erasing strike damage after you use and hit with vengeance.
Okay. So that plus there's the 20 or how much was it on the 5-point node? That was global
20%. 20% more.
more. It's just a 65% more. Okay.
They're not additive with each other.
I don't
They're
know. It's
multiplicative.
better. It's a 20% more and a 45% more. That's fucking
Yeah,
crazy.
all the discrete more multipliers are all multiplicative with each other. That's how it works in this game.
Yeah. No. You're right. I just.
Vengeance hits have a chance to inflict time rot.
OP.
Vengeance deals more damage and additional more damage. Okay. Iron. There's some fucking manifest weapon shit at the bottom. Parry chance. Kind of bad. Iron blade. There's frailty. You take less damage and have increased armor if you've hit an enemy with vengeance in the past 2 seconds. Isn't that like 50% DR or some shit? Is that not crazy?
For 2 seconds, but yeah.
Well, no, it's you get the DR from the riposte hit, or like the riposte, right? Because you get 18% DR, and then you get an additional 26% DR.
That node used to be like a fucking like 6-pointer or something that was like.
Jesus.
And 50% armor. That node's crazy.
That node's crazy.
That node's crazy. And then you get damage. You get
Pulse
frailty chance, armor shred, fire shred, shred effect, fire res shred, some frenzy generation. Oh, this feels crazy. Huh. Okay. Warpath. Disabled screen shake on hit for echoed warpath. Okay. Sentinel subskills. Forge weapons deal 30% more damage and take 50% less damage.
Jesus.
Okay.
Yep, there's
Forge weapons
specials.
are actually also.
I'll
Forge
link it.
weapons are kind of OP for leveling, so this is probably gonna make them even better for leveling. People are already using forge weapons for like meta leveling Sentinel builds. You attack with like multi-strike or rive and summon forge weapons, and they do so much damage early on. Void Knight subskills. Abyssal orbs deal 40 base damage with 200%
Almost
damage
done with one
effectiveness and a
class.
base skill 5 from 6. Void
We're
Knight
not
deals
gonna go
20
through
base
all of
damage
them.
with 100% damage.
We're gonna play
effectiveness.
some WoW soon.
Augers. Rogue. Master Archer now grants Heartseeker 20% recurve chance. Code of Blaze now only applies to directly used abilities. Alright, Heartseeker. Let's look at the tree, because this is a new skill. Right?
Yeah.
Let's look.
Yeah.
Mage,
Marksman.
Sentinel, marksman.
Where is it?
Heartseeker.
Hearts 30.
Tree.
Okay. I'm going left side. You leech a portion of Heartseeker's damage and it has additional chance to recurve. Recurve is like the bouncing thing.
Wait, can you read? What is the? Do you know
Hey,
what the
chicken.
piece go
Okay, what's
first?
up?
Shoot an arrow that sticks to the heart of a nearby target, passing harmlessly through other enemies. Whenever it hits a target, has a chance to continue through it and recurve to strike it again. Subsequent recurve chance is multiplied by 0.8 each time the arrow recurves. If the target dies, it will choose a new target.
You showed this in the video around
Yeah.
Let me link it.
The individual
timestamp.
item, and this item
It looks pretty cool.
Yeah?
I
Yeah,
don't know
that's
how the damage
what
works out.
Uh,
Do link?
looking. Okay, found it.
right target.
This one.
Heart's same enemy target is destroyed, and Heartseeker would have recurved. It will instead seek another nearby target.
Let's see.
Heart and Time Rot is.
Oh, so it's like bouncing.
Heartseeker shoots a single target arrow.
Yeah,
and seeks
actually go a bit
another
earlier.
target
1325.
and has a chance to recurve, meaning it pierces and comes back to hit. the
It
target.
pierces and comes back and hits the.
When building for Heartseeker, you'll likely
And you
want to
can
increase
proc
the
off of it
recurve
later,
chance, allowing
like-
it to pierce and hit the same enemy many times. If the target is destroyed
sick.
and Heartseeker would have recurved, it will instead seek another nearby target. Heartseeker's
okay.
skill tree gives options to be converted to
I mean,
fire and cold.
mechanically, it
has
seems
lots
like a
of support
good
for
skill
poison and
if
bleed,
there's
can be
damage
used as
for it.
utility to
Yeah.
generate mana
Just
and
depends on
different
multipliers it
shrouds,
has.
and even to
So you get recurve
provide base
chance,
functionality
25,
where granting added
bone
throwing and spell
piercer,
damage. You can
bow
also remove the
damage.
base functionality where Hearts
After
The,
each
this,
recurve.
the base functionality, the straight through, it like blows up and shoots another ability. It like shoots a puncture instead. Like that seems pretty crazy for clear.
Seeker
14
seeks a new
minutes of the
target
video.
after slaying the first, and instead turn those leftover recurves into
Oh,
puncture
I know
skill
what it's
procs
for.
that fire towards nearby enemies. Heartseeker requires 30 points in the marksman tree, and held arrows has been moved.
I might want to skip this for now and just read the balance changes maybe, and then we'll come back to this maybe.
Yeah.
Sure.
Acid Flask is buffed. 20% more damage, 8% more damage per point,
Love that.
50% poison chance.
Faster than PoE. I mean,
Contamination, lightning
it's
sickness
a
have other
faster
effects
paced game,
converted
yeah.
to cold fire if the acid flask has been converted to cold. Poggers.
Poggers.
Okay. Toxic Salvo now state that they require direct use. Aerial Assault. Alright, we're getting to the Falconer nerfs, guys. Let's see. Aerial Assault movement has been improved and will no longer cause the player to sink into the ground when clicking near the player. The player no longer gets stuck outside the map. The skill can no longer be used to bypass dungeon wall mechanics. Tactician grants 50% increased attack speed for Ballistae
Oops.
from 75% and 1% more Ballistae damage per intelligence. Holy shit, that's a big nerf to Ballistas after
Yeah, I mean,
using
this
Aerial
was, like,
Assault.
Giga meta
People were
build,
using
right?
this node. This was like the one of the primary scalers because this was more ballista damage per intelligence, and so they would put on like Barbute and stuff and stack like 100 intelligence to get like a 200% more multiplier to your ballista damage. So this is cut in half, and the attack speed went to 50%. Corrected the stat line, and this is one skill that they were using, so that's like a big nerf already. Corrected the stat line of Rending Barbs to state that Falcon Bleed Chance buff lasts for 4 seconds. Rending Barbs Bleed Chance, when your enemy walks over a Caltrop, can now trigger up to 30 times per 4 seconds from no limit. Yo, they nerfed the bleed on Caltrops too. Holy shit.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just cut in half. It's also 50% max instead of 75% max on the tactician node.
Well, that's the... No, it's the... It just used to grant 50% attack speed, I think. And then more ballista damage per int.
But no, it used to give 75, and now it's 50.
Attack speed,
so-
yeah, so it's like
yeah.
double nerf. Yeah.
Yeah.
Care package, this is the
Jesus.
potion for your ballista like, blowing up. Care package has been reworked. Ballista, which have hit an enemy, have a chance to drop a potion when destroyed or unsummoned based on the amount of time they existed. Okay, so if you're like if you're just dumpstering them, resummoning them, it doesn't give you a potion basically. It's now 10% chance to drop a potion per second. Okay. I wonder, like, yeah, it's like not gonna drop any potions if you're just constantly resummoning them. Like before, you could fucking fill your screen with potions. Like it was kind of silly. Elixir of Construction grants Ballista 15% more damage per point. Okay, another Ballista nerf. If constructed within 4 seconds of using a potion, max 3 points from 5. Okay, so the multiplier went down and it only has 3 points in it. So this went from a 100% more multiplier to 45?
Yeah.
Okay, that's like cut in half again. Fixed a bug where Ballista would not trigger on minion death. Okay. Fix a bug where the High Mind Helmet could take Acid Flask buff away from the Ballista when specialized with tainted ammunition. Cinder Strike. Okay. Base damage is now entirely fire. This means now, for example, melee Cinder Strike, any source of generic added melee damage will now apply entirely to fire damage instead of being split between
big patch coming.
Correct
next
description state that
Thursday.
added damage applies to the first attack at 200% effectiveness. Incorrectly said 150. Cinder Strike bow attack now has correct visuals online when used with high attack speed. Dark Quiver. You can now hold 3 black arrows at once. You can still only expend 1 black arrow at a time. This is big. It's like super annoying, like collecting your arrows and stuff. I don't know if you ever use this skill, but this is a big change. Add a new node, Bleak Arrow. Using Black Arrow grants your next Heartseeker 50% recurve chance. It's kind of cool. Resolve now requires 2 points in Archer's Focus. Great. Improved jittery movement from decoy while the projectile is thrown online. Pajoggers. Detonating Arrow now displays its damage effectiveness in the alt text instead.
Poggers.
While Arrow Trap nodes for Explosive Trap is allocated, detonating arrows cast as a melee attack, such as with Jelkar's Black Knife, now instead cast towards the nearest enemy rather than the location of the first trap in the chain. It's a targeting improvement. A Dive Bomb now has 500% damage effectiveness from 700%.
It's not over. I mean, it's a different game. It's a faster game. It's much easier to get into than PoE 1.
Talon Knives grant 15% of the stats on your weapons apply to Dive Bomb.
And like any
30%.
Like any damaging ability you pick will work in the end game. Like you don't have to play the best build. Like you pick anything and it's gonna be fine. And then once you get to like a real end game, you can start like min-maxing.
Okay,
then you can look into
subtle
different builds and stuff.
Less
but,
damage, less mana cost per point from 20%.
Most things in this game just like work and
Trap Sprinkler
they're
adds
playable.
1 mana cost per point. Oh, they're fucking the mana on Explosive Trap. Holy shit. Arrow Trap's chain detonations can now release detonating arrows up to 10 times per second from no limit. This does not limit detonations, only whether those detonations release detonating arrows. Yo, they're fucking Explosive Trap again? After adding more mana cost? What the fuck? Okay, this shit's so dead. That's crazy. Falconry, Falcon Strikes now has 150% damage effectiveness from 200. Okay, another Falconer nerf. Okay. Rending Talons grants 50% per point on your chance to bleed poison, shred armor, resist chances, and slow on hit from 25%. Okay, this is another Falconer nerf. Train to Hunt grants 50% of your highest.
Okay, chat.
Global
I'll make a
damage,
coffee. Oh my god, I need a coffee. I'm putting
75%.
Snap on stream. He's reading
Another
these as well.
Falconer nerf.
Or he's
Okay.
the one reading these. Here.
Go for the Eyes grants 50% of your crit strike chance to your Falcon from 75 as another Falconer nerf.
Put myself up here.
Okay.
Fuck.
Another, it's a higher mana cost on Falconer's Gale. Side by Side grants 3% remaining cooldown reduction per point for Falcon Strikes when you directly use a melee throwing or bow attack from 5% per point. Okay, so the CDR is also fucked. It's like almost halved. Fix a bug where the Coordinated Fate node would not provide stacks of Silver Shroud with the ability occupying the design slot. It's a combo ability. Poggers. Okay, so there's like 5 Falconer nerfs in here, combined with the Dive Bomb nerfs here. Okay. Flurry now has 80% damage effectiveness from 60. Thief Strikes grants 50% more melee damage per point from 10. Fix an issue where the player is able to get stuck while spamming Flurry. Hail of Arrows now displays damage effectiveness in the alt text instead. Fix the bug where using Net and traveling into a wall would cancel the animation of Net. Bloodthirst, Bleeding Fury now respects punctures, ailment conversions. For example, grant poison chance instead of bleed chance if Scalebane is allocated. Scalebane now requires timing instead of penumbral ambush. Fix puncture not correctly auto-replacing the rogue's default attack when using a bow. Shurikens, 125 damage effectiveness instead of 100. Chakram is 100% more damage from 30. Okay, they're making Shurikens a damage ability, guys. Holy shit. Improve basic Shuriken's movement behavior in online mode. Slightly increase the hit area of thrown Shurikens. Doubled hit area of Shurikens when deadly aim node is allocated. Poggers. Smoke bomb, fixed a bug where smoke cloud would not visually expand. Fixed a bug where smoke bomb with the cloaked incursion node allocated would not visually expand. Umbral Blade's projectile speed is now affected by the modifiers to its throwing speed. If it would increase their projectile speed, this helps resolve cases where Umbral Blades are thrown so quickly that the player would recall them before they landed, causing those blades to not get recalled. Burning Daggers now have 30% base damage from 16 and 150% effectiveness of added damage from 100. Okay, so Falconer got fucked, and I think Blade Dancer is like mostly the same. Mostly, right?
Yeah.
Explosive trap proc builds got mega fucked. Falconer just had a bunch of scaling reductions. Okay. Warlock. 1% 1 ward decay threshold per 2 necrotic res from 1 per 1. Okay, so Umbral Blade untouched. Umbral Blade was a good build, but it wasn't like that crazy, I don't think. It was good. But the playstyle is also pretty cancer on that, I'll be honest. But Umbral Blade's also like there could be item nerfs. This is like only skill tree nerfs, so a lot of the items that build uses might be nerfed. So the ward decay threshold on Warlock got halved. Assemble Abomination. Fix the bug where Assemble Abomination's mini attacks do not include Fizz or Melee. Okay. Wait, so you can get Melee Fizz on your weapon. That wasn't working before? Or is it just a visual bug? I don't know. Bone Curse. 20 base damage from 12 is 100% damage effect. Just fix the bug. Casting Bone Curse on the Bone Prison node allocated on unwalkable areas now summons Bone Prisons on the nearest walkable location. They just changed some mana stuff on here. Chthonic Fissure now releases spirits 20% less frequency baseline. That's a big nerf. Fissure now has a damage effectiveness per second of 120% from 100%, with equivalent base damage per second. The spirits now have a damage effectiveness of 30% from 25 with equivalent base damage. Stygian Current grants 8% spirit frequency per point from 10%. Beacon of Torment's effects now apply if you torment yourself via the Wheel of Torment. Okay, so they just like 30% less frequency basically on the tree plus the baseline. Like 30% less damage on this skill. It's probably still pretty good, to be honest. Drain Life. Movement now follows the cursor without a delay. Updated visual effects for Drain Life. Fixed a bug where the ground circle. Fixed a bug where the beam VFX. Fixed a bug where the stagger node would give Drain Life an additional charge. Hoggers. It was a really good skill that lagged the shit out of the server. Did they fix the fucking FPS drop? They might. I don't know. Dread Shade no longer has a 20-second cooldown and will persist until replaced due to exceeding maximum active shades of the target minion dies. So it's permanent now. That's big. Enemy of my enemy's description has been updated to state it has a 10-second duration to Dread Shade. Lone Watcher no longer grants increased duration of Dread Shade. Final Grasp consumes 100% of sacrifice mana cost. Ghost Flame. Now properly indicate whether the modifiers to mana cost are less, more, or increased. Ghost Flame now gets the curse tag when you take the node. Fixed a bug where Ghost Flame Spirit can only be applied to 1 minion at a time. Profane Veil. Bug fixed. Great. Reperform, and due to hitting health 0 would cause the player to be stuck in a place while using another ability. Fixed a bug where Reperform did not switch its model visuals to poison, cold, or blood themes in online mode. Rip Blood. Fixed a formatting bug in the Rip Blood skill tree. Sacrifice. Pontifex now has a maximum benefit of 90% more. That is a huge nerf. This is like... Fuck. I gotta open up the... It was uncapped before, and wasn't it per minion? Holy shit, that got deleted. Look at Sacrifice. This. What's it called? Pontifex? People were like blowing up bosses with this shit. It used to be damage per minion per like consume, and it was unlimited, so you could spawn like fucking 300 minions and like consume them all with like the potion belt and everything, and like blow up bosses. like one shot anything in the game, but this is like just capped now at 90%.
Wait, wasn't this the single target build?
Yes.
You're cooking?
Me? No, I fucking never play Acolyte. I did a Stygian crit call once. Spirit Plague, 12 ward per second when hitting an enemy affected from Spirit Plague from 4, but is now limited to 10 times per 2 seconds from no limit. Okay, so they capped the ward generation on this. It's 100. I mean, that's crazy, actually. High amounts of increased cast speed should no longer stop Spirit Plague from functioning correctly. Summon Skeleton costs less mana. Okay. Bone Golem now costs less mana. Skeletal Mage now costs less mana. Summon Wraith. Revert to the regular type after scene transition in an online mode. Cool. Fix a bug where Transplant spawned a blood pool at the same time. The player would not be healed by the pool. Fix a bug where the Transplant's bone armor started on the cooldown when allocated. Volatile zombie mana cost went down. Minions. Exhibit 24 minion players. Blood Tether from Soul Feast and Reaper form has 200% damage effectiveness from 30% listed, 150 actual. Wait, how is it so far off? What? How is it so wrong? What? Shade Eruption from Infernal Shade's Combustion now has 200% damage effectiveness from 100 with an equivalent base damage. Flame Whip now has 300% more, or 300% damage effectiveness from 100. They tripled the damage on that? Fix the bug where players would have movement, stutter, desync, rubber banding, walking over using traversal skills into the pillars created by Bone Prison. Adjusted collision size, but pillars, poggers. Okay. Runemaster Passage Tree. Fix the bug where orders and position threshold bonus was granting Brand of Deception either 5 or 6% more damage per 1% global shock chance. It now grants Brand of Deception 6% more damage per 1% global shock chance. This is like a dot build thing.
Oh, are they buffing it? Because it was supposed to be 1%?
Yeah, it's buffed. Or maybe it was always working that way.
Well, they bug fixed it to be the correct. They said this bug is now intentional because it's bound properly, I guess.
Lost Knowledge. Okay, we were using this on the old Static Orb build. Lost Knowledge grants 1 ward per point per 30 current mana from 15 current mana, so that's doubled. Wow. Arcane Current's Threshold bonus grants Static Orb 100% chance to inflict Spark Charge on hit, from granting 100% Spark Charge for any skill which costs 40. They removed the Spark Charges? No! They're just gone.
Wait.
Yo.
That's like, that fucks a lot of builds.
That fucks up Frostclaw, high cost Frostclaw too.
Yeah.
Fix the bug where Arcane Current Threshold bonus is applying at 3 points invested instead of 4. Wait, so the Spark Charges are just gone. Arcane Ascendance now ends whenever you use a movement ability. Fix the bug where Arcane Absorption incorrectly counted inflicted ailments as hits.
Self-inflicted ailments.
Yo, they nerfed. Guys, I had a build. It got nerfed. This was that bug. You could self-hit. This is the boss dummy.
Look at you casting 1 billion times per second.
But it got bug fixed. It no longer works. Black Hole now has 600% damage effectiveness per second, so they doubled the damage effectiveness. Time dilation now grants 10% increased duration. Rifts grant 30% increased CDR per point, reduced pull strength, and pull area per point. Stability grants 20% increased duration. Singularity grants 100% more damage. Fix the bug where Black Hole's visuals could end early if its duration was increased in online mode. Disintegrate Laser Focus grants 40% less damage. Dude, this skill's so bad. Magnify grants 60% of Ignite chance with fire spells as Ignite chance per second. Glass Cannon deals or grants 1% increased damage taken per point at tier 2, doubled at tier 3.
From 5%? Okay.
Disintegrate can now hit targets on inclined surfaces.
Okay, did I miss something big, guys?
The skill is saved!
Elemental Nova. Yeah, if you can move and channel,
I'm
like,
channeling.
maybe it'd be good.
I'm channeling in place
I'm
in the
channeling
game.
in an ARPG.
Now has
Did I miss something?
120
Sorry, I was gone for a few minutes.
Nope.
Was there? Nope. Okay.
Oh
Just
yeah, you did.
numbers. Oh,
The static or so the spark charge on Sork is gone,
okay. Yeah. Understandable.
and the lost knowledge is doubled. The word per mana baseline is doubled or like
Okay.
halved. I mean,
Yeah.
Arcane Ascendant's got bug fixed. That was the self-hitting build that I had a clip of. This is the shit.
Is it
yeah, this was
desync on the
like-
stream you're watching? No, I'm on voice with them.
This was
So
bug fixed.
you're hearing
You
them
could
on
hit
Discord,
yourself get
and
infinite attacking.
I
cast
can
speed.
cover his cam if you want.
But it doesn't work.
It's just
anymore.
easier to.
Elemental Nova now has 120% damage effectiveness. Fire Nova now deals 8% more hit damage
Yeah.
than the other Nova types.
Here, is that better?
This is a buff. Ash Frenzy grants 5% more damage to high health enemies per point from full health. Arcana Elementorum grants 8% more damage and 5%
Otherwise, I was
increased
just
AoE
looking
per
at
point,
the
doubled for indirect cast.
patch notes myself. Where is it?
Lightning Nova's
This
description has
here.
been corrected. It's to say it has 1% crit
Just
chance
the Last
compared to the
Epoch
other
tools.
Novas. Freezing Cascade now has a 3-second cooldown, updated the channeling indicator VFX. Flame Burst node has new VFX and is now affected by Fireball's tree, including lightning conversions. It is now also affected by increases to AoE. Fix the channeled Fireball node, shooting fireballs out of the mage's chest instead of its hand. Also fixed a bug where you can aim the channeled Fireball backwards. Improve Fireball movement online. Improve the behavior of the auto-targeting of the channeled Fireball skill.
Actually,
Firebrand. Pyre's Flame Weave now has 200% more damage effectiveness from 100% with an equivalent base damage. Flame Reap, 200% damage effectiveness from 160.
Like this. There we go.
Fixed a bug with Flame Weave, Flame Color display VFX at incorrect timings.
I
Flame
love the
Rush.
WoW Last Epoch
Fixed a bug where
streams.
Volcanic Orb cast
So
by the
much
Magnet
chill.
Starter node.
Thanks. We'll
Fire
do
Shrapnel
some
in
WoW
incorrect
later, yeah.
directions.
We have
Flame
some
Board.
dungeons to
Fixed a
run
bug that caused
before
incorrect
our
visuals to show in Flame Board on
party members go to
allies.
sleep.
Okay. Fixed a bug where Flame Mode cannot trigger Rune Master's Rune Word buffs. Focus.
Focus.
Corrected the description of Desperate Meditation to clarify it grants mana regen based on the amount of missing, not the percentage of mana missing. Overcharge now has a max of 2 points. We were using that, right? On the other build?
Yeah.
Dude, this shit's so dead.
The multi-pronged.
The triple
triple there. Same on the Falcon there. There's even more angles than
20 on the right glacier.
What is it called? What is this node?
Overcharge.
That was it.
It's
Yeah.
yeah. It's,
What is this?
it lets
You can
it's
increase your
overcap
current
mana.
mana. It's the overcap
Yeah.
mana. Energy
Yeah.
overflow deals base damage equal to 12%. So damage. Okay, they're nerfing this
Yeah.
because of the new amulet, the mana guide, so you can channel focus. So they're like.
Yes,
nerfing
I
it.
would 100% recommend getting
I
into Last
understand
Epoch if
it's
you like
fine.
ARPGs.
Okay, yeah.
It's
Frost
easy to get
Squad.
into,
Frost no longer
and you can
cleanse.
make your own build,
They
and it's
removed
gonna
the
work.
cleanse?
For the first time.
Bro.
Sorry.
Reward per
that.
cast from 4. They are reducing the ward.
If you want to support the stream, ! Last Epoch. You can buy it through there. You will get a Steam key. It doesn't cost more. There might be some exceptions with some regional pricing, but
Glass
generally it's the
requiring
same.
Bright Frost, while Hand of Morthados requires Volley of Glass. That's a fucking huge nerf too, because this node, where is it? Volley of Glass is the shotgunning node, and then the projectiles are after it now, so you actually have to.
Oh, is this the one that they shown in the video where you cast something and then these spikes come out from over your head and they showed some ability like that. That looked pretty cool. I don't know if you can automate that.
Volley of Glass grants 100% increased mana cost from 90%. Hand of Mortados grants plus 4 mana cost. Okay, that's even more mana.
It's Ice Barrage. Okay.
Mixed rotation of projectiles from Frost Claw with the Frozen Sleeper node. Frost Wall. Aspirant's Arrival, remove the mention of direct cast or runic invocation or Glyph of Dominion. This effect can occur on indirect casts. Okay. Fix the bug where Lightning Blast or the Focal Blast node allocated when cast by Frostwall would not hit. Enchant Weapon, updated VFX. Glacier. VFX update. Critical Rejuvenation now has a proc limit of 10 times per second. Uh-oh.
I mean,
is it a crit stacking thing?
Yeah, you can
It's
no longer
probably
just
still-
It's
get
probably
some
still
mana
okay
back
for
from it.
campaign. I mean,
No, I mean,
it's
you
just-
don't
take
use
this
that in
in
campaign. It's just whenever you hit like 1500 mana or whatever, 1600 mana, something like that, you could just go positive on Glacier.
yeah.
but it's not as easy to do it earlier because like you could rely on cleaving trash to get like more procs, but if there's like a proc limit, then you're not going to be able to like. But honestly, if your cast speed gets high enough, you might actually hit the proc limit here.
Yeah, it's interesting that it's a per second thing and not like
Not
a
per
per
task.
task. Yeah.
Huh. Glyph of Dominion, fix the bug with Glyph of Dominion that affects that modified duration.
Yes, it's SSF friendly. Not only is SSF friendly, there is a separate game mode where you can't trade, but you have juiced item drops. So it's like it's not SSF in a way that SSF is in PoE. There is SSF mode in the game where you are completely SSF and don't have access to the other stuff. But SSF is on top of SSF being a game mode. It's a faction called there's Merchants Guild, which is the trade faction, and then there's the what is it called? Circle of Fortune. And if you pick that, you can like juice your item drops more than you could in Trade League, or rather Trade. But you can still party up with other players that are playing Circle of Fortune also. In fact, you can even party up with Merchants Guild players. I think you just can't like share loot in that way. So any item that you drop will be tagged with Circle of Fortune, so you can't trade it, but you can juice your item drops with it. That's
Rides the
pretty smart system.
Divergence, Lightning Blast chains now have a brief
Yeah, you can
pause
go
between
like group
each subsequent
SSF
chain,
basically built in, kind of.
rather than being instantaneous.
Yeah.
Fix the bug where Lightning Blast will only chain enemies that are within a moderate distance. Fix the bug where Lightning Blast Halo effect was unable to create Spark Novas. Fix the bug.
Obviously, I'm a Trade League player usually, so
this has innate chain now, which would be really nice. Leveling a mage on the campaign.
I usually don't play
like
that.
the first 4 levels, remember?
Very
You have
Yeah.
chain now.
Yeah, every time Snap would be like, why the fuck am I only hitting one
In this case,
monster
there
at
might be a
time?
lot of PoE to refugees. Beginner guide.
now
I'm not
has
really a
950
guide
damage effectiveness
person,
for
honestly.
900 with an equivalent base damage.
I'll
Twin
continue
meters,
to do
great.
our like highlight stuff, and if there is any beginner-friendly content I can put out, I will. But no promises.
meters
I'm not.
anymore. So that got
I'm not a
fucked.
guide maker.
That's a big nerf.
Adds
My
50
belt.
mana cost, so the mana cost is down. Meteor Shower grants additional meteor per point for direct cast. Wait, they're nerfing all the procced meteor casts. What the fuck?
The belt.
That's fucked.
Maybe it's because like sometimes you just like you'd press it once and then
It
the
would just
meteor
keep
would
going
proc-
more for minutes, like from its own
The
shit.
meteor would proc the meteor
Yep.
from the belt and it'd just go infinite, and then you'd
Yeah,
and
and
it
you
just
run
be
out of mana.
running out of mana. Yeah.
I had good enough build where I was doing that. I was
Runic
running out of
Invocation
belt
fixed
for
a
the
bug
meteor.
where Lightning Web would target a random enemy. Now picks the enemy
I
nearest to the
might
target.
do a highlight of this.
Shadow Strike now culls
See
frozen
if I can
enemies below
find
10% health from culling frozen enemies below 100 health. What?
Wow.
Who made that node? 100
See, it
health
was before
culling?
this league.
Yo,
So it's like
hard.
here.
Basically how PoE 2 works right now with
Let's do
culling.
this.
A 100 health?
In a party? Yeah, that's basically how it works.
Did they not fix that yet in PoE 2?
I don't actually know for sure.
Oh, here. I casted Meteor.
Obliteration grants 2% cull threshold
Procs
against frozen
off of
enemies from
itself.
50% increase. Max points reduced to 2. Winter's Boon grants 1 mana again when you kill a frozen enemy.
This belt.
Okay, whatever. Shadow Strike, pog skill, pog build. This thing is fucking crazy. No changes basically. Static.
Cyborg, you're the guy that got them to fucking change that node? Fucking gamer.
Here's
You
some
have 10%
Last Epoch
culling.
videos.
Static. Overload has been reworked. While over 80 charges, you expend 10 charges to cast Lightning Blast on a nearby enemy every second. This effect consumes Lightning Blast mana costs. Overload now targets enemies within 8 meters. Unstable has been reworked and renamed to Stabilizing Current. Lightning Blast critical hits a 25% chance per point to grant a charge. A charge of what? Oh, a charge of static. Okay. So, this effectually casts a Lightning Blast, not just from Overload. That has been reworked. Lightning Blast from Overload have 1% additional crit strike chance per point and 5% chance to chain 4 additional times. Unlimited power has been reworked. Lightning Blast from Overload consumes 25% less of Lightning Blast mana cost per point, but expends 5% additional charges per point, max of 2 points. Power Surge only grants its damage bonus on direct use. Static Orb. Mana charged grants 2% of max mana as additional mana cost from 4.
four.
It got halved. It can now only grant 100 additional mana cost from this effect from no limits.
From no limits. That's
Oh,
So
yeah.
that it got halved, capped, and then overcharged detonation got halved. So
And the focus shit got nerfed.
and
Yeah.
the focus. No, focus didn't really eat a big nerf. and the
glacial mana sustain. You have to get like crazy cast speed to keep up with that as well. Yeah, that's triple.
The damage of this sucks now. This node was what carried the damage. The damage of this is probably fucking garbage.
This node was fucking.
This is
90% of the whole damage or something.
Cold Front's Twilight Wave now is 400% damage effectiveness with an equivalent base damage.
I mean that was very strong.
Starts animation earlier than intended. Teleport. Fixed cases of unintended teleporting. Fixed Warp Pass Shrine effect being cancelled on casting teleport. Hoggers.
Is there a... There's a boss skill right at the end here.
Oh, sorry. Do you know if the
Pinnacle
taken
boss
as void, less damage is worded incorrectly or if it's bugged? 10% of elemental damage taken as void per point, but you take 4% less void damage per point. It says but it has no downside.
It should just be like additionally.
It should just be additionally. It's just a weird wording. Yeah. It's a benefit. You're converting all your LE damage to void, and you're taking less void damage, so it's a benefit. Beastmaster passive tree. Poor sign constitution grants aspect to the boar. 10% increase health regen per point. Poggers. Shaman tree. Ancestral speed grants 7% attack and cast speed for your totems per point from only affecting cast speed for your totems. Oh, sorry, I don't speak Russian. I don't know.
Yo, one guide.
Soon.
Or you, one guide?
Skills, Avalanche. Plumbing Fissure now references the fucking tooltip, whatever, physical damage and fire, fixed a bug. AoE and online.
Yep. You can not only respec anytime,
broken, but
you can also respec your ascendancy now. Well, in this game they're called masteries, I think. But yeah, you can mastery respec now. Previously you couldn't do that.
Aftershocks 15% more damage over time per point from 25% more damage per over point, and 50% increase aftershock duration. So the more damage over time went from 25 to 15. Storm Rift fully converts Earthquake's base physical damage to lightning. The aftershocks are still not converted, and thus Earthquake does not lose its physical tag. Shatterquake grants 15% more hit damage against chilled or frozen enemies per point from 40.
Oh my, that's a massive nerf.
Thunderblight now grants 10% more lightning damage per point. Fixed a bug where Earthquake would play multiple overlapping VFX. Fixed a bug where Aftershocks benefited from Shatterquake twice if they were converted to damage over time. This is a huge nerf.
Oh.
So Shatterquake, this node that granted 40% more hit damage, it would grant you 40% more damage for chilled, and then 40% more damage, like it would be counting twice if you converted it.
Mm-hmm.
And so the multiplier went from 40 to 15, and it doesn't double dip anymore.
Oof.
So that's a huge nerf. Haggling Roots visuals would animate at incorrect speeds. Fixed a bug with the Taro's Blessing where the Triage passive did not correctly target the lowest health ally. Gathering Storm. Tempest weapons added spell damage is 50% less effective when applied to a Storm totem to its unmatched Storms node. Okay. Maelstrom. 80% damage effectiveness per second from 60. Eye of the Storm grants 25% more damage from 20. Frozen Abyss grants 10% more damage to chilled enemies and 30% more damage to frozen enemies. Fixed a bug where Maelstroms, Tsunamis, and Twisters were consuming mana when cast. They no longer consume mana. Fixed a display bug where the skill panel quickly displayed a lightning tag. Okay, cool. Serpent Strike, base attack range, and base movement speed. The Serpent, cool. Veil Tide no longer grants +1 max Veil Spirits per point. It now grants 40 rage gain per point and 40% more damage for entangling roots cast this way. Mine spawned by Spriggan Form are now visually larger. Improved Spirit Thorns movement online.
It's definitely easy to save gear in this game and
fix the bug where Spriggan Form and Stormblade did not switch
gear out second characters.
Poggers.
Yeah. You can just pre-farm gear. You can set your filter to whatever you want and pick up any items and save them or craft them.
Unmatched Storms now also grants Storm Totems 20% less damage. Oh, they just added a less multiplier here.
Nice. Wow. Yep.
Hey,
next Thursday.
Now you get 20 health per strength and 20 health per level from 18.
Next Thursday.
Forceful Swipes now grant 1 melee fizz for the
17th of April.
Strength. The cooldown of the bear swipe is now 2 seconds from 5. Updated bear swipe attack speed to match the players.
Yep.
Guys, I think we're playing Summon Bear.
I'm down. I'm logging in.
It's called
Summon Sabretooth.
Last
don't
Epoch
care.
tools.
Summon Scorpion. Also don't care. Summon Stormcrows.
Online.
Fixed a bug.
Online POB or POEDB.
Summon Thorn Totem. Venom Tip Totems. 25% poison chance per point. Thorn Totem is like used for leveling, so I don't think it really got changed. More spell damage per point.
Poggers.
I mean, slight buff. But Thorn Totem is like a really solid leveling spec. Summon Wolf, going on double cooldown when the Pack Hunter node is specialized. Okay.
Okay.
Stormblade form,
Class.
duration, and a bug fix swipe.
Don't know yet.
Claws of Stone now grants 10% chance per point to summon a Claw Totem.
Probably.
Okay, useless. Sabretooth Endurance grant 3% health regen from 15%.
Void
Okay,
Knight.
this is huge for the set bonus. People were using this with a set item that gave you damage per regen,
Yeah.
and so this is like giga nerfed. Tempest Strike, base area by 16%. Tornado, 22 mana from 25, 125 damage effectiveness per second. Debris grants 25% more damage per points, a slight buff, bigger AoE, max points to 4. Druidic controls new 2 points in strength and air. Igniting swirling knights every second. Inferno's been reworked. Now grants 50% of your chance to ignite with hit on fire spells as ignite chance per second per point. Fix a bug or tornado would visually lag behind. Upheaval. Okay, this was another broken skill. Master the Totem now stacks up to 4 times from unlimited.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't think I need to read anymore.
Yeah.
Lucky.
That's all they needed to do.
Wait, each stack was multiplicative with other stacks. It was just infinite scaling, not
Yeah.
additive, multiplicative. Okay.
Yep.
Yes.
Jesus
this-
Lord. Okay.
Wait,
fine.
so what's
Holy.
fuck? Gotta do the math. What's 15 times 15 times 15? No, that's not right. 0.15 or 1.15
Yeah.
times 1.15 times 1.15 times 1.15 is 1.74 multiplier,
Yeah.
which is good, but it used to
Yeah.
be like you could literally get like fucking 30 stacks of this thing.
Please do minion build.
Which that
Maybe.
this makes
Maybe we'll
Storm
reroll
Totem way
into a
worse.
minion build. It's possible.
Berserk buff now lasts 1.5 seconds from 1. That's good. Fix a bug where any totem specifics would affect the Warcry totem, not the Werebear Roar totem. Okay.
Okay.
Fix a bug where Werebear form did not switch its models. Fix a delay between Werebear Maul and its damage. Alright, we're through the skill changes and class changes. Holy
Nice.
shit.
Okay.
Items. Magic and rare
Loot.
enemies are tougher, drop more items, but regular enemies drop items less often. Poggers.
Okay.
They're doing Kalandra! No!
Oh,
I
no.
was gonna say, is that poggers? Isn't
Wait.
this like the opposite of what we want?
Hey, the thing is, in Last Epoch, there's a lot of rare magic enemies. Like, the proportion of mobs that are rare in
Yeah,
magic is,
it's
like,
not-
is high.
Yeah, it's not like you're doing 10 screens of white mobs to like find a rare. They're like on every screen almost. Like
It's like if you're fucking doing beyond maps where you're fucking going. and
Evan, I don't mind the
1,000 rares.
generic like rules of like the harder and whatever monsters drop like more and better loot. I think that's fine as long as you don't go the way where like
As long as you don't remove a historic quantity and
yeah,
rarity bonus.
like to the
then-
point where literally white monsters cannot drop anything ever. Like that feels like shit. You kill a screen of white mobs and nothing drops. Like that's bad. But like
You hold alt. and there's
in
a
general,
single
I think I
scroll.
like that idea. You know,
The
In
the
theory.
proportion is what matters, right? Like,
yeah,
if you're just walking past white mobs because they're like actually useless, like maybe that's problematic.
that's bad.
But at the same time, like, there is an incentive in Last Epoch to kill the white mobs, and it's stability gain in the mono. So
Yeah.
there's that. Some of the items
Nope.
from large explosions of loot
You
are
buy
exchanged for
stash
extra
tabs
gold,
from
and gold
in-game
drops in
gold.
multiple piles when large
That's
amounts
very
drop at
easy to
once.
grind.
Fix a long-standing bug that causes rare item drop rate to
You don't need
massively
to pay
spike
for
to level
stash tabs.
51 and then decrease as area level increase. This has been compensated for by increasing rare item drop at very high levels. Enemies now have 10% more health at level 100, scaling from 0% more at level 20.
Like half an
Exile
hour,
enemies have
hour
5%
into the
more
game,
health
you
at
have
level 100,
multiple stash
scaling
tabs if you
linearly
want.
Up from 25%.
And then the
less
more
at
you
level
get, the more
0.
expensive they
Green
become.
prisons spawn slightly less frequently by default. Loot lizards spawn less frequently by default. Loot lizards now take 45 seconds to flee from 40. Alright, loot lizards are fucking OP, by the way. You see this shit? Kill them. Like, it's worth it. This shit's so broken.
Good God,
Magic enemy
okay.
changes. 115% more health from 105. Add 100% of expected health for level as base
The
health
second line just means that your gold
from
kind of adds up in
70%.
bigger
Deal
piles
60%
instead
more
of
damage
dropping a
from
bunch
50
of
to
small
5
piles.
more items from 150. So it's like a 25% buff. Rare enemies, 160 more health. plus 2% per level. Add 250% expected health from base health. So it's like 25% higher health and loot. Health gain per
Okay.
character level has been increased from 10. So you're getting 20% more
Oh.
health baseline. This is
shit.
200 flat health
Pretty good.
on every
Okay.
character.
This plus all the new
Power gain.
changes to like health rolls, which are also higher.
Added health
is-
affix values are slightly higher. Increased health regen affixes are higher.
Okay, health
plus
buff.
health regen affixes makes scaling health regen a more viable option. Stout idols no longer spawn with the added health suffix.
Oh.
So the double health idols, the 1x2s, no longer have a
Yeah.
suffix health.
Yeah.
Re-
People use like
Existing
double health.
idols have been converted to elemental
Oh,
resistances.
Yeah, but you
This
get
is-
some flat health. Like everyone gets some flat health, basically.
Yeah, they get 200
And
back
then-
from just existing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then the actual explicit.
That's
rolls
good.
on
It's
the
kind of
USD
boring to
here
get
is better.
fucking double life idols. Like,
Yeah,
especially now that they're adding like new cool shit
Idle
that you would
chance,
want.
yeah. It would be
Yeah.
a shame if they added idle and chance, which are pog and mechanic, and then
you're-
everybody just
you still just
idle
go
double
life
health
life
idols.
or life
Yeah.
res. Yeah.
Reduced accessibility of ward generation from a lot of quick hits. I mean, they did that on the acolyte change. They capped the like number of hits, right, for the ward
Yeah.
gen. So reduce the ward retention provided by int to 2% per point from 4%. Buff the ward per second suffix and added a new ward per second and ward threshold suffix. Potions now heal 5 plus 10 per level instead of 50 plus 5. So the ward retention nerf is kind of
Okay.
massive, I'll be honest. This is like pretty massive change. But
Yeah.
new suffix or new affix suffix ward per second ward decay threshold spawns on rings and amulets. T7 is 180 or 230 ward decay threshold and 40 ward per second. New affix added health and health regen hybrid. 135 health and 25 health regen.
Okay.
Strike
That's
avoidance.
a hybrid that could also roll with just a regular flat health.
Yeah.
You can do both on rings.
And the
That's a lot.
Yeah. It's a lot of
pretty
life.
good.
Okay.
Critical strike avoidance suffix available on helmets, gloves, boots, belts, and rings. Now hybrid critical avoidance.
Good buffs
and
to
added
health,
dodge
honestly.
rating Suffix
good.
or affix. Critical strike
Podcast
avoidance
with
is
Jod in
unchanged.
25
Dodge rating is
minutes.
170 on helmets, gloves, boots, belts, rings. Dodge rating added blessing has been buffed.
With who?
100 flat. This is percent, isn't it? Not flat.
No.
Who's holding
It's
them on?
100 flat dodge from 60. Grand Shout of the
Yeah.
Eclipse is 200. The Grand Blessing is 200 dodge. Now from 100, they doubled it.
Aaron Action RPG.
There's
Okay,
so
nice.
much.
Jod, Ross, Mike, and Carve.
Tell me about how you feel about the Acolyte changes. It's nerfed, but like by 30%, I'd say. But it's like the same. The class is the same, right? We read through all the changes. It doesn't seem like anything changed, really.
I
Like, we
mean,
haven't
you
gotten
have-
to any of the item changes yet. That's like the big thing.
Yeah, you're a little bit worse. Your int is a little less ward, or just a bit less ward, but like
You have
Pretty
some more
fine.
base life.
yeah.
Okay, dodge rating added.
To the this is in competition
critical
with the all
light.
res.
Yeah, this is
One.
like the hybrid blessing. It's 90 dodge here. Added health
Yeah.
suffix available on helmet. It's the added health goes to 180 from 160. And
Good.
their gold suffix
New
can now
season
roll on
next
belt
Thursday,
pieces, also
yep.
helmets, gloves, rings, and relics. Increased health regen suffix can no longer roll on gloves. Increased health regen suffix available on helmets, blah blah blah, is buffed around 15% by
Chris
at all
Wilson
tiers.
energy.
162%
That's
health
good.
regen. Extra potion slot and potion health prefix available on belts, buffed by around 50%. Okay. Word per second suffix available on offhand catalyst and mage and necklace has been buffed by 40%, so it's 56 word per second. T7 top end. Shared lightning pen can now appear on daggers. Shared void pen can now appear on daggers, wands, and bows. Shared cold pen can now appear on bows. That's a big change too. Some of these like scaling options were. Yeah. The chance to create an earthquake aftershock at nearby enemy on melee attack apex now rolls 40% from 3 to 8. Can trigger up to 10 times from. So they capped it.
We
Okay.
can do picture in picture. Yeah.
Nice. The experimental affix volatile zombie summon on potion use is now bees summon on potion use. They removed volatile zombies.
Bro,
What the
wait,
hell?
I need those.
People were using these on sacrifice build and everything. Like, this is a huge fucking nerf to that sacrifice build too.
More bees.
Idle. Style items and ally roll added health. Changed to Ellie Res. Shared large idle health prefix has been split into 3 different affixes, one for each class that could use it. Okay, Primalist gets endurance threshold. Acolyte gets ward per second. Rogue gets dodge
It's
rating.
a lot of patch notes, man.
They're just adding a hybrid like affix to each one, I guess. Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, but that means like it's harder to get the idol, right? That means like you're gonna drop an idol and it's gonna have blood. I'm pretty sure you can't use it if it has like an
Only
acolyte mod.
A quarter of the time you will get a mod that's usable for you.
On the
Wait, but
1x2.
isn't them wait. Aren't you more like much more likely to drop your class's idol than
Yes,
other class
yes.
idols? Yeah.
The shared large idol. What's the shared large idol? Like,
It's the 1x2 that looks like a dildo,
The horizontal.
isn't it?
Yeah, it's the dildo one.
Yeah. The one that used to be double life, you know, if you yeah.
no, that's
Or
the
is that
stout
not?
idol.
Oh. Wait, which one is the large? Is
The
the
large is
1x2?
1x3s. It's the 1x3 vertical.
Oh.
Vertical 1x3.
Okay, yeah, these are class.
Yeah, they are class
Mhm,
specific.
mhm.
I guess, yeah. So it doesn't really change those then.
Yeah.
Enemy balance. Void Wings and Void Fuse Bats cannot be targeted until they're fully emerged. Increase the damage of the Void Guard Sola's Fire Beam by 300%. And increase its collide to match its visuals. Reduce the size of the Tundra Stalker. 8-second cooldown to its leap attack. Walking into the area of effect of Jorah's Frigid Tie within 0.5 seconds of the spell going off will no longer result in you taking damage as if it had hit you. Fix an issue where the Shade of Orbis can cast 2 abilities at once if stunned during the first one. Slightly adjusted the balance of the Void Worm skills and fixed a number of issues with the visuals.
Oops.
Covenant of Dominions explosion ability deals 50% less damage. This also affects similarly named Covenant of underscore enemies in Chapter 8. General enemy changes: 18 new regular enemies, 5 new mini bosses, and 5 new bosses. Replace the following enemies. Okay. Placed the Void Maul, updated the Prophet of Ruin, updated the Void Cultist, disabled Void Maul spawning in regular echoes. Renamed the Void Horrors that appear in the beacon to encounters to Light Eaters to avoid ambiguity with prophecies. Updated VFX and animations of the Ice Goliath. Improve Heorot's dash targeting and direction. Boss word has been removed from the majority of bosses and mini bosses.
Oh.
Timeline bosses, Harbingers, Aberoth, and Shade of Orbis, and the final chapter bosses, excluding Orion, have boss word. So yeah, but the fucking rune mages and shit, and the Wengaris don't have fucking boss word anymore.
Yes, okay.
Remember the Wingari and like you'd hit the portal
Yeah.
and like 20 Wingaris would spawn.
Die,
and they all have boss
human.
mode. Chapter bosses that appear as regular Echo bosses and Monolith only have boss word in the campaign. Initial decay rate of
good
boss
change.
word has been doubled. Bosses have 10% more health. Additionally, bosses and mini bosses that have boss word removed have 110% more health. Corresponding reduced health of the bosses and mini bosses that already lacked boss ward. Damage over time. Players take 15% less damage taken over time.
Yes.
Enemies' damage bonus from corruption is only half as effective for damage over time. For example, the effect says enemies have 60% more health and damage. The effect is enemies have 60% more health, 60% more hit damage, and 30%
change.
more damage over
Big
time.
change.
That's
From the last time I played this game, this is the best patch note in the patches by far.
Yep.
Agreed.
Dots were crazy. Okay,
And they're
that's
hard
awesome.
to mitigate, but Sentinel specifically got a bajillion ways to mitigate dots.
Yeah.
So
Sentinel is a fucking brick versus dots.
Nice.
unique and set items. We're releasing 28 new uniques in season 2, including 4 backer custom uniques, 8 with Weaver's Will, 16 additional uniques. We'll look at the uniques later because we can view them in the planner and stuff,
Yeah.
right? So
Yes.
unique item changes. Add a minimum base Weaver's Will scaling to prevent very low Weaver's Will values at higher levels. Anchor
Good.
of Oblivion's Void Wave now is a 2-second cooldown from 4 Oblivion Wave. Okay, this shit's like whatever. Aurelis is 64 Lightning Pen with Electrify, so this got nerfed. Battle Mage's Endeavor, 75% chance to cast Lightning Blast when you use a melee attack and hit at least one enemy, so this is a buff. Boulder's Wrath now triggers Earthquake up to 2 times every 5 seconds from once every
This
5
was
seconds.
shown in the video.
Blood Roost, 100 bleed chance to your Falcon from 200% and 2 to 10 dex. This got nerfed. Another Falcon nerf. Okay.
That's the TLDR of the patch. Another Falcon nerf.
Dragon Flame Edict has a 1 second cooldown from 2. Now states its cooldown and item restriction. Doublet of Onos. 60% or 100% increased minion bleed duration and a 100% minion bleed chance. Okay, Puggers. Eye of Reen can now trigger on any melee attack, not just direct melee attack, but it has a trigger limit of 30 per 5 seconds. So you can get 150 multi from uncapped. This is a huge, gigantic fucking nerf to a lot of melee builds with high attack rates. Specifically on Blade Dancer, where it's using this, and Shadow Strike on Mage, where it's using this as well. And some other Sentinel builds. You can only get 150 multi on this instead of like fucking 600-700. Big nerf.
The Giga scaling is nerfed.
But probably should have been capped a while ago. This item was really powerful. Uncapped crit multi. Very cool. Eye of Storms now grants 50% increased lightning damage per active Maelstrom. Now cast Maelstrom every 3 seconds. The effect is now separate from the Maelstrom cast chance found on idols. Okay, that's cool. Gambler's Fallacy, a new quest has been added, so you can get both items now instead of just the gloves or the amulets. Gladiator's Oath is now 45% crit multi while dual wielding and 15.
Drill me, bro.
They tripled it. Okay. Fixed a bug where the UI indicator for Hakar's Phoenix revival ability beyond cooldown would not disappear when the ability came off cooldown. Hakar's Phoenix now attempts to revive a down companion when its 10-second cooldown is over if the companion would take more than 2 seconds to be revived. Hazel Root now grants 35% chance to cast Thorn Shield on yourself when you directly use a physical skill. Ignivar's Head now casts a fire aura every second while channeling.
You can go back and finish your map, but you lose some rewards.
There's an issue
but
where
you can still finish the map.
Hold this node.
You have to like rerun it, I think.
Cause a trap to be attached to the enemy. Okay.
Sure.
And you're not gonna get the guaranteed reward that you would have gotten at the end.
Now gives you more
but
damage
monsters still drop
form.
loot, and you can still clear the map and progress through the web.
Bug fix. Rain Dance now grants 4 attributes and 50% reduced duration of stuns. Ring of the Third Eye. Ward on crit is now limited to 4 times per second from no limit. Huge nerf. This item was used on some corruption pushing builds to generate crazy ward if you had high hit rates. So this is like now trash.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay.
Let's see. Pack Severance. Now has an effective legendary potential of 60, and that can trigger sacrifice 2 times per second from once per second. So they can buff this now that they fucking deleted sacrifice. Cool. Paranoia now has an effective LPL of 60. Buffed. Okay. Raise of Fall grants Aerial Assault Burst of Feathers 1 Umbral Blade per 20 dex from 2 per 30. Okay, another Falconer nerf. Aerial Assault nerf. 8% remaining cooldown from 12%. Another Falconer nerf. Okay. Moving on.
Yeah, if you die and there's loot on the screen, it'll get vacuumed up and you'll get it anyway.
3 seconds.
Yeah.
Sacrificial Embrace is 66% chance to grab a stack of Abyssal Rite on crit. Consuming Abyssal Rite now grants 20 Spell Void and 20 Void Pen per stack. Okay. Sigian's Reprisal can now retaliate with Shield Throw on block up to 2 times per second from 0.5 second cooldown. Wait, is there a difference? Wait, what?
Is that a prophecy? I'm not sure. I think it's just a base game technology,
Something now has an effective LPL of 50.
Not sure, actually.
Also grants 6 to 9 Vitality. Cool. Stormbreaker now no longer gives 36% chance to cast Lightning Strike. Gain a Storm stack when you directly use a melee skill to hit at least 1 enemy. Tempest Maw can now summon Storm Sprites every 6 from 15. 20 base damage instead of 18. Torque Finn's Hunger, 15% bleed chance per 5% uncapped physical resistance from 5 per 5. This is buffed. Trident of the Last Abyss. Chance to cast Abyssal Echoes now is a 3-second cooldown from 4. That's buffed. Now grants Tyranni's Bidet 130% Lightning Pen with Electrify. Okay. Urzel's Pride is now 1% mana regen per 2 uncapped Lightning Res.
Oh.
No longer grants 40 mana, but now has 6 to 10 attunement. That's a big buff, actually.
Yeah. It's good for attunement stackers.
Okay. The LPL went to 20. That's actually kind of a nerf, so it's like...
Oh.
People use this because it was really easy to get 4 LP.
Mm-hmm.
It was really easy to get 4 LP.
Yeah, it was just the free extra stats.
They buffed the stats. It gives you attunement now, which could, on a lot of builds that we're using it, give you 40% damage.
Yeah, and 20 LPL is not that hard still, right?
You can still get 4 LP, but it's slightly rarer.
Mm-hmm.
Veil Root now grants 1 to 2 to Spriggan form, so
Bidet.
+1.
Bidet.
Vulcanus now grants 65 melee fire, 65 spell fire from 57, and chance to cast Magma Shards on melee hit from 10%. Fixed a bug. Vessel of Strife got nerfed. 40% of health regen applied to ward.
It's
From
because
66.
they're making it so you can actually get health regen on like other places now, right? Like you add the rings which give flat, which then multiplies against all your increase. So you'd be having like 1, maybe even like 2,000 health regen. So it'd be like
Yeah. World Splitter fixed a bug which would cause the area buff from World Splitter to
Hybrid mod
persist and
also.
stack infinitely. This was on Rogue. Rogue had a bug with a Lethal Mirage, and you could like use the Lethal Mirage with World Splitter and get infinite AoE. You like, and then you could like swap to your fucking stupid like Shadow Cascade whatever, and like fucking one shot the whole screen because you had like 9,000% AoE. It's stupid. Fixed the display issue with Wraithwood's Harbor, said the buff from consuming minions can't stack, and now states the buff can stack endlessly. Okay, set item changes. 25% chance to gain haste from 15, 21 block chance from 14, 50% void pen from 75. Okay.
Nerf.
Yeah, they probably have to adjust some of these sets because
Now you can like actually get them. On
yeah, some of
normal
these were
items.
really, really powerful. Halvar stand has 30% chance to gain
75
haste.
void pen.
I guess
2 pieces. That's crazy.
Halvar's 2-piece is 20 cold and 20 physical from 25. Invokers 60% crit multi against frozen enemies. Oh, they removed the duration of freeze from the fucking amulets. That's funny.
Oh.
Invoker static touch ward giving you hit or shock to enemies now limited. Yeah. 6 to 15 added cold affected by a dread shade from 5 to 13. That's buffed. Last bear health regen got buffed. Endurance threshold buffed. Physical damage leached as health is buffed. 2% endurance threshold per strength from 20 health gain on stun. Okay, this is actually buffed as well. Shadowlands 2-piece set, 5% increased melee cold damage per 10 health regen, up to 1500% from 15% per 10. So this is cut by a third, and they capped it.
With no limit.
That's crazy.
Oh no.
yeah, I mean,
That shit was
if you're
broken,
capping,
but
if you're capping it, it still seems pretty good. Like 1500% is not bad.
Yeah. Still a lot.
no, but they also nerfed the node that was giving you the regen on swipe.
yeah.
That was like the abuse case for that. But they nerfed the item, or they nerfed the set bonus, and they nerfed the thing that was generating the regen, both.
Yeah.
The double GGG 2-prong nerf. Senathia's resurrection grants 46% chance for one of your skeletons dies to resummon after 3 seconds. Okay, cool.
You can get a
Sunforge
lot of
Hammer,
flat from ring affix.
more damage.
Yeah, that's fair.
The 2 modifiers granting melee fire damage to Forge Strike and Smelter's Wrath have been replaced with a new modifier that grants melee fire damage per Forge weapon. Hoggers. The Sunforge Cuirass grants 20% chance for a Forge weapon on hit. Hoggers. Forge weapon, guys, log in. Valatria's Downfall 2-piece set bonus grants 1 spell lightning per 2 int from 1 to 1. Okay.
Yeah, that probably would have been broken if you could have it on a real staff.
Yep. Item faction updates. Waypoints for the Observatory and Bazaar are now unlocked when joining an item faction in the Keeper's Camp.
Nice. Okay.
Where's that?
That's Act 1. Right?
You join them early on?
Keeper's Camp? Wait, that's...
Do you not have to do the dungeon
Or is this
anymore
for
to go unlock?
alts?
It might be
Or-
for alts.
Maybe.
Hmm.
Characters will be unable to enter the Majelka Upper District from the Observatory or Bazaar until witnessing Apophy's
No, you can. You can go straight to the Bazaar and unlock it. You don't actually have to go and do the thing.
like dungeons. Yeah.
You have to go do the dungeon skip.
Oh, nice.
No, it's not
That's
just for alts.
It's not
It
just for
means
alts, yeah.
On your first character, you can unlock your COF or your MG without actually having to go to that
Based.
act. But you can't go to the town, obviously, unless
Mhm.
yeah,
Unless
like,
you have
to go-
finished the last campaign boss, yeah, the up office.
Or do you
Medusa
not get
woman?
to be able to
Or-
talk to the guy that?
You do. He's in the zone. I'm pretty sure
know.
this makes it so you
Nice.
can go to you can join COF or MG way earlier. You
That's
don't actually have to
big.
get to the town.
Yeah. Because
like,
we weren't
the
even
fact that
finishing
he's
the
spawning until the second round?
campaign. we were just like doing only side quests and then instantly into monos.
And then you do a dungeon, and that puts you straight
Yeah.
at the town, which unlocks your faction. That's what you do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Added 7 new prophecies for killing Nemesis and champions.
Still good to
in
finish the
COF.
campaign for the
Don't
plus one
care,
all
we're not
attributes,
COF
but
players.
we
Weaver
can do that
Idol,
later.
subtypes prophecy reward. Okay, Rune of Weaving is prophecy reward.
Mhm.
Lens balancing.
Don't
Okay,
care.
COF stuff next.
Don't care. MG. Minimum listing price of 500 gold and a maximum listing price of 1.5 billion gold.
Oh shit.
No, goodbye,
Uh,
0 gold.
Goodbye,
There's now
0 gold.
0 gold. There's now a 15% listing price tax or 500 gold, whichever is higher.
Okay, so
Paid
max
for by the buyer. Example 1. You list an item for 500 gold. The purchasing player will pay 1,000 gold or 500 gold list price plus 500 gold tax.
Mm-hmm.
You list an item for 1 million gold. The purchasing player will pay 1,150,000 gold or 1 million gold list price plus 150k gold tax.
Okay. Gold sync.
Generically good.
Yeah,
It
I agree.
It also makes it so you can't. I mean, it's to de-incentivize just like spamming every single item onto the auction house.
Yeah.
No, it's fine to list everything.
I mean, you
don't pay anything.
500 is nothing.
No,
it's
there's
Omega Wall.
there's a-
No, it's
now
500
it's
to
a
list.
listing
Yeah.
price tax.
Paid for the buyer. No, it's paid for by the buyer.
Oh,
Yeah. No. Yeah, but there is a $500 base minimum amount to
Yeah.
list an item.
No, that is the base price. Like, you can't list anything for under 500 gold. That is not you paying anything.
Alright.
okay. But look, are you sure it's not that you pay it in and then
Look at the example.
You list an item for 500 gold. The purchasing player will pay 1,000 gold. So you
Okay.
both parties pay in this instance, and this is the
No,
lowest tax that the buyer.
No, I don't think there's any listing fee.
You list an item that has a price of 500 gold. The purchasing
Okay.
player pays 1,000 gold for that 500 gold item.
Okay.
Because they paid a 500 gold tax.
And then you get 500
You
gold.
don't pay anything.
There's just a minimum now, so
Okay.
people don't list shit for 0 gold. And it just is gonna
Okay.
be
Okay.
500 gold now.
I thought they like
That's fine.
you're changing something so people don't use the auction house as a storage.
Well, you can still do that, but like
Yeah.
the thing is, it costs favor for you to do that. So like, I don't know, like it's not
Yeah,
a smart. It's not a smart idea to do that anyways, because you want your favor to be able to buy shit that you want and to be able to sell your
Yeah.
stuff that you actually want. Like using it as a storage is actually a supremely like
You
stupid
can't
way to
flip
use
in
your
this
favor,
game.
I'll be
You
honest.
cannot relist something that you have
in
bought
my opinion.
in this game.
You'd rather
Yeah.
There is zero
list more
flipping.
things. You're never gonna
You
have
can
enough
only
favor to
list an
all the
item
items that you're
once, and if
dropping.
someone buys it,
And so burning your favor on just
That's it.
using it as storage is like kind of stupid to me. But
I mean, you can list it multiple times if it doesn't sell, obviously. But you can only buy
taxes applied
an
after the
item
listing
can
gold
only be
cap is enforced.
purchased
You list an
once
item
through the
for
auction
1.5,
house
the
system.
purchase price will be intended 1.725 billion gold. Tax is not included in the display value for items you listed yourself. Okay, it doesn't even show you what the tax is. It only shows it to the buyer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Player-to-player trading. Direct P2P trade has been removed.
Ooh.
What does that mean?
means that I can't give you like if we're trying to trade gold between each other, it's more annoying. So we have to go through the fucking auction house now.
I thought we were doing that before.
No, you would trade me a fucking idol, and I'd pay you 10 million gold
Yeah.
for it. And
Yeah.
some bunk ass idol. Now I have to like, now you have to go list it on the auction house. I have to go
Mhm.
fucking find it, and then actually buy it. Then make sure it's your idol.
Yeah.
Instead, it was
Actually,
mainly
keep
used for.
reading.
Instead, it was mainly
Then
used for
you can
RMT,
tax on top of
which
that.
harms legitimate gameplay and enjoyment. Please note you can still
Nice.
gift items found in the same zone and residents to gift items without.
Yeah, it's
Nothing
not
has changed with
gifting
it.
that's removed. It's just a trade. The
No,
player-
but that means you have to pay a 15% tax on
Yes.
any.
Yep.
If you're wanting to give me gold to buy something,
yeah,
Yeah.
you were going to
minus
pay a tax.
15%.
But that means like the residences are
gold
even
sync.
more important now because like if you want to buy
Mhm.
me an item, okay, like you have a bunch of left like spare gold and a hog item comes
Yeah.
up but I'm too broke, you either have to give me 15% or we have to pay 50% tax on it.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Or you have to buy it and gift it to me. But like in the situation where we don't have enough, let's say we both have 5 million and the item we want to buy is 8 million, we're going to have to pay the 15% on that.
Yeah.
You have to fucking pay the 15%, and then
Pay the
and then
tax.
I think I'm okay with this just because
Yeah.
it's actually a really good RMT deterrent.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And it's more gold sink, so it doesn't like fly away. The gold costs don't like fly away, you know, in a few days. Like,
But I do agree with Snap that residences need to be more common with
Yes.
this system, in my opinion.
Obsidian specifically. Goldens are fine.
yeah, golden's whatever after like a couple of hours, pretty much. Like, but
You can
obsidian is so rare.
You can resonance gift stuff bought from the Merchant's Guild, yes.
Yeah.
But even then, like, what you can do is, like, buy an item and slam it, and if it, like, fucking fucks up, then you don't even bother trading it. Like, you just drop it on the floor. Like, you can slam stuff for people, and then if it's shit, just don't even bother trading it. Don't waste a resonance on it.
Yeah.
I'm fucking wasting obsidian resonance on that shit.
Gamepad shit. Gamepad targeting. Quality of life
Right.
and other changes.
Get in here. Gamepad stuff.
What is a gamepad, guys?
It's
What happened to
It's a pad on which you game.
Yeah, but why did we start calling them gamepads and not controllers? Like, what? Am
I don't know.
fucking stupid?
It's a
Controllers
pad.
maybe feel like they're attached to consoles, and it's not a console exclusive now. I don't know.
Yeah, but the mouse is an animal.
It's a fucking controller. It controls. Like,
Yeah, it
It's not
controls.
exclusive to anything.
Yeah, people are just stupid, man. Okay.
Pad.
No.
It
It's
is
a-
what it is.
A keyboard is technically a controller.
Players can now respec their mastery in the end of time. Take notes, GGG.
They did actually.
they?
You can now respec ascendances in PoE 2 as well.
This can be done by talking to the Chronomancer Lorin, the same NPC you use to respec passive points. Respecing your mastery will also reset all of your passive points.
Based.
The cost of respec your mastery scales from 100 gold at level 1
The mouse
up to
is
1
an
million gold at
animal.
level
Isn't
100.
it?
Combined with the price. for
Am I
respecting
wrong or
allocated
what?
passive points.
Okay, there's the cost.
I mean, this is like decent. Like, if you respec at levels, if you respec at level 50, 30k gold is like nothing.
Yeah.
You can actually do this like more than
Yeah,
once.
I didn't even
Mhm.
factor in the fact that it actually has to respec all of your passive points. So this is,
Yeah,
this is
which
actually
would
really good
which
value.
would cost which would cost so much gold if you're high level.
You can play a POG leveling spec and read and
No,
do
no,
a
it says
respec.
and is combined with the price for
Thank you,
respecting
Marge.
all allocated passive points. You're not getting it for. I don't think you're getting.
Oh.
It's still pretty cheap
30K.
though.
Yeah, I mean it's still cheap. Like, I mean, if you're at level 50, it's not that expensive to respect your passives. Like this is really good for you. You're trying to build on your like, and then you get a little bit into monos, and you're like, you know what, this really isn't for me. I'm gonna go respec, and then
Yeah.
you're like,
That's good.
you're good.
Keyboard movement. Yeah, sorry. Video showed a cost over 1 million. The passive cost is added on top. Yeah, okay, sure. So there's WASD movement. Okay.
I liked it in PoE 2.
Okay. Yeah.
Inventory
Try it out.
redesign. Keys and woven echoes or stackable items are vacuumed and gathered together and stashed just like crafting materials. Inventory now has
awesome.
multiple tabs for storing different items. Inventory, keys, woven echoes, and gifting. Tabs will be hidden initially, but you will be unlocked when you are looted or gifted the relevant items. Transfer materials button has moved to below the items tab and is now labeled transfer. Transferring items will move all transferable items to the items tab of their associated stash-wide storage. Cool. We saw this. You no longer have to click transfer.
Yep.
Auto storing. Added the options to send certain item types straight to the storage when you pick them up.
Yo.
Includes common shards, runes. We saw those. Toggle it on and off. If you get the appropriate item types with these settings enabled, will still show the same notifications as for transferring items to your stash. Keys and woven echoes are vacuumed and will be gathered together and stashed like crafting materials.
69.
Increased
months.
item pickup
That's
radius by
crazy.
40%. Thank fuck.
Oh,
If you click
That's
on an
nice
item
too.
outside the pickup range,
Dude,
and
the
begin
quality
moving
of
for it, this
life.
movement now stops when you pick up the item.
this patch.
Previously, you continue to the item's original location after picking it up. Like before, clicking on another location after clicking on the item will still cause your character to move to the new location. You'll still pick up the item if you go within its pickup range. Offhand weapon and ring comparison. Okay, you can compare your second ring now if you hold Alt. Seasonal
Well,
announcement
arguably.
system. Added in-game seasonal announcements for the following scenarios. All hardcore deaths with a top 100 ladder position or character level 100.
Okay.
First to reach level. First Aberoth kill. First Uber Aberoth kill. Seasonal announcements are only seen by players in the same game mode challenge group. Softcore, hardcore,
Of course.
softcore solo character account found, hardcore solo character
There was no
account
auction
found.
house stuff yet.
Legacy does not see these announcements. Only system announcements.
Hang on.
Huggers.
It's probably coming.
Rarity conditions now function identically between loot filters and stash priorities. Legendary items can now be matched by loot filters. If you have a hide all rule in your filter, make sure to add a show legendary rarity rule above it. Okay. The common rare distinction for shards, runes, and glyphs is the same distinction that defines what color the item is. Brick red for rare shards, while a gold background for rares, runes, and glyphs. You can optionally specify min-max legendary potential and or Weaver's Will regardless of rarity. You can filter for LP now and Weaver's Will.
Damn. Yes! Oh my god, yes.
Weaver's Will when max will only be compared against unique legendary erased items. Legendary potential min-max will only be compared against non-erased unique items. Reforged set items will only be matched if a set is selected as rarity. Rarity is always applied to anything other than none is selected. Character stats panel. Added new stats. Electrify, duration, melee attack speed, bow attack speed. Fix the format for the added minion health regen stat. Fix the character stats UI entry for less damage over time taken. Okay, fix the issue where unique items could grant the wrong stats on the character stats menu.
Messing.
Bug reporter. Or holding start on gamepad. Take a screenshot, open the in-game bug report tool. Bug reporter will show previous screenshot taken.
Are they starting the interview now?
Game guide, new
Soon.
articles. Miscellaneous changes. Double
Maybe?
character
I don't
title will
know.
now
We'll
log you into
see.
that character.
Well, I think we'll play.
Disable automatic consumption of health potions when the belt is full.
It's starting in a few seconds.
For low
Okay,
light
we'll
builds.
see. I'm not sure.
Yep, really good
It's
for low light
mostly
builds.
technical stuff. Oh,
Exalted
now they're doing
personal
technical stuff.
items
Okay,
now
I see.
use the exalted label color. Prices in shops and gambles will be red if you cannot afford the item. Added a new enable currency pickup text. Okay. Graphics menu option to limit the FPS while in a menu. Dash merging improvements. Localization. Hardcore characters converting to softcore will now properly unlock the hardcore characters' blessings for your softcore characters. Hit tracking for projectiles in online mode. Target dummies can no longer have
Here's
damage
like
variance
25
when
stuff
hit.
to show off. Oh god.
Yo.
What?
Target dummies no longer have damage variance when
Oh.
hit.
Oh, that's nice.
Potions now
Testing
reset to
you.
maximum, returning to a town zone or an endgame mode lobby. That's fucking awesome. I no longer have to kill myself to fucking refill my potions. Increase the speed of gambling gold or souls by 1,140%.
That shit was. Thank God.
Yeah.
When I would go to fucking do Rune of Ascendance Red Rings, and I'm sitting there and it's going, rolling the dice for 5 seconds, I'm like, please.
They knew something about the stash lagging. What is? I don't know what you mean. I never had stash lag, so I don't know. There's no quest step in the study of time that involves a unique enemy that can be found in the Wyvern College. The quest hidden gems of the quest step in the Majoka Desert. Remove the town chat channel. Note that global chat channels will be unaffected.
No.
They updated the SFX of a bunch of stuff.
No, it shouldn't be sourcing two
Cool.
audios.
They
There's
updated the SFX of a bunch of enemies. Voice acting. Okay. Updated waypoint visuals and effects. Overhauled the layout of the corrupted lake. Okay. Updated lighting, visuals, blah blah blah. New music. I'm looking. Anything interesting? 3 new types of MTX. Skill effects, evade effects, and footstep effects. 35 skill effects, 7 evade effects, and 2 new footsteps. New supporter packs. The top one is $60.
Okay.
New 3D preview in game where you can now see the MTX armor, back attachments, weapons, portals, and pets. Eternal supporter packs will leave the shop permanently on May 2nd. New Epoch Point store items, new gear sets, new weapons, portals, back attachments, pets, skill effects, evade effects, bug fixes. Reduced FPS hitches related to enemies, including when spawning enemies in echoes and when spawning in loot lizards. Cleaned up and optimized models for 30 plus bosses, mini bosses, and enemies throughout the game. Improved performance of the passive tree panel. Improved performance of opening stash, inventory, and forge panels.
Yeah,
Improve performance around
stuff.
creating new stash tabs. Improve
Nice.
performance when opening the skills panel. Improve performance when opening
I'm
the
not
materials
planning anything in
panel.
PoE
Reduce
2 right
stability to
now.
enemies loading into scenes,
The Last Epoch is
particularly
coming in a
offline
week. We'll
mode.
be playing that a
Improve
lot.
loading of enemy assets,
And then
minimizing
playing
game
more
drops when
WoW
enemies
until the next
spawn.
PoE 1 league.
Play improved.
And I'll probably play
performance
PoE
of
2
switching
with the
tabs in
next
stash.
next
Improve
PoE 2
instances of
update
lag related
in
to opening tooltips of items on the ground.
late summer or something, whenever that's coming out.
Remove game lag when talking to NPCs. Improve game performance when fighting many enemies by improving how lighting VFX is handled. A bunch of performance updates, bug fixes.
I think misshapen frames is no longer gonna misshape our frames.
Misshapen frames. Fixed a few issues with the Minimus. This is all any notable bug fixes here. Respawning off the map. Minimap issues. Variety of quest campaign issues. Bug fix enemies.
WoW patch week after Ellie. Yeah.
I'm like
Yeah, I'm looking forward to playing more. Like I want to get that 3,000 done this season, and I don't mind doing it slowly over time. We should do our 10s,
Bug
like
fixes items.
to get the
Affixes to multiple modifiers.
the
to
loot
show
from the
modifier
vault,
ranges and item tooltips.
and then
Fix
yeah,
the bug where deallocating a dual wield node while
we
dual
push
wielding,
in a
then
in,
teleport
you
to
know
another
2-3
location
weeks or
without activating
something.
the offhand item will
Start going higher
cause
and
the
higher.
offhand item to disappear.
Nice.
Whoa.
That is crazy.
Oops.
Fixed a bug where the rank 7 bonus from Forgotten Knights was not granting additional corruption per gaze. Fixed a bug where the Forgotten Knights tutorial faction panel would not appear. Fixed an issue causing gold loss when disconnecting in the middle of an attempting to redeem a sold item in the bazaar. Fixed bug issues gamepad. Bug fixes UI. Anything here? They added UI scaling. Small. Bug fixes Monolith.
Oh,
Fix a bug supporting out of incomplete echoes will now correctly bring you to the rest area.
nice.
That's big.
No skipping. I'm typing some stuff down.
Like any Monolith bug fixes here that are big. Fixed a rare memory leak that could occur in monoliths. Bug fixes dungeons. Fixed some cases where players couldn't start a run after exiting the first dungeon. Fixed disconnects in dungeons caused by additional network messages being sent. Hopefully dungeons are flawless. I mean, they're pretty good last time, but hopefully it's like better now with the portal times and everything.
Yeah, I feel like we don't have to load the entire dungeon. We only have to load the final room.
One. Yeah.
And yeah, that shit's fucking.
Bug
They
fixes
solved it
sound.
by.
Bug fixes chat. Bug fixes other. There's a bunch of fucking like typos and grammar errors. Closing. Okay. That's the whole patch. So what, TLDR? Falconer got fucked 9 different ways, like upside down, sideways, upright, like
typing this
from
out.
the back, from the front.
Okay, so new endgame content. We got Weaver Echoes, Weaver Tree, Weaver Faction, Champion Enemies, couple of new endgame bosses, 1 new Uber boss.
Yep.
And yep.
Uber boss. What else in the end game part, like that isn't quality of life?
A lot
yeah,
of content.
I know.
Of stuff in
Yeah.
there. Like saying just Woven Echoes is like
Yeah.
kind of not because it's like
Cemeteries
there's, like
and tombs too. Like those are the side content. It's like actually the mechanic is the cemeteries and tombs you go inside and do.
Also got dungeon skipping, which is in game.
Yeah.
Just Atlas Tree.
Dungeon skipping is now possible with what's the name of the dungeon skip thing? Portal
Charms.
Charms, yeah.
We had a lot more Monolith objective types.
True, so you're not just only there's not just like the 2 of like find the rare or kill this group of monsters. It's not like
Guaranteed dungeon slam, like guaranteed slam at the end of what's the dungeon called?
The one.
Jorah,
Temporal Sanctum.
Temporal Sanctum. Yeah.
Temporal
I mean, we also still
Sanctum
haven't. Have we gone over all of the
Slam.
idle enchant mods or no?
Are they in Last Epoch tools now?
They are.
Okay.
I was looking at some of them for Paladin. You wanna? Can I tease one?
Where do I find them?
You click on the
Guaranteed.
idol and then like once it's
Slam.
actually in there.
Fuck, how do I phrase
like,
this? Is now guaranteed. Now
It's under
guarantees.
like in the build planner, it shows up.
I have to go to the build planner, throw on an idol.
Guarantees.
Yeah.
And, like, enchanted affix. What are some
One.
good ones on Sentinel?
There's Sentinel. There is one that is less damage over time taken while using a shield. Rolls up to
What?
4%.
Chosen FX. Thank you. Guarantees.
How do I don't see them here. How do I? It says enchanted affix
Guarantees, there
0.
we go.
Or do I have to migrate it?
Grunt.
You have to migrate it, yeah.
Okay. Click on an idol. Enchanted affix. Is it a prefix?
This, like this.
These don't care about. There's no prefix suffix. It's just number of
I can't.
mods.
Less. You can get 4%. What?
Yeah, just another 16% less damage over time
What the
taken. All
fuck?
good.
What the fuck, man?
Doing God's work. Nice. Trying to.
Increase armor and armor applies to dots. But you just get 4% less. What the fuck?
3 Weaver faction, champion enemies, new endgame bosses.
I need to like. You want me to update all the planners?
Or what's
I've
the
already-
what's
We
the
can talk about-
what's the
yeah,
other
give me
charm?
Two updated ones. We need to talk
actually?
about what carriers we want to play. I need to draw a graph, maybe.
Here.
Okay. Let me save and share.
I need like paint, guys. MS
Oh,
paint.
there was so much more stuff here that I
Okay.
should put here.
Paladin.
The new fucking
Normal
orbs. Oh my god.
or
The new
die.
runes.
Yeah, we have a graph. We have
Oh no, flashbang.
level.
Oh, sorry guys. I'm trying to not flashbang.
Or how do I drag and paint? I don't use this fucking program. How do I move this? Whatever.
You click on the white dot, the dots. Oh, that would never be good enough.
On top.
Like so you see there's well it's set in place now. So now you have to go to the top left where you see there's
Just
this,
shit. What?
It's okay.
Okay, we had
Yeah. Okay. Got it.
Sure.
All right, we can draw now. Excellent.
Okay.
So it's like 0. It's not thick enough. How do I make it thicker, guys? Oh, here. Holy shit.
I'll phrase it like that. Biggest
Okay.
back that
It's like
includes
0. Oh, it's way too thick.
everything is 6 bucks. Okay.
Alright. This is
okay.
peak.
This is fucking peak.
I think there's 3 builds on the patch that are gonna be good for us.
Ability.
The first one is
to
Shatter Strike. Okay.
reroll.
Yeah. Build was very good before. got
Shatter
a
Strike is
minor
crazy.
buff.
Yeah, Shatter Strike is crazy. It has insane single target. It requires nothing to get off the ground. The gearing is like super fucking easy. There's just one problem, and it's impossible to make that build tanky. It's just impossible to make that build tanky.
Oh no,
it's
what's
just
the
impossible?
What's the button to not type over something? You know what I mean, chat?
Sounds like it's a good early pushing build.
So like, yeah, this is like Shatter Strike.
Transition.
The relative power is like 100, like the whole game, because you start with
Insert.
Glacier, and you have Glacier, and you swap Shatter Strike, and you just one-shot the game. But as soon as you like go into the late 90s, you start pushing Corruption, it fucking like kind of goes down because
no,
you just can't make it tanky. And pushing Corruption is like CBT.
Okay.
You're literally just
Yeah.
ZHP like Giga Glass. That's like build number 1, the Shatter Strike.
Mm-hmm.
You have build number 2, which is Erasing Strike, and it's just like, it's just mid. Okay, it's good. It's pretty good. but it needs a lot of gear. But it's one of the best mappers in the game, right? So it's like end game. It's one of the one of the best clears, like highest movement speed, like highest AOE, and it's like this. And as soon as you get all the gear, it fucking rockets up to like the best build in the game. Like that's kind of like how it is.
Yeah.
And then you have the last build. Okay, it's Storm Crows.
Dog shit.
It's dog shit. It's garbage. Okay, and then you get all the gear, and it's single target. It's like fucking like this, like up. Okay, that's how it works. It's like
it went below the black bar at some point.
Yes,
like
it's like
and the top is like off the screen.
Yeah, it's like off the screen. But Storm Crows is a bossing build specifically. So the thing is, like, I don't think you can play it as a league starter. Because Storm Crows didn't get touched in the patch. Storm Crows is a good build on the current patch. None of the items like matter, and it's just a super strong, solid build. And it got 0 changes on the patch. And so you can play that build, but the thing is, like, you need gear, and you need to abuse snapshotting, which, you know, is like a little annoying. So, but the damage on that is something else.
Yeah, it is some illegal levels of damage.
Are these all on different ascendancy? I guess base classes now is the only thing that matters.
Yeah, red is mage, orange is a sentinel, and yellow is the
druid.
fucking druid.
Yeah.
The thing is,
Or primalist or whatever.
it's primalist. Yeah, if you're gonna try and reroll a boss killer to kill Uberabaroth, and you want to play Stormcrows, which in my opinion, I think is going to be the best thing at killing the boss, personally. Like, if you want to boost that character, you want to have a character that, like, maps really well and is super fast and speedy. And I think having the Erasing Strike guy boost, that's the orange one, it's like on Sentinel. If you have the Erasing Strike guy boost the Stormcrow guy, you can level up like a lot faster and boost yourself like a lot faster in that scenario.
So you're thinking we go on our bossing? We're gonna have Shatter Strike and Stormcrows?
No, Erasing Strike, Stormcrow, and the Shatter Strike guy rerolls to the Stormcrow. I guess.
We said it backwards.
I think that's
how is the Shatter Strike guy boosting the Stormcrows? If
Is the Erasing guy?
The Shatter Strike is the red guy. He's a mage, okay? Shatter Strike.
Yes.
I don't know if you've seen Shatter Strike footage. Like, I'll just find some like.
No. I know what Shatter Strike does. I think you might have just said the wrong thing, and that's why I'm confused.
Fucking, where's some? Okay, I'll Aaron RPG guys. Holy shit! All right, we're looking it up. You have this like little, you know, thing, and it's just like a swipe. AOE on it is not great. The single target is sky high. It's insane. And the damage is insane for what you put into it, but it can't get tanky, which is a problem for the Uber boss. That's all.
Yeah.
So like this build is like not the fastest either. I don't know if you've seen Erasing Strike with this is like buffed, by the way, on the new patch, I think. Like, this is what it looks like. You see how much fucking movement speed he has, like, and just like how hard he hits. Sorry, give me just a second here. I have somebody at the door. Just a minute.
Okay. What do we have here? Ability to reroll legendary potential, and then we have new orbs. The new runes, not orbs. New runes. And then I don't know. Should we put the names here or just go with?
Affix on boots, gloves, or a belt. Risk. As long as affix. In reforged onto different items, rolling the legendary potential possesses quite a significant risk. To get an upgrade, watch will affix. Or imprint Sylph to tell you more about the Woven and found mages you encounter or action. Another class,
here.
Rune of Havoc, which shuffles the tiers of affixes of an exalted item.
Mm-hmm.
Sealed affixes are unaffected by this action. For example, you could potentially use the Rune of Havoc to change tier 1 strength to tier 7 on an item that had a different affix at tier 7 previously.
Okay. New runes. Havoc. Rune of Havoc. Rerolls the affixes. The affix. Shuffles the affix tiers on an item.
Rune of Redemption, which rerolls exalted affixes to other affixes, preserving tier and roll range.
Rune of Redemption.
Rerolls exalted affixes to other affixes.
Rerolls exalted affixes into other exalted affixes. Okay.
Preserving another important.
The slam thing, we got
example,
that.
Among dungeons, the game environment share Monolith of Fate timeline unlocks. So that the spire.
Quality of life, I should also put faster stability / corruption catch up for alt characters. Corruption. Okay.
Are guarded.
Is redemption random? Yeah, it's you're kind of chaosing an exalted, you know, life regen to try to get another one. It's just rerolls to another random something that can roll onto that slot, obviously, into that affix.
Any boss and only attack you once you've engaged the Guardian. This means that
we're gonna play some WoW soon. We're gonna play some dungeons, I think.
For dungeons, we're introducing dungeon charms.
Speaking of
modify
dungeons,
a dungeon run.
Yeah.
We're introducing 2 charms with
2 right now. The portal.
One of which is called a portal charm.
And the other one is what?
Used to immediately portal to the boss of a dungeon and gain a random assortment of mods that you would have gained along the way. We've also added the Black Market Key Trader to Majelka's Upper District in the Divine Era.
Did they not reveal the other charm?
You can exchange any 3 dungeon keys for a portal charm.
Okay.
In dungeons, you can now use a key to respawn either on the floor you've gotten to or
Lizard
at the
charm
character. A ton of updates. Entire dungeon. Please don't.
That's
the Sentinel class is receiving a ton of updates, from small adjustments to major overhaul.
Wait, what was the other charm? The lizard charm. Did they not show the lizard charm? Am I blind? This is the portal charm.
One of which is called a portal charm that can be used to immediately portal to the boss of a dungeon and gain a random assortment of mods that you would have gained.
Yeah. Dungeon skipping straight to the end boss.
Gained along the way. We've also added 3 dungeon key trader to Majelka's Upper District in the Divine Era, where you can exchange any 3 dungeon keys for a portal charm.
Any 3, that's so good. Okay.
The bot core class.
And it's still only Monolith? Nope, not anymore. It's the woven stuff that they added.
Like a
this
tile
update
reversal has been complete. Once again, striking enemies.
Okay. Balance changes. Giga long patch notes. Mostly buffs TBH, except nerfing the huge outliers. Oh yeah, new ability. New bow ability for marksman.
Did I miss anything important?
Yep.
Continually piercing arrow thing. What is it called? It's not. It's ricochet.
We have
not ricochet. Repo. What is it? What they call
Shatter
it?
Strike boosts the erasing strike guy until he gets his gear, and then this other guy rerolls to boss killer.
Base functionality where hearts
you have to
Shatter Strike boosts the erasing strike, or erasing strike boosts the
recurve.
You need to stop.
Okay. I'm confused.
Shatter Strike
Shadow
guy
Strike?
is strong
Yes.
early and
Yes.
boosts the Erasing Strike guy
Yep.
because he's weaker early until
Yeah.
he has his gear.
Yes.
And then the Shatter Strike guy rerolls into
into Bird Boy. Yeah.
into Stormcrows and
Yep.
can kill the boss.
Yep.
But that's like literally only for killing the boss. You could probably switch back to what's it called? Switch back to
Shadow striking in the map or something.
for maps and monos, yeah. I think that's the play. Who boosts the second Stormcrow guy through leveling? I think that the Stormcrow guy will have so much damage that you don't need two of them. But also, Erasing Strike is a very competent build. It's not the highest, most spectacular damage. It's high, but it's not like crazy boss killer damage high.
Yeah, it's not. If you go in bossing, I guess it's gonna be like, it's mostly the Stormcrow guy doing damage, but the Erasing Strike guy is at least somewhat contributing. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, he is. Yeah,
Contributing.
10%
does
of
damage.
the
It's
20%
good.
or something.
The build's good.
Okay. Yeah.
It's this build, but it's buffed and changed slightly on the patch. You have crazy AoE and speed.
It's
You have like
nice
130 or
coverage.
like 160% MS, something like that. How much mana do I need to swap from Shatter Strike to Stormcrows? Like 100.
And even to provide global
But,
buffs, granting
I mean, is there a preference on what build you'd rather play, I think, MP, in this situation?
I think Erasing Strike.
Okay. Then
Yeah.
Snap will have to play the ZHP guy and then reroll.
You're going to have to do a lot of learning because the Erasing Strike build has a lot going on with the progression and everything.
Also, there's a lot of interplay between the abilities. So there's like kind of a bit of rotation.
Yeah.
But you're not going to be a fucking paper. So.
I mean, it's not. Shatter Strike is not that squishy until you hit like 500, 600, 700 corruption. It starts to like not be able to scale like it can, like a Sentinel can. That's all. Like, it's fine. It's just like when you're getting into 600, 700, 800 corruption, it's kind of like, okay, how does Mage get defenses? And it's like Flameboard. And then once your Flameboard's down, like, you're fucked. I played at 1.5k and that shit is straight paper. Yeah, I mean, that's
I mean, 1.5K.
just fine.
Yeah.
But you'd also have to do the boosting.
That's fine.
And I have to do the snapshotting. Bruh.
Oh, it's not that bad.
Did you update the 2 Paladin planners?
I did. And I sent
Okay,
them
what
to you,
else?
yep.
Let's see. Filter stuff. Oh yeah, ascendant. You can now respect your ascendancy. That's part of
Have you seen
a
Abomination snapshot?
quality of
Yeah.
life, I guess.
Is ZHP Ballista still fine for high corruption? I mean, I don't know the build that well. I never played ZHP Ballista, but reading the patch notes, it looked like it got fucking like 9 different nerfs. So, it's probably worse, but it's probably still fine.
Respect.
New uniques? Oh, let's look through
Respect.
those.
Yeah.
Where are they
Put one
at?
of them on.
Items?
Sure. Yeah, items sound
All...
good.
Where do I go to the new ones? So like,
Release 1.2. Can you click on that? Like,
news?
no. Like in.
I see it. Uniques.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. This is, balance changes can't be in here. It's a lot.
It's not in
This
here.
is supposed to be a TLDR.
Yeah, I think you go like resources, items, and then
Last
in release
Epoch
1.2.
Season.
There's a
2.
Yeah, somebody linked it. Thanks for using your, hands.
TLDR.
Sorry, I was like I was clicking through it as.
Link the fucking page, like, bro.
I didn't know what it was. I was clicking through when I was looking at you.
Light of Lachesis. +2 skeletal mages. +2 minion necrotic cold lightning, 170% ink minion. Chance to electrify on hit with minion skills. Weird.
/ corruption.
Minion ailment. Brewmaster's Buckler. 10% of max health gain is endurance. Threshold for 4 seconds when you use a potion.
Arena maps.
400 health.
Echoes.
400 health gain on potion use.
Echoes. Spelling.
Wait, 10% of max health gain is endurance.
That's
Can I like
good.
spam this like 10 times and get 100% max health as endurance threshold?
Yeah.
Vitality endurance potion slots. Clotho's Needle. This is a 2-handed sword. Block chance is converted to parry chance while not wielding a shield. That seems kind of crazy.
Launching April 17.
Parry is 100% avoidance. Like it just completely nullifies the hit.
It's like 6, right? It's like it launches at like 6 or something.
Melee critical strike multiplier. Per
Chad, do
meter
we
from
have
the
a
target, up to
timing
5.
for launch?
That's weird.
Like you got fire shot in the game with
it's
a
6
two-handed
p.m.
sword.
for us, right? I just don't want to get this wrong.
I gotta use ranged, like really long range melee attacks.
Firebrand is garbage.
Auto starting. Oh, that's quality of life too, right? Auto starting. Death vacuum. If you die, the loot that dropped and you.
Sorry,
the loot that dropped. The loot that dropped and. Or gets vacuumed up with you when you res. Loot that dropped around your body. Around your dead body. Okay, vacuumed. Okay. I think it's 6 CET, right? Yeah. But then at 18 CET. Weaver tree, Weaver faction. Champion enemies, new endgame bosses. 1 Uber boss. Charms. Portal charm. Did they even say what the other charm was? They must have teased it somewhere because people in chat knew about it. Was it like the guarantees like doubles the loot or something? That doubles the end boss reward, or what was that thing? Oh, lizard charm. Yeah. Does it like spawn a goblin or something? You guys made the right call. I mean, it's not a. Sure. Okay. I'll just do portal charm here because that's the important one. That's a really important one. The other one we can. They showed it in the vid but didn't talk about it. Okay. Scale charm greatly increases the amount of loot lizards that spawn during dungeon. Okay. Portal charm. Lizard charm. More loot lizards. Goblins spawn in the dungeon. Added portal charm. Added lizard charm. Okay. That makes more loot lizards spawn in the dungeon. Okay. Okay, maybe. Okay, maybe we're not sure about this. We'll nuke the lizard charm. It's fine. We'll do. This is important. The portal charm is important. Okay. There was another crafting bench that was kind of important.
That is guaranteed to be applied to the legend of a small chance to drop much rarer loot, like a Monolith and dungeons. Monoliths have new objectives, like slaying enemies until a cocooned item drops. which is a unique item that has.
Oh yeah, new Monolith objective types and bonus objectives for more stability and rewards. Or is it called bonus objectives or side objectives?
Has a higher chance to have legendary potential when identified. Or the need to seal deadly void rifts that have begun appearing.
I don't think they use bonus objective in the wording.
In the echoes.
I think they use something else.
Sorry, we're reading through some of the uniques.
On alts
What's going on in the background?
As the main characters in the same environment share
what looks poggers?
Objectives.
The shield that looks poggers.
For dungeons,
Crystal Wind. 4 stacks of Crystal Wind per second while moving, and 4 stacks when you evade.
Yeah, of course. Post that, Lunisar. Subs have link privileges. Yeah, just link it.
That shield is not balanced.
Quality of life, dungeon improvements.
Block
here.
effectiveness applies to damage over time as if it had been blocked. More
Dungeon
dot mitigation.
changes.
Yup.
Scale charm.
If
Yep.
Link has Glacier along its
Nice.
path, that sounds kind of cool.
Okay, we put this back then.
Yeah. Critical strike chance applies to your potion uses when your potion crits.
It greatly
Holy shit,
increases
guys.
the amount
Potion
of
critting.
lizards.
I mean, that belt is
Goblins.
low LPO and has 24 crit
in
multi
the
and
dungeon.
some ink crit chance on it.
Okay,
It's
I'll
like
put this
even if you don't care about the potion
later
crit, it's
here.
Like kinda not terrible.
Here, I
Guardian
think.
Prism.
Okay.
3
That-
runifications, cast Grand Prism Nova.
That seems decent, maybe.
In the game
I mean,
content. Balance changes.
It's
Quality of life.
it's 60% damage
changes.
effectiveness. And has like
Formatting.
120 base
Okay.
on its thing. Like I think it like scales all the invocation stuff. What was the damage effectiveness on
Dude,
was it Plasma
Remaster's
Orb?
so fucking dead. I don't care. That shit's
Okay.
so bad.
Log
25%
in.
of hit damage taken from bosses
Do I
and
have
rare
that?
enemies is dealt over 4 seconds instead.
Oh, it's
Grasp of
LE
the Blood Mage
log in
gloves.
like this.
4 spell
So,
crit on
yeah.
gloves. That's kind of massive.
Also, it has Quinton recovery on the implicit. That's I think that's like unique to that. It's pretty good.
Immortal
anything
Vise is the
else?
Uber Aberoth drop. 30% hit damage taken dealt over 4 seconds instead. Then it gives
Oh,
you
WASD.
DR for
That's,
that, and it's dot armor mitt and melee attack
Quality of
speed
life, I
and
guess?
health and strength and leach.
Yeah, those gloves are
Crazy.
that's crazy. I'm also it's not. I mean, 1 in 236. Like you
And there's gamepad
potentially
support
see
too,
some
right?
trophies of
Yeah.
those.
The gloves are wild. LP is 1 in 236. Uber Aberoth kills. Wait, no,
Yeah.
that's not even. It's not even correct. It's a 1 in 236 when it drops.
Faction
I don't know if it's a
waypoints.
100% chance of it.
Yeah. So maybe you're not gonna see 2 LPs, but I mean you'll see 1 LPs. 1 in 8. That's like doable.
Inheritance.
big.
Every 10 seconds, random
is
minions
big.
chosen receiving frenzy and 200% of the stats on this item. 40% increased health, 98% health regen, 46 void res.
Oh, the inventory stuff.
Mana guide. Can't you nemesis them? You can.
Yeah.
Separate tab. In
Mana guide. We saw this.
inventory
Got
for
teased already. It got
these
nerfed.
and
It's 1 second, 1 lightning
woven
blast per second from 3.
echoes,
Mantle of the Pale
itemized
Ox. 24% of minion
woven echoes.
of damage redirected to your highest health minion. No more than 75% of damage can be redirected in total. A minion can have any amount of damage redirected to it, even if it would leave it below 0 health.
Yeah, and Rox is not.
Stat has no effect while you have no
playing
minions.
Ellie.
Downed and undamageable minions are ignored. 32% increased health for you and your
Dungeon
minions.
respawn.
10% increased movement speed. 16 strength. 2 minion strength skills. Damn. The LP on this is pretty good too. 2
Damn,
LP's
wait, one-
easy.
2 LP is so easy.
Nest of Nightmares.
Can you link that? Yeah, I can. Critical strike multiplier for you and your minions. Inflict spiders on melee hit.
You can respawn in a dungeon.
Will item. This is just 10% added
upon death by consuming
or 20.
Yeah.
another key.
It's like a main hand though, bro.
Bro, main hands are too good. It's also low attack.
It's live, is it?
Stats on this item are doubled for 3 seconds after hitting a boss or rare enemy that is low health. This requires level 40. 30 melee damage, 70 melee damage. That's a shit ton of melee damage early on. 8% base crit, movement speed.
I'm crit capped versus low health enemies.
Can you guys link it? I can't. I can't see it on Twitch.
Like a good leveling item. Orion's Descent. Chance to cast Smite on hit. Using a push and restores volatile reversals cooldown. Yo. I mean, that could actually be some CDR shit.
Link it, guys. Link it. Don't just say it's live. I went on Last Epoch.
Procking it 100 times.
Twitch category, and it's not. I don't see it.
Wouldn't mind this. Like more.
Whose channel is this on?
25 intelligence on this belt.
It's on errands. Okay. Why is that not showing up?
The LP is also pretty easy here for 3 LP even.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
a little protein.
Wait, what is it drop?
I like your shirt too. Everyone's gonna want one of those.
A woven echo.
Oh man, I think I need to just put this out.
You get 2 LP almost.
There's probably gonna be new info here, but
yeah. Bone Curse also inflicts Decrepify.
Sorting
4
by
per second for each
recommended.
curse affecting you. Physical damage, vitality, all. This is Perry's item. The bone or the big
it's
amulet.
here. He just started. That's fine.
Yeah, the Decrepify could be an interesting build. It gains you can health stack and it gains more damage for missing health. So you go like health stacking low life.
It is fucking whatever. I don't care about Acolyte, bro.
True.
Okay, I'll just tweet this in the meanwhile.
A lot of melee damage. Vengeance range. More damage.
Have a relax, then come back and start working.
You wait a second. You wake up and go to the beach every day?
Well, at the moment, yeah. Like, you know, you need to take when there's good weather over here. You need to take advantage of it because there's not that much. So yeah, that's what I'm doing at the moment.
Okay, that is fair. Frosty, how are you doing, good sir?
I'm good. I wake up 3 a.m. Scotland time, go out, get my paper, come back in, put my pants on, get ready for work. You know, typical morning routine.
Just the normal stuff?
Yeah.
Okay, well, awesome.
I'm too loud.
You're a bit loud? I got you.
I don't know, one person said I'm loud, so yeah.
You're a little loud. I got you.
Well, all right, testing. 1, 2, 3.
Gentlemen, I think we are officially good to go.
Shit.
All right. Hello, everybody, and welcome to episode 10 of the Town Portal podcast. I'm so excited today to have Judd, Mike, Ross, and Carve with us. This is the last tour of the Erased podcast, and again, I apologize for the technical difficulties. Today, we're going to be talking about all things Season 2, Tombs of the Erased, and maybe a little of the Beyond. Today, EHG might have broken a record with releasing 100 pages of patch notes, which is absolutely insane. I think we made it through like 1/3, 4 hours leading into this podcast, which is very, very cool. So we're going to be discussing that today. Frosty, why don't you say hello to everyone, sir, and do some introductions?
Okay, before the...
Alarming Spirits converts to another element. This buff is also converted. Multiple sources of this buff do not stack.
Just the new uniques.
Weaver's Gift.
Okay, I think I wrote
Electrify.
most
Slow on
important
hits,
things
damage
down.
versus health, pen against damage over time. Okay, some cool uniques. The fucking Aberoth uniques are crazy.
Yeah. Aberoth ones are crazy. The shield's pretty crazy. I mean, there's some pretty crazy stuff in here. I mean, Brewmaster's Buckle honestly isn't even that bad. Like it's.
Okay, I'm tweeting. We'll do Elite TLDR or something. Monolith. Mistyped that. Respec. Okay, I think there's no more errors in it. Okay. I'll post it. Fuck it. Let's go. Boom.
Fuck. The tree's all fucked.
Big tweet. Your post was sent.
Is this shit ready with all the changes? Yeah, the planners got updated recently.
Okay, it's here. We'll make a Nightbot command for this.
5-point threshold. This is maxed.
New command.
That's maxed. This is more void
LETLDR.
This is useless.
Yeah. Last Epoch patch or Season 2 TLDR.
That looks correct, I think.
Is the 8-pointer at the bottom?
TLDR.
Did we put 2 points into that?
Or what?
There we go. Okay.
CDR.
Yeah, for CDR.
I mean,
yeah.
Sure. Okay.
Why do we have 21 points spent here? Whatever.
So you want the DR thing?
Oh, yeah. Yippee. Wow.
Nice. Okay. Weebles, thanks for the prime sub.
But put it into what? CDR?
Okay.
Or...
Fuck, it's getting late.
So, yeah. I don't know what you put it in. Just fucking, you put it into, you take it out of a 4% damage node, put it into a 3%. It's a fucking... Yeah, CDR is good, sure. CDR and Vitality, perfect.
Been 9 months in the waiting for this highly anticipated update, and we know that unfortunately, maybe in the past, EHG has suffered with some server problems. So knowing that there might be 100, 200, 300, people in my chat think you're going to have 500,000.
Okay,
We just kind of wanted to start with how servers are feeling, how confident is EHG with the amount of players that likely will be coming, and just see what you guys have done to plan
300k already would be insane, I think.
Yeah, our backend team is feeling really good. We've continued to improve our backend infrastructure since the launch of 1.0. You know, now we're doing this with live data and real scenarios, and that's allowed us to fortify these things under actual conditions that we'll see in the wild. We've done things like we've improved our monitoring capabilities, we've reduced our server memory spikes, we reduced the weight of servers just in general, and this, of course, we've also done a lot of stress testing and other things like scaling speed, ancillary service fail state mitigations, etc. And so, you know, and if anything does go awry with the servers at the launch of season 2, we're all going to be at our battle stations ready to fix things very quickly. But yeah, feeling good in that regard.
Okay, so no one's taken off to play Last Epoch the day
There's
of
no
Last
vacations
Epoch.
right now on the 17th.
We'll all be playing and sitting there and monitoring things very closely. So yeah, we'll be joining you guys on launch.
All right, great. So I've been seeing a lot of your promotional materials, the videos. Is it me, or is it looking a lot better graphically in this new season? Have you guys done any changes? What have you done, and is this something you're going to be continuing to do going forward?
Yeah. There's extensive updates in this regard. We do suspect that these will be noticeable. We've got this massive internal campaign going through and auditing all of the player animations and combat sounds and updating those. We're still replacing all
Some of those felt pretty cheap early
that aren't up to our new, much higher level of quality. And you'll be seeing a lot more of this in upcoming season releases as well. But yeah, with the release of season 2, Last Epoch is looking and sounding better than it ever has, for sure. Ross, you've been working very closely in those pipelines. If there's anything specific you'd like to add to that?
Yeah, so yeah, as you mentioned, Judd, you know, every season comes with visual upgrades as we update older content. Most of these improvements aren't generally attached to a specific season as a goal. We just continually work to improve visuals. There are some exceptions where we might target a specific large visual improvement project to a release, like when we updated the player shadows and lighting at 1.0, or when we added environmental variants to echoes. Updating the engine helps with our options here as well. In terms of VFX updates, we target both player VFX and enemy VFX for improvement, and depending on how old a particular effect is, reworking it can result in abilities looking better and performing better, and being clearer in terms of visual weight and clarity. I think visual clarity is always important, but especially so as you continue to add more complex mechanics to the game. On the sound effects side, it's a similar sort of thing there. We either update older sounds because the sound team have targeted that for improvement, or because there is a visual rework of something that, facilitates the need to update the sound there. On the environmental side of things, in terms of level design and textures, we are in the process of a big push there in terms of both the fidelity and clarity when it comes to things like ground textures and contrast, which has a big impact on overall readability when it comes to combat.
Why would it be
so yeah,
insensitive to call someone happy?
Across the board here with each season.
Now, recently, EHG has done an engine upgrade, and you've basically gone to a newer version of Unity. Has that unlocked more potential for what you can do as designers?
There's certainly been...
Yeah. Go, John.
Yeah, there's certainly been aspects of the engine upgrades that gives us more insight into, what the code is doing to a deeper degree and what we are able to push going forward. Upgrading the engine gives a lot of internal ability to improve things. Sometimes it does come with performance upgrades as well. Those are things that we're always excited about. And
we were considering doing a seed, and then
actually I would do seed for mapping. I'll be honest.
Pages of bug
It's better having
fixes.
the mana and
How
everything.
important were getting these bugs taken care of before season 2?
Yeah, you just drop.
Really important, right? We want people to know that we're going to be pushing higher and higher quality content as the studio and game mature. Lots of bug fixes coming in season 2. And although there will likely always be some bugs floating around, we've got more dedicated resources for bug fixing than we ever have by a large margin. On that note, if you guys end up finding any bugs in game, please do use that in-game bug reporting
In-game bug
system.
report. Okay,
it's
yes.
super helpful to us. It gives us your logs and character information, which helps us find and fix bugs, literally 1,000 times faster. So if you guys see something, say something for sure, and it's always much appreciated.
Nice. Cool. So, I didn't get a chance to read all the notes, believe it or not. I think there's like 100 pages. Along with the 13 pages of bug fixes, I saw like massive amount of buffs for underused abilities. Now, I know this is just like a blanket question everyone can answer. Are you guys looking forward to any particular ability specifically that has been buffed to play with in this upcoming season? And everyone can answer what their favorite one is.
Yeah, it's not buffed, it's buffed slightly from a damage perspective, but we updated Lightning Blast to actually a chain, and that really helps. So rather than hitting all enemies at the same time, it sequentially changes, which makes it a lot more satisfying. I think there's a few fixes we've added for this as well, so I'll be trying Lightning Blast.
For me, I'm really excited to be trying out Symbols of Hope now that the functionality has changed. I think that's going to be a major improvement to the Sentinel's skill set. So really, really excited about Symbols.
There's some little buffs to Smelter's Wrath, and there's potential in them ability hills. So I'm looking forward to eventually what that's going to become.
For me, it's probably I'm most excited for turning Judgment's Consecrated Ground to Aura. Now that I don't need to dump my entire mana pool anymore, because that node got changed to not dump your mana pool anymore, and since Volatile Reversal doesn't immediately give your mana back all now, so you can actually use some other skills and don't need to worry about the Volatile Reversal stuff.
Carve, I know what you're doing. You're trying to bring a true RF to Last Epoch. Don't try and fool anybody. We know what you're doing. Come on.
We have a couple skills that are basically like Righteous Fire. That being one of them, and one of the uniques coming for Acolyte, I think gives you somewhat similar playstyle.
Oh boy. Frosty, I can tell you that I'm probably going to be the only content creator in the world that's going to be playing Summon Bear for my season start. We are going to make a Primalist Beastmaster Summon Bear build.
I'm probably going along with majority of people that I've talked to and just going Heartseeker because I love bows, and I'm so happy with that. I am so unbelievably happy with that. That's hands down what I'm going.
Very nice. All right, guys, I don't know who wants to tackle this question. I feel like once season 2 comes out, there's going to be a lot of questions around this. WASD movement in beta form. What's the future of WASD in Last Epoch? Potential strafing, using right thumbstick to shoot as you move backwards. What's the kind of future vision of WASD?
Yeah, I can answer this one here. There's a lot on the table and a lot up in the air still. What it's going to look like at the very end of the line of like when do we take that beta tag off of the feature type thing? It's such a feel dependent thing. So we need to make sure that the changes that we're making are things that feel good and things that feel good in Last Epoch specifically. So there's so many abilities that interact differently with this type of like input movement. And actually adding in active strafing capabilities is a huge power spike to a lot of situations. And so like it's on the table, but it is not guaranteed. So we are going to be testing things out and seeing what feels best. There's also like a lot of animation requirements for doing that, and we do have some new tools from animations coming down the pipe that are really big upgrades for the visual fidelity and also just how they feel in game when you're using them. It's going to help us make this feel a lot better going forward once we do get that beta tag off. I don't know if Ross has anything about that.
WASD cringe.
There's a level design aspect.
Then don't use it. I mean, it's an option. You don't have to. You can keep using the mouse, keyboard, or gamepad, or whatever you use, right? Like, it's not forced.
Trees and in future seasons, but we will need to revisit some specific.
I like WASD for PoE too.
As well to ensure that the level is laid out to work well with WASD.
Nice.
Cool.
I just got to get this out of the way first. This is a massive, massive patch, massive season. There's so much being added. Is everything that's being added now going to be permanent and also available for legacy servers?
Yeah, everything that we're adding right now is permanent content. We think it's very important to make sure that the game is stacked with fun content. And when we released 1.0, we didn't quite have enough to start to introduce temporary mechanics. Introducing temporary mechanics or systems with seasonal releases is likely something we'll do because there is large benefit to doing that. You can release something, have it tested, see what sentiment is like, and you don't have any commitment to keeping it in the game, or if people don't like it, you could of course pull it. So it is likely something that we end up doing long term, but right now, all of the content coming into the game is intended to be permanent, yeah.
Okay, great.
I think there's one exception. This isn't anything to do with actual content. It's just that the chat announcements, the seasonal chat announcements, do not happen in Legacy. So there's one different thing.
And what are those announcements going to be, Carve?
Probably gonna see me die in hardcore.
Oh, jeez. Loot Lizards got hit with a pretty big nerf, 40% reduction. What would people expect the loot increase to be? So right now you probably see a couple Loot Lizards almost every echo. Are we going to be super excited to see them from the loot that they drop?
I mean, they've got a ton of really great loot already. We're not actually buffing the loot on them a ton. There's a lot of new methods for you to get access to Loot Lizards. So you can spawn them in your echo webs through the Weaver tree. You can also
pizza. It's a Costco pizza slice, bro.
There's the scale charm as well. So there's lots of new ways. There's definitely not a bunch of pings happening right now. It's distracting me or anything.
Because I click life everywhere. Like I don't know what you want to say.
There's a lot of new ways to get access to the loot lizards when you really want them a lot. So you're still gonna be able to spawn a whole bunch of them, but they'll just spawn less consistently and just randomly, and you'll stumble across them.
I think the first build to kill Uber Aberoth is.
Yeah, nice. One big point of feedback.
What's up?
You think someone kills it before we do?
What do you think the first build to kill Uber Aberoth is?
I don't fucking know. Something
There'll
new?
probably some builds that'll be able to kill it first, but they'll probably have to do like 50 attempts, 100 attempts.
Yeah.
And you need to farm those attempts, right? Like.
No.
Or can you buy them?
Once you get one, you can try the boss forever. Until you win.
It's like Lilith in D4.
Mm-hmm.
I think like with our setup though, with the Stormcrows, we'll be able to consistently farm it once we have it online. But
It's coming on the 17th, MNKX.
Did Ziz announce his fucking
Yep,
race?
$10,000.
What?
What?
Is it on Twitter?
Shopify. Yeah, probably on YouTube too, wait, let's see.
Wait.
Okay, but what happens if no one kills it? Is there an end
No
date?
one gets money.
Holy shit, this is... I gotta see this. Hold on.
There it is.
I haven't watched this yet. This is actually so fun to me. What's the pizza? It's Costco pizza. The cyborg is laughing because he knows. Is it?
There's the website has all the information. Has the
Terminate Uber Eberoth. Oh shit. Nice. Full information here.
$10,000? That's crazy.
Yeah, it's split. First place is 5K. Second place 2.5. Third is 1,500. Fourth is 750.
With the release of Tombs of the
250.
Erased, I am proud to announce a collaboration
Kills
with
Grabber
Shopify
off and hardcore.
We are bringing you a new competitive event in Last Epoch. The first 5 players to kill Uber Aberoth in hardcore solo account found is going to pick up cash prizes. And number 1 is getting $5,000.
Nice.
11 Hour Games is also giving out 5 Woven Legend supporter packs to the top 5.
Oh.
Please make sure that you read the document in the description for eligibility and information on the prices. To participate, all you have to do is make a character in hardcore solo account found and go kill Uber Aberoth. And 11 Hour Games has also helped us get tracking, so there will be a global alert for the first kill. I hope you guys
Nice.
enjoy this event. Good luck, and go kill Uber Aberoth.
Yes, we've been listening to that podcast kind of on and off but I mean, it's fine. I think we got all the info from the announcements and chat stuff.
No,
This is
Cyborg,
like
they announced in the patch
extra
notes.
stuff.
You get Woven Echo. It's in the patch notes. Yeah. But
Silly.
I need to DM Ziz because he needs to have a contingency for if this doesn't get killed.
There needs to be a date.
Or like well, no, I think there needs to be like a percent parse or whatever, like, or how far the boss goes down, maybe.
Yeah, well, that needs an end date.
Yeah.
Like, will he give it if the farthest person got Uber Aberoth to like 20% and died? Like, are they gonna get the prize, or is it like who gets the money if nobody kills it?
If it takes
No one gets the money, I guess.
No one wants to watch a 3-week fucking race.
Yeah.
Of
Sure they do.
Only the first kill is globally announced.
Other 4 will be relayed to us by EHG.
You know, there's like people in CT with a lot of info. Those are like, you need to like buddy up, get the info. But like, on a more serious note, this is really cool from Ziz.
Yeah.
And any CT players are not eligible, of course, for this. So like, anybody who's like ever done any of the beta testing, like this kind of thing, obviously not going to participate.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, it's gonna be fun to watch when people actually send attempts with on
Lizard has
hardcore,
killed the
like...
boss like 600 times. Did he say that?
Jesus.
Does it say only EHG employees, or is this? Oh, players with access to CT are not eligible to claim prizes, which means Lizard can't win.
No, of course not. Lizard has like the most time fighting this of anybody, like by far. Which is funny because I think if somebody were to kill this in hardcore, it would be him, but then he's not eligible. So what might happen, which would be funny, is he kills it and he's not eligible and nobody else kills it.
No, what will happen is he will kill it and then Karn will fully copy the build.
Yeah.
And then practice for 2 weeks straight to kill the boss.
Dude, I can say this now. I'm watching Karn and his stupid fucking smite build, and I'm watching it, and from my perspective, there is no fucking way he's ever killing this boss ever with a build like that, and I find it so funny because like it's just Pepe laugh. Like that's it.
No, but he can copy the build. Like he's actually a good player. You can't deny that.
Yes.
He just has to have the right build.
He needs to not play that smite shit, okay?
That's fair.
There are some builds in the works. Okay, I've seen some rumblings. There are some builds in the works that are impressive. Okay?
Yeah. This guy he needs like the anonymous tip box that like a little birdie tells him what the good shit is.
Respeccing's cheap now? Yeah, but it's also solo account found, so, you know. It takes a long time to gear. How come the player's not eligible?
More patch notes are coming.
If you had
100
access to the
pages
beta
and
test
a lot of
servers,
stuff.
you can't be eligible for prizing. So, I mean, that's obvious, right?
More patch notes are confirmed to come. 100 pages are not all.
What?
Someone said this in my chat. There's a podcast going on right now with like 4 devs. So they're probably saying stuff there.
I need to update these planners, get a coffee, and I need to make guides for these builds, because it's going to take a long time. You need to put in some practice on this build, MP. I guarantee you're going to fuck it up the first time you play it, because there's a lot going on this this build. How long do you think it will take to kill that boss? In hardcore or softcore? I think softcore will take 3 to 4 days, which is long. Very long. In hardcore, I think it'll take 2 weeks. Honestly, I think it might take 2 weeks, if somebody dies. A week to 2 weeks is my range.
Jesus, that's rough.
I think 2 days in softcore is possible. Yeah, but like, Cyborg, if you kill it in 2 days in softcore, you have a ZHP or Shatter Strike or some ZHP Rogue, and they've sent attempts at the boss for like 5 hours straight, and they just get lucky with dodges or whatever. Which it might die on day 2, but it certainly is not an efficient use of your time, because you're just sending attempts until you high roll on block or whatever, right? Like.
Yeah.
But you get the global message.
Yeah, sure, you get the global message.
You get the global message.
I don't think that's what we're gonna be doing. If like some fucking rogue sends attempts at the boss for 12 hours straight and finally kills it, that's great for them. But they're not gonna be able to do it consistently. That's like the thing.
Yeah. Bro, I'm not fucking staying up 30 hours to kill the boss. We play our 16 and 18 hours, and I'm fucking going to bed for my 8 hours, and then we'll wake up again. Like, if it dies, okay.
I think people are gonna massively underestimate the amount of gear that you need. That's my.
I think that unlocking it at 500 corruption, like, even though that they said on the podcast you will not be able to kill it at 500, like at 500 corruption worth of gear, people are gonna be like, well, I can.
You can get to 500 corruption in legit like 8 hours of play, though. To be honest.
Yeah.
You can literally, if you are efficient with your glyphs, especially if you're in multiplayer, and you do like a boss rotation, you can be at 500 corruption literally 8 hours from start, like SSS or like fresh start. It's that strong.
Yeah.
Is a Racing Strike looking good as a solo build? Yes. It is going to be the one build that I am recommending people play solo. It's fucking insane, and it's like buffed, honestly. But I'm not gonna make a. I'm pretty sure Max Roll is making an Erasing Strike planner, which is going to vary slightly from the build that I'm making because I'm optimizing it for supports. You do a lot of choices differently. For example, solo builds will want to grab sigils, and of course, if you're in a group, then you just have supports give you sigils, and then you can save all those points and dump them into more multipliers and stuff.
Nice.
Saying 500 neat means nothing to me. You can do 1k corruption, get
no
shot on by
RNC
him.
in this game. Nope. I mean,
I'm pretty sure
it's
there are builds
against
that can
the
do, like,
it's
2K
against the terms of
corruption
service, so
comfortably
you can
and
try
not
risking it. I don't even know how you do it in this game because they just eliminated player-to-player trading altogether. There is auction house, and they have a tax on the auction house.
I have a question, Cyborg. You here? You muted.
The way to trade gold now is through like listing some obscure item specifically on the auction house.
I like ask you
that you wouldn't,
like
no one
anything,
would buy.
If you wouldn't
and,
know it, if you weren't
like,
in CT, you can't say it.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Boss is hard, guys.
Yeah.
You just broke it. Yeah, you're fucked.
I guess.
Yeah. You're fucking bro. I'm banning you right now from the Discord. What the fuck?
Some guy did 10k corruption solo on Umbro Blades. How much damage is that though? Like what's the dummy DPS on Umbro Blades? Is it over 100 million? 200 million?
Racing Strike is a starter. Yeah.
But like echoes, you don't need that much DPS.
But there'll be content creators will make this stuff.
Like Shatterstrike,
the people who like Max Roll people who played closed beta and
fucking Flame Ward is not powerful enough to live.
Test.
Yeah,
Like,
and then they just use Silver Shrouds.
The good builds on 1.2 will be doing 200 million DPS. So
yeah,
there's probably a handful. There's probably like after reading the notes, there's probably like 4, maybe 5 builds that can push that. I think Shatterstrike is one of them, but Shatterstrike is literal ZHP. A Racing Strike can get about that high on a mid-max planer, and I think Stormcrows can get that high on a pretty mid-max planer too. I don't think Chthonic Fissure can come anywhere close. I think Chthonic Fissure tops out at like 20-30 million.
Rasmus played that last update. That was a nice looking build.
It's good clear,
Chthonic
though.
Fissure.
It is good clear.
Yeah.
Chthonic Fissure can come nowhere close. Like what are the other like really broken builds from last patch that weren't nerfed?
The Sork was nerfed.
Like Umbral Blades is like still good. A Racing Strike is like buffed, I think.
Yeah.
Stormcrows is broken. Shatterstrike is broken. Judgment too. Like how much was One Punch Judgment even doing though? Like,
it's I was testing that shit on offline, and like, I mean, it could do a decent bit, but it was not doing nearly like
it's not only like tens of millions.
Yeah, I like even with like cheated numbers, I like cheated to like have like infinite like a billion mana. Like I think I had like 3,000 mana with like max attunement, and like I still only hit for like 100 million, like with everything up.
Yeah, and that's more than like one. Like it's less than one hit
Fine,
per second, right?
Druid. Sounds good.
I mean,
if
trying
it
to get
works,
that much mana back
so
is
it's
like
fun. It's good.
impossible.
Whatever.
Like how do you get 3,000 mana back? Takes like 3 seconds or something. At you know, like
sounds good.
Like fucking very fast hitting vengeances.
Like if you wanted to go for ZHP like playstyle, Cyborg, do you think that Shatterstrike kills the boss first or Umbral Blades? It has to be Shatterstrike. It has to be.
I think
like
Shatterstrike.
If the boss is gonna die early in softcore, it's gonna be Shatterstrike. That build
it's the
is
easiest
just...
one to get going. Yeah.
Shatterstrike is crazy. I played it recently, like because I wanted to learn Spellblade, and holy fuck, like I was I was blown away by how much fucking damage that skill does.
Yeah, it's the only build I've been playing since before 1.0.
Oh, but I'm just like, what the fuck? Like nobody talks about this build. Like,
bro,
it does so much damage for free.
Trying to get my shit nerfed. What the hell?
I mean, it's compensated for the fact that fucking Mage sucks and has zero access to DR anywhere, and you're a piece of paper. So I guess it's like balanced. I guess.
Giga Glass Cannon.
I mean, I did make a guide about it, and yeah, it's just too squishy for people, like normal people, to play it.
I'm gonna do the Flame Reave stuff that we were talking about early on.
Yeah, I think that's very good.
Flamer shit's really good. Imagine having like 80 flat damage cyborg like from your supports, just like added on top of your Shadow Strike.
I mean, you already have like 250, but yeah, I mean that's a lot.
But you don't have the cold pen. I mean, like early on though, before you even do your Morning Frost transition.
Yeah, it's insane. If you before Morning Frost and stuff, you're like over more than doubling your damage almost.
This guy has some crazy gear.
Yo, stun chance.
He has 3 LP Joras? Are you fucking serious? Oh my god. Dude, 2 LP is
trade
like...
league?
It is, but that's like still insane. On my like fucking like 3k corruption in 1.0.
I think I had
like I probably played more
2 LP
to hit 3k
Joras.
corruption in 1.0 than this guy played in fucking 1.1 to hit this amount of corruption, because it's like literally 10 times faster to fucking build corruption now. Literally. With Glyphs of Envy, it's 10 times faster.
Yeah. Does it say when
There's
it
a
was
new
last
unique for
updated? Like, you might
pseudo
just
RF in
have
LA.
been playing for
Okay.
months.
This is 1.1, I'm pretty sure.
RF build.
Chinese guy who
Yeah,
put on
this
10k
is-
corruption. He doesn't even have a 4 LP sphere? Fucking noob.
Imagine.
Okay. Have I talked about this cleanser build yet, Evan?
No.
Okay. Do you know how spell queuing in this game works? Why not?
Kind of.
So like if you hold down 2 buttons at the same time, right? The game will prioritize the button on the left on your skill bar.
Okay.
And what you can do is put 2 skills on your bar. One of them's a spender and one of them's a generator. And if you hold down both of the buttons, when you're out of mana with your spender, it will queue or buffer your generator skill if you hold both of them down. If you put the generator to the right of the spender skill. And so you can build a bunch of attack speed and use the nodes in Sentinel that give you on-hit mana. These nodes here. And you also have a chess piece mod, which is like mana when you hit an enemy with your spell. And you can hold down both the buttons. What you can do with Judgment is it puts down a pool of healing thing, right? In a circle, big circle. And it costs a good bit of mana, but it's really mana hungry. And so you spell queue both of them. You hold both the buttons down, and these healing pools stack on the floor for how many you spawn. So the idea of the whole character is to build super high amounts of attack speed and healing effectiveness, and like some mana investment as well. And you're just shitting out these pools that are healing you because they stack. You can spawn like a shit ton of them.
Okay.
And then there's also a node on there.
It
the
cleanses.
cleansing light. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Which is important because does normal.
Yeah, there's frailty in normal.
Okay, yeah. Because like an Aberoth, there's the
moving
frailty.
fountain.
You remember how
Yeah.
sometimes we wouldn't one shot because they'd like get hit by some damage, something, and so and we need to cleanse that from our damage dealers. And you need to be like constantly doing that because if you get hit by something, then you're just doing no damage.
But also you have super high attack speed, and the healing hands also has the node where it procs when you melee hit. So like you're using healing hands and giving like all the ward and shit that you were doing before, but on top of that you're spawning healing pools with Judgment that stack. They literally they overlap and heal you. You can get like 20,000-30,000 health regen a second by standing in these like overlapping pools.
Jesus. Okay. That seems pretty good.
That sounds good.
And that's kind of the core of the build.
The
And then you have
healing
sigils
fountain.
on for a steroid, and then you have a shield bash to stun boss abilities. Like, that's it. You build block,
Nice.
you build healing effectiveness, you build attack speed on tree. One thing here is you put on this ring, the Siphon of Anguish. It applies Doom. Doom is a debuff that makes the monster take more melee damage. But separately from that, the carry also has the belt on, which makes them deal more melee damage per stack of Doom.
Yeah.
And so you're proccing the Doom so that the carry doesn't
nice.
have to wear the ring, so they can get a better ring slot for themselves.
Nice.
And so you're proccing Doom for them. and then you're applying it a shit ton because you're attacking so fast on this build. You're like the highest base attack speed weapon. You're also applying the most shred. You're attacking the fastest. You're applying like tons of shred and like frailty and like all the debuffs too.
Nice.
Yep.
Looks very solid.
That's basically it. You're also a brick wall. You have 5.5k health and you're block capped. and you're gonna give yourself like 10k ward with the healing hands.
Also, you have the Vengeance node, which is not balanced, just gives you 20% less damage taken, and then Vengeance is another like 18 plus damage taken from hits that you like, because you can like just spam that shit out and riposte it.
Vengeance is 50% DR.
Yeah, it's like it's
because
not balanced.
You're spamming this, Evan, right? The Vengeance. Whenever you hit something, it gives you the riposte buff. The next 2 hits you take have 50% DR. So it's like not great while mapping, right? Because you're taking a bunch of like random shit damage, but like for boss abilities and stuff, you're fucking like immortal. You're like the most insane DR on the boss.
So I'm spamming 3 abilities and using a 4th on cooldown?
You hold 2 buttons.
You hold 2 buttons and then you press.
Oh, this is the second button I'm holding.
You're holding Vengeance is your spender, but it also gives you DR. This skill is crazy.
Generator. But yeah.
It generates you mana, and it gives you 50% DR, and it shreds, and it gives you attack speed.
Yeah, and it has attacks like this skill is crazy.
So holding 2 and pressing a third for like stuns or cooldowns.
Stun. Yep.
That's it. Your healing hands is proccing off of your other melee attacks.
Yeah, and so you can like I have healing hands on bar, but like you can put a movement skill there. You can put like.
Yeah, you can put rebuke or even a movement skill, shield charge or whatever movement. You can do is volatile too. Volatile is fine.
Yeah, because it's proccing, it doesn't need to be on bar, so you just get
free skill.
Like some free skill there. Yeah.
And it sounds like the Doom only matters on bosses and like maybe exiles or something.
Rares and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, you're gonna instantly cap that shit. You're fucking hitting.
I honestly would put fucking movement speed here, bro. Like you have so much health.
I'm sure. I just I put health everywhere because I was like, don't want this character. This character doesn't have red ring DR because it's fucking impossible to get the attributes.
Health is massively buffed this patch, and ward is like massively nerfed. So like honestly, hybrid builds are where it's at. IMO, especially because you can build a really high health pool on your own character and like kind of hit the soft cap on ward by just getting healing hands. So like it feels like hybrid builds is like where you get the most EHP in group dispatch.
Oh for sure.
So what are the most important items to have on this build? Obviously the ring is mandatory.
The chest mod is very important. Of Vengeance mana.
Yeah, this mod, you're probably gonna have to Havoc craft this, Evan, the thing that like shuffles the tiers.
Yeah.
This mod is rare. The mana gained on hit when you use Vengeance. Because like the thing that you have to balance with this build is your attack speed versus your mana consumption on Judgment. And so getting this like mod on your chest, the 17, you're getting 17 mana plus on the tree. What is this? 10?
Plus, and there's also another 5 from the 10 from the on Judgment. There's the Deliverance buff top right, and then one down from the very top right. There's the another 5 there.
You just are like, it's just a builder spender, and like what happens is you alternate. Basically, you'll like cast Judgment and then cast Vengeance and then cast Judgment, and it's like every other hit, and you just hold the 2 buttons down. And so the Vengeance will give you the Vengeance will give you the DR for like the riposte. It'll also shred, and then the Judgments will also come out as fast as you have like the mana, because it'll always prioritize the one that's like left most on your bar.
Yeah.
The ring is Giga Common, Evan. It's from like Orobis. We'll get
any
it all the time.
Guaranteed. Yeah. And then this chest, I guess I would just be wearing a 1 mod chest.
Just wear 1 mod.
The most important mod is the mana generation.
Yeah.
You just wear an
just a good defensive chest because it's
it's 20% DR.
DR, but like, I mean, it's pretty common. We'll get that from Aberoth, or from normal Aberoth. Like
if you don't feel like you need the tankiness because this build is kind of already a brick wall, I'm not sure, but there's places to get more attack speed.
Correct.
You can get it on rings and amulets, which we don't have.
But if you feel like you want to, or you're like tanky enough and want to put out more healing, or like you can swap the Oracle amulet here for a Jade amulet implicit. It's 15% attack speed.
Gotcha.
Yeah. And then also on
just a play it by ear kind of thing.
On ring as well, this is more health, but you can get an attack speed on ring. That's a unique. What's it called?
I don't fucking remember, bro.
It's Quicksilver Coil, right?
Quicksilver Coil.
It's
That sounds
10%.
right.
10% on rings, and then you can put health and block chance on a 2 LP Quicksilver Coil, and you just lose the 140 health.
Yeah, your reses might be a little I don't know.
Your reses might be fucked if you do that though, but it's an option if you feel like you need more attack speed. This is your gloves. Probably just wear a Eternal Gauntlets base until you get this item. I'm pretty sure everybody's gonna want these exact pair of gloves. They want an Immortal Vise with 1 LP health drain.
Yeah, everyone but me gets to wear those. I have to wear fucking Hands of Judgment. Because I'm not losing a T7 roll of attunement. That's fucking too much.
Everybody's gonna want those gloves on New Relic. The gloves are like, I'm pretty sure the gloves are more common, right, than the Relic. The Relic's probably giga rare. I don't even know the drop rate. But the Relic is The Relic is fucking insane.
Yeah, the Relic's insane.
The Relic is fucking insane.
Yeah. So I don't know how the fuck to fix.
Why do you have 2 LP here? Are you fucking stupid?
It's not supposed to be 2 LP. I just didn't click the fucking second mod off. It's supposed to just be the symbols of hope.
Fuck.
Okay. Sure.
That's fun.
I get a 4 LP of that. It's gonna be very common.
Before that, it's a block chance implicit thingy relic.
All right. Do we want to go over a Racing Strike real quick, MP? Some quick pointers, or do you want me to make a video about it?
Either.
So
I mean, if you're doing it anyway, then that's cool. It's gonna be helpful for other people too if it's it's gonna be a common build.
A Racing Strike has. Okay, we can start with. We'll start top end a Racing Strike, and then maybe it'll make more sense. So Racing Strike has like. The reason this build is broken, okay, is because of the amount of more multipliers that exist on the tree. Okay, this is the reason why the build is so strong. It also has 600% damage effectiveness, which is a lot.
Just got buffed by 50%.
So, that's crazy, crazy high damage, right? So you have, more multiplier here. This is 40% more multiplier here. This is 50% more multiplier here. This gives you an additional echo, which is like an additional attack.
More multiplier.
It's
multi-strike kind of. Yeah.
But this node, the node past it removes the cooldown, which is obviously you want it because you want to spam the attack. But this dumpsters your mana. It makes it cost 60 mana per echo, which is a lot. It's a shit ton of mana. So managing the mana on this build is like the main challenge.
Oh god. Okay.
You have, this is like some bullshit you got to path through. But the node at the end here is 100% more damage multiplier. This one, 100% more damage multiplier because you have a two-handed weapon on. This one is 9% base crit. And then you have this one, Void Essence. Void Essences is a thing. It's a stacking buff, which gives you more damage. And then when you, if you go negative mana, the Void Essences get consumed, and they give you a percentage of your maximum mana back, 30%. It's with this node on the tree, Void Well. So you need to build the Void Essences, and you get a very high max mana pool. And at a certain point, you are able to sustain your attacks because you are attacking. You go to 30% mana, you start attacking, you go down. As soon as you go negative, the Void Well will proc, giving you all that mana back. So there's like a critical mass, like a breaking point where, similar to the mana stacker on Mage,
I remember,
you hit enough mana and you go positive. It is like 1300 mana. We're gonna have another mana stacking incident, Somnia.
Fuck.
It depends on your attack speed and how many echoes you have. So I click 2 echoes because you can balance it to have 2 echoes. But if you're having mana problems, you want to just have 1 echo instead of 2. Of course.
Yeah.
And that means you need a lot of mana investment on gear and levels on gear, which is like your 2 primary stats you're looking for. And then also World Splitter. World Splitter gives you crit multi per max mana, bunch of AoE per mana cost, and your stuff costs, you know, like fucking 70 mana or whatever. You have a shit ton of AoE for free. It's like
insane percent mana roll. Holy shit, yeah.
Has a shit ton of flat on it, and you know, you have 600% damage effectiveness. It has increased mana. Like, this item is just best in slot. This comes from a Harbinger. You can farm it pretty early.
Nice.
So you can get this pretty early and get 1 LP. 2 LP is kind of like a dream. You want mana if you can get it. If not, then you just want flat damage.
Okay.
And then mana on the helmet, mana slam with Seed of Echidrazil is just more mana. The Nihilus is more levels because there's so many more multipliers. So you want levels. This also gives you mana. So no brainer here. There's also your source of Frenzy. Whenever you evade, you hit Frenzy. Chest piece is just DR. It's more health, some good damage.
Heart. Yeah.
It's solid. Solid item. Solid item.
Yeah.
And then your rings are Sherion's just more damage, obviously. You know how this works. And then health, void damage. The belt is a more damage multiplier, and you proc it off of your support's Doom.
Yeah, that's the Doom belt.
The other ring gives you the other ring gives you a better dodge roll. It gives you swiftness, which is 20% movement speed.
20% movement speed, yeah.
And then it gives you 17 pen, which is a more multiplier to your damage.
Hell yeah. Pen on
and
ooh.
Yeah, the gloves. So the gloves early, you can use Blood Roost, or not Blood Roost. Grass of the Blood Mage. This is the Progenesis effect, 25%, and that's it. It's just 25 DR for rares and uniques.
Okay.
So early on, you know, you want the DR. You're probably gonna be equipping this just solely for the DR, and you slam Drain mod onto it. When Uber Aberoth is dead, you're gonna be putting on this shit because this shit's crazy. It's attack speed, strength, health, everything. It's got everything.
Yeah, it's every stat you want.
It's also an armor dotnet base. It's an eternal dot. These builds are crazy. The boots, there's 2 options. There's one of them which is for mapping. The reason why this build is so good is because it gives you movement speed per added melee void damage. You have a shit ton on the tree. You have a shit ton on your world splitter here.
Weapon. Yeah. And
yeah,
this is a common drop too, I think. Is Orbis also?
Yeah.
It drops all the time as well.
It's just a random drop, I think.
Or is it a random drop?
It's just it's a global drop, yeah.
Oh.
And so this gives you like whenever you have I don't even have swiftness or anything tick, you're at like 160 movement speed. So the movement speed on this build is like insanely high. You're also super mobile with Void Cleave, and you have
Swiftness
what's it called?
And Frenzy.
You have a ton of AoE. So you're like you have screen wide clear. You're like fucking 160 MS. Damage is like infinite on this build, but the problem is solving the mana, right? There's you have to do something. You have to spell queue early on to. You're doing the playstyle where you have 2 buttons. One of them's it's a spender generator until you can get the mana necessary to hit that like, you know, breaking point to like never have to use it ever again. And then you just have like the relic is just fucking mana and it's ink damage. It's good. It's just a good item.
Ink flat, good shit.
The skills on the end game tree have a lot going on, and there's a lot of interplay between like what's going on here. So. Racing Strike is just an auto attack, right? The first thing is that Void Cleave is a movement skill. You turn into a movement skill, so you dash, right? And the main thing here is it gives you some armor shred, which is cool, whatever. But the main note is that it procs Abyssal Echoes after you Void Cleave. That's all that the whole point of having Void Cleave on bar is so that it procs Abyssal Echoes. Now, Abyssal Echoes has 2 nodes that are very, very insane on it. One of them here is Abyssal Echoes on your next Erasing Strike deal more damage. So this is another more multiplier, 80% after each Void Cleave. You're going to have 3 Void Cleave charges. So what you do is you do the swipe, the Void Cleave, then you Erasing Strike, and then you Void Cleave, and then you Erasing Strike. And this is an 80% more damage multiplier for each one on top. And separate from that, it gives you a buff, which gives you 20% attack speed and 20% more damage for hitting a blinded enemy, which they're blinded all the time because the skill itself blinds, of course. So you have 100%. You have a 80% more damage multiplier, another 20% more damage multiplier here, and then it shreds.
That's a lot of multipliers.
You have Anomaly, which is just a steroid. So we're not using any of the time bubble stuff, you know, where it follows us that the supports use. You're placing the Anomaly on top of the boss, and it just stays there. But the main thing that you do here is Mark of Rot is a debuff, which makes the enemy take 50% more void damage. That's another more multiplier to your void damage.
So this is just a cooldown for bosses and exiles.
It's a 5 second. It's a 5 second debuff. You just and what you do is you make it insta cast, and you just make the cooldown higher, but you take the insta cast node.
Okay.
So you just hover the boss, press this anomaly.
It's a curse, whatever. Like it's a big cooldown debuff. Okay,
it's 50% more damage. Like you so basically you toss this on the boss, and then you void cleave, and then you Duration Strike, and you have like all the multipliers coming together. The last one is Devouring Orb. This just has you take the auto walking node that casts while walking, so you don't actually have to like have this on your bar. And this is just 10% more void damage for existing, and it doubles with 90 vitality. I don't think with this build you're gonna hit the breakpoint.
Hitting the breakpoint is very hard. Like maybe if we get some crazy gear, but like most likely not.
Yeah, not initially. Okay.
And so like those are kind of like all the skills like in all the
also
multipliers.
Void Red shred, I think. Like for like solo, it's
your supports are going to be shredding for you, but solo, like if you're solo,
have
you're going
one
to want a
armor
source of
shred
shred, and Devouring Orb is the best way to proc it, I believe, because you don't want to give up your blessing for void shred. So so while you're super scuffed and you don't have big mana, like what you want to do, let me make a Void Knight. What you want to do early on, the stuff in Sentinel, you click the strength or whatever early on when you're doing your shit leveling, you grab the DR, great. Then you click the mana nodes, perfect. And then you want to take the dual wielding node. You want to dual wield early. If you can with attack speed, or you can get, if you get a solid two-hander, you don't have to dual wield. But if it's like, just kind of like grab the best weapon you can, dual wield, single, if it's one-hander, two-hander, whatever, you can dual wield it. The thing you want to do is stack attack speed, and you're putting 2 skills on your bar. You're putting Vengeance. The reason why is because Vengeance has a
they
node.
Just buffed it like crazy as well.
Well, yeah. Well, first of all, it has all the DR, right? You have this DR here, and you have the additional riposte.
Yeah.
And then this node is 20% more global damage while you have the riposte buff up. Additionally, it has local attack speed on it for the skill. And then the last thing that's really good here is the nodes down here. These give you, these nodes give you a void essence when you hit stuff. So early on, when you just have a few hundred mana and you don't have great void essence generation, you can use this to generate your void essences, which get consumed when you go negative mana. And this will help early on with your mana generation. And then the last node is 45% damage on Erasing Strike.
Okay.
So you have a generator spender that you're alternating, but your generator has a big more multiplier attached to it, like which is this, and then this. So you have a 1.45 and then a 1.2.
So Vengeance is a cooldown less generator.
Not a cooldown.
Cooldown less.
Cooldown less. Yeah. So spammable. Sure. Sorry.
You hold down Vengeance. So the way it works is you do the leftmost skill on your bar. Is the priority skill. It's right to left. Right is the least priority. Left.
How do mouse buttons cue into that?
It's just your bar. It has nothing to do. It's just the order in which they appear on your bar. It has nothing to do with what you have keybound.
Okay, so I can keybind anything to like mouse button.
You can keybind anything to anything, but the position of the skills on your bar is what matters.
And so spender left generator right, and hold both for
yes.
Most
and then
of the time,
you take a Racing Strike. I mean, I make like full guide for this, but like you're just playing a generator spender build for like the most part. This shit hits like a fucking truck early on. You're basically like what's gonna happen is you're gonna take the no cooldown node, or you take like you take the no cooldown node down here, and then what happens is like you fucking attack once, and whatever you looked at gets one shot, but then you're like negative mana. And you have to like walk up to some trash and like attack some stuff
generator
a few times.
Yeah.
But then the next thing you attack, also the next like rare is it gets like literally deleted.
That's fine. I've played a bunch of generators, spinner builds, and like all sorts of games.
You're playing slams and PoE, but like this shit does so much damage. It's like worth it. It's also extremely easy to get crit capped because you have these 3 nodes here. You have 9% base crit on the tree, and then deep inside the Void Knight tree, you have 5% base crit. Here.
Okay.
If you need some more base crit, you can also equip a Phantom Grip, which is another 2% base crit. early. Very easy item to get.
Yeah. This Phantom Grip is 2% base crit. It's just a really good item early on.
Yeah.
Shatter more damage. Shatter Strike is higher damage, yes.
So much of this last link.
Shatter Strike is crazy. I don't know how. I don't know if I can emphasize it. Like, Shatter Strike does so much damage for the garbage you put on that character. It's just like insane. But then like your paper, I think Lizard was trying to make a tankier version of that character. It's still fucking paper, but it's like
still squishy
better.
as fuck.
I don't know. Like,
I
so,
don't think it was actually better. Honestly.
I'd say if you play Shatter Strike and you want to kill the Uber boss, you need to have extremely good mechanics. You're going to want to know all of the boss's attacks and how to manipulate them, or you're gonna die. You will not tank a single ability or attack. You'll just fall over. It's like doable, but yeah, it's just. I'm trying to find a planner for Shatter and Most Seem Troll, trying to make it tanky.
Don't.
Yeah, don't. Just use the HP.
I think you can. I think what Lizard was doing with scissors and like and stuff is like good, but I don't know.
Sure, I guess.
Roof, if you're playing with supports though, you can probably get enough ward to tank some of the more dangerous attacks. I think.
Yeah, with supports, you're chilling.
So if you can get to that point where you have supports, then yeah, like because you build health and then your supports give you ward, and so your EHP pool is like pretty high, right? You want to do the HP, and the Shatter Strike is the play for you, bro. That shit is crazy, and it works with like nothing. You literally pick up trash off the floor, and you're doing like 50 million DPS. Like unironically, like it's just
Jesus.
You're not wrong.
I'm not like I'm serious. You like have I'm pretty sure Shatter Strike without LP can do like maybe 30 to 40 million with no LP.
Okay, I don't know about that. Maybe like 20.
Yeah, but it's like in that realm, right? It's like you're doing like 10, maybe 20 million DPS with no LP, which is just like insane.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I think the play. We even talked about crows. The crows is like another fucking rabbit hole.
Oh god.
That's like the crows might be a video on its own. Like that video that feels fucked up. I'm gonna be honest.
Crows are fucked.
Do you know how snapshotting works in this game? MP, have you like done any minion shit?
Yeah, somewhat.
So
whenever you summon them, they snapshot your stuff. And then
there's some things you can change. So like if I have just increased minion damage on my ring, okay? If I summon my minion, I can take the ring off because the minion snapshots his increased damage when at the time I snapshotted him.
Yeah.
Things you cannot snapshot are levels. Whenever you update the passive tree, they update their stats.
That makes sense.
So if you have any plus levels on anything, then you can never you can't like take them off or whatever, that kind of thing. But the thing is, like a lot of stuff that you want for minion, like a lot of minion scaling comes from levels, and so like you have a bunch of gear that's plus levels, which means you can't like change it out. So there's like certain things you can snapshot which are really powerful. But what you can do is put like massive fucking minion damage rolls on star dials, teleport, summon your minions, and then they have the massive triple damage bonus from the rings, and then you can unequip the rings for tanky whatever rings, like.
Yeah.
So this build, like. This build is like an insane number of more multipliers too. But I think this is a topic for another day. This build's gonna top it. This build's gonna do like 200, 250. Actually, with supports, I don't actually know. With supports, this build is doing like fucking 400 million DPS or something.
Yeah. Something like I think so.
Or more.
The amount of ink that you're getting from the supports with the flat, it is not. It is an unimaginable realm of damage.
There's a couple weird things going on here. So you can snapshot. You can snapshot increases to minions, right? Increased damage. There's a note on here that makes it so your lightning damage also applies to your storm crows, but it goes to 150% scaling. But something that's funny that you can do on storm crows is you can double dip buffs from supports. such as sigils and javelin. So you know how you throw javelin and you get increased damage?
So that works for your crows when you summon them?
Well, yeah, what happens is you get increased lightning damage from sigils, right? Or from javelin, right? You get increased lightning damage.
Yeah.
That increased lightning damage will apply to your crow at the point at which it's summoned. And then the crows themselves can benefit an additional time from being in range of the javelin. So it double dips.
Okay, so the summoning ritual has to be like a countdown thing, because you're like,
Yes,
you're teleporting, you're like, okay, buffs up, let's go.
Yes, exactly.
We're not running that node.
Well, so the funny thing is, this is a thing you can do, but me and Randall experimented, and there's a higher damage variant of the build that doesn't even do any of that, which is funny. Which is double apogees and killing your fucking bees. But I gotta fix the build. Yeah, DBM pull 10.
Yeah.
Pulling.
But
what the fuck?
I mean, the whole point of this boss killer, right, is you can put on a bunch of gear. Like, if you're really min-maxing and being fucking like giga fucking cringe about it, you can like optimize all of your snapshotting gear, and then you take off as many of the pieces as you can, including idols, by the way. You can snapshot offensive idols, take out a full set of idols, and then put on a full defensive set of idols. And like that allows you, in a bossing situation, to have the most powerful minions possible and also be extremely survivable and durable in a fight. That's like the whole idea.
Nice.
So, yeah, snapshotting is kind of like crazy in this game. The problem with this build is it fucking sucks. It does nothing. You have a one button nuke that does like the most insane damage, but it's like on a cooldown and it has no clear. And you have 0 movement speed. So
and no movement skill.
And you have no movement skill. So it's like, yeah, this is it's just like yeah. But there's
it's like a cannon. You just place it down. No movement. Load it up.
I'm gonna place my snap down on top of the boss, then 2-shot Uber Abrath, and then he's gonna fucking
Gustav gun. And then pour him out.
Yeah.
Load the cannon.
Oh, I have some clip of this build. Is this like not nerfed? You can play this right now on live. Like nothing was changed.
Wait. Testing. Okay, testing. My chat works. Poggers.
I'll play this. $175 million.
Yep.
Numbers.
155 million, 110 million. Yeah, like it's like.
Jeez.
The thing is, these the really stupid thing is they added penetration to idols, shared pen, so you can put a whole set of pen idols and snapshot them onto your crows, and then take literally all of them off.
Are they not gonna die, or are they're not gonna die because supports?
They have well, you snapshot health mods onto them too, so they have 100k life.
Okay.
We capped it.
Okay.
They have 100k life and 50% DR, and you're also giving them You're giving them capped res with the.
Do they benefit from
gloves.
the healing pools as well?
Yep, they're allies, yeah.
Wow.
Which is why the persistent healing from the judgment support is so important, is because it keeps the minions up, and also like it's cleansing them and healing them the whole time as well.
Damn.
Yep.
That is pretty crazy.
Yeah, because they can get hit by the frailty too.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the only thing is I don't know how the fuck. I think this guy has to sack percent armor for cold red shred or somewhere we have to get cold red shred for our bossing, but like.
Yes.
I don't know who, because like the supports can't drop it because then they're no longer block capped, and that's like really bad.
It's probably fine. I'll be real. I think I'm pretty sure your riposte hits can tank any hits from any like boss, because you have like 1 million DR, and so like the shields work. By the way, you don't actually have to block. I don't think your block chance.
Yeah, no. It's just okay, Evan. You're gonna die. You're
like LE patch more than 0.2 PoE. I mean, I mean, yeah, like I think the PoE.2 patch was like crazy to me, and like they're making tons of improvements, but like I just am astounded how it was released like that. That is just crazy, bro. But they're making good changes and they're doing it fast, which is impressive. But like, holy shit, bro! How did it come to this? Like, what happened? That's all. Like, that's my thoughts. I don't know, man. What happened, man?
Do you like free ice cream or cock and ball torture?
How is it possible that we can foresee this, like, being horrible changes? I don't know. And then they make it to live game?
So if you want to play, a Racing Strike MP, you're gonna need to boost me though if I am going Shatter into respec. I don't know what you'd rather play because you're gonna be like a bit of a wheelchair early on with a Racing Strike. It's like okay,
that's fine. I think I'm completely fine with that. Yeah.
It's okay. The build is okay. It's nothing crazy, but as soon as you hit the
we'll get gear.
breakpoint on mana,
we'll get there. It's okay.
We'll get gear.
We'll blast.
Also, every time that like Snap dies because he like doesn't flame ward something, you can laugh and point at him.
I mean, I'm good with playing anything. I played all 3 of the builds, so I don't know. I can do either. So whatever you want to do, I can fill.
Yeah,
I'll
do generator spender. Yeah, until spender only eventually with good gear, I guess.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Once you get also MP, there's like not like there's like a mini breakpoint, and it's like around like 300 or 400 mana. Where
I can do one echo or whatever instead of 2, or
where what you do is that you can't like hold it down, but your void well essences, it gives you enough back that you can press like 1 every pack, and so because you're mapping, like normally void essences like you need a big mana pool because it has a 3-second cooldown, so you need to be able to attack for 3 seconds straight, and like before you can get like your mana back. But if you're just running around mapping and you press it once and then you like run to the next pack and then press it again, your 3 seconds have come up. And so it feels like, so you only need to get a few hundred mana before it feels like pretty okay during maps. And you only have to like start generator spending on bosses where where you're going to be casting a bunch. But like in mapping, it's like, okay, I press it, I run to the next pack, my void essences, my void well up again, and so I can regain my mana.
And the reason why the multipliers on your other skills, like the Void Cleave and the Abyssal Echoes and stuff, the reason why it's important to like use these, because theoretically you could just cast another Erasing Strike and it's 100% more damage, right? Because you cast 2 of them. The reason why using the multipliers on Abyssal Echoes and Void Cleave is important is because it makes your attacks more mana efficient. Like, because you're leveraging the more multipliers. You're attacking Racing Strike more slowly, but you're more mana efficient because you're stacking more multipliers onto one cast.
Yeah.
Making you more mana efficient is like the...
I see. Yeah. Okay. Void melee.
Played Ellie like 50 hours before launch, didn't know much about it. Is it good for duo partying? Yeah, duos are crazy. I don't know actually I don't know what you'd play if you're trying to duo. You just play regular Healing Hands Paladin and not Cleanser. I think you have to. It's too much ward. It's too much ward to give up.
Yeah.
But it's finally a life-based party, guys. It's crazy scenes here. They finally nerfed ward. All they had to do was half ward retention from int.
Yeah, because now it's like it's too hard to. Like, I'm like, where the fuck am I getting water retention on my paladin? Like I can't get it anywhere. It's like only it.
Yeah.
So now it's like okay, fuck out of here. In
4% to 2%.
You send that planner. I'll make a guide tonight. I just need to update them fully. It'll be out. But
nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you can also just fucking type the URL, but.
Leaking.
Work for it.
Oh no,
you gotta work for it.
Well, natively, like it was made for the gamepad.
I think people are gonna be confused about the decayed skull.
There. It's feeling...
They don't know.
It's just a good defensive item, and then
armor mitigation. Yeah.
Snowblind was pretty good too.
Okay.
But it doesn't have the
Harry Void Knight.
Void stuff.
I'm pretty sure the plan is one Void Knight, or sorry, one Shadow Strike, one Erasing Strike. Shadow
One
Strike
mage.
rerolls into Storm Crows. It's just easy LP. That, and it has the armor dot mitigation mod. You're gonna notice that mod being prevalent, I think.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
but let's update the Beastmaster. None of the passives got changed here, right?
On what?
The Beastmaster.
I don't think so.
What is this? Ox. And then the idols are... Where are the Weaver idols?
You have to choose big. You're only showing unique. You have to show
fuck. It's so late now. Oh no. Is it too late? This weekend.
What? Was it suffix? What?
Is it too late to run dungeons? Eberoth race. Okay, we don't need this anymore.
Wait, do a normal idol and do Weaver
that,
affix? Like,
that.
I see
Oh god,
Poison
15
Void,
more
Fizz,
tabs.
Necrotic. I saw a bunch of pens there, but
It might be on the 1x1s. I think it might only be on the 1x1.
Okay. To finish it off, guys. Just letting you know what our plans are. We're gonna be playing 4-player group with Snap, Evan, and Randall. We'll log in, blast 2 supports, 2 DPS, a nice mix. I'll be playing a melee build, actually, for the first time. I've been playing 2 casters since the last on launch and on the first season, and now we're gonna play melee. Log in, okay? Purple melee login. It's gonna be wicked. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Okay, I'm closing these million tabs, and I think we're logging over. To WoW. Oh no, it is an update. I'm updating.
No, not on Last Epoch tools.
Is it only on max roll TM?
Yep.
If you look at the
Even,
WoW
like,
tab
random
on
around
Discord,
max rolls. It's so nice.
I can see how busy you are. Okay, let's see.
But I'm
drag them
used
around?
to- Yeah, like you can move them. You
Did
can
they
do that in
did they
Elite.
release
Oh, you guys are
all
just
of their
chilling.
like stuff today? Like all their builds? Are they like fucking ready to rip roaring, ready to go?
I don't know.
Okay, updating. Here we go. Being chilling.
Who are they pinging, by the way? Never mind. Never mind.
Apparently, they weren't supposed to.
Okay. Music. Ooh, we got mail. We got money. Okay, we got so much stuff to catch up on. I have saved so many things for stream. But it's just bags in my inventory. And some mounts. I got some mounts yesterday. Wait, let me ask if... Hello, hello, testing, testing. Okay, there is sound, everything works. We need to do... Oh, I don't have like a WoW cam here, do I? Oh, shit. Okay, we do the Path of Exile one. Duplicate. This name is already in use. I don't know. Okay, and then we have what did we do here? Oh god. webcam here, chat, oh god, chat group here, and then this music thing, we don't need that, and then we don't need this either, I don't think, and we don't need that. Monitor off. Okay. Game capture. Full screen application. Boom. Okay, very good. That goes under this. Don't need that, don't need that, don't need that. Don't need this. Monitor needs to be over it, but we don't need that now. Flask overlay. Don't need that either. Raining divines. Don't need that right now. Discord overlay. We can use that later. Media share. Don't need that. Event list. We can turn this off for now. Okay, that's pretty clean. Nice. Struggling on alt dungeons. Oh shit. Auto loot doesn't work, that's okay. I think everything works other than that. Okay. Oh my god, look at my bags. I have so much stuff. Oh, you got the green raptor? Nice. I have an egg ready. It could happen right now. We could get the third raptor right now. It has to be... It has to be green. I have black. And no, I have green. Wait. It has to be red. It has to be red. No, it's black. No. We need another egg. Okay. Well, we'll cook another egg. Plus 2.5 gold. It's okay, guys. However, I have finished my Pandaria Lore Walker rep to Exalted and have purchased a 500 gold mount. It's a cloud. A flying cloud. +1. Cloud. Let's check it out. Probably add it to favorites as well. It's pretty good. I like that it leaves a little trail. It's kind of nice. Flying animations. Yeah, it's good. +1. And also, I got this robot from the challenge in Ringing Deeps. There's some like wave-based thing you can do like once a week, and I think this is 20% drop from a chest. And it looks like a really expensive mount. There's like a 3 million gold mount on the auction house I saw that's like exactly like this, but different color. Or like slightly different color. It's like barely different color. So, machine defense unit. Let's check it out. Oh my god, it's a golem. Yeah, there's jumping animation, stationary jumping animation. And flies. That's pretty cool. Alright, +2 new mounts. And then I have a bunch of... these could drop a mount. 1 in 150. I have 2 of them. No mount, obviously. We got some pets. We were questing. We finished all of Hello Fall questing. So we're done with 1, 2, 3, 4 zones. And then we're working on this one. We're almost halfway done with this zone, I think. Or maybe even halfway done. Do mount special. Oh shit. Do they ever fall down? Or did I just shoot some birds? Okay, that's pretty cool. I need to make a mount special macro or something. We got this pet, we got this pet, we got this pet, and this pet. +4. I don't really care much about pets. Whatever. Okay, gold time. 309k. Boom. 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 Okay, my screen. Okay, 310k. Okay, then seasoned adventurers cash. 1,000 gold. 1,000 gold. 1,000 gold. 160 gold. Oh. Some leech shit. Whatever. 170 gold. 1,000 gold. And... okay. That's the rep stuff. Okay, nice. Season 1 champion gear. I also got a trinket that I wanted to try. Release the kidnapped puppies. Okay, we can try this in 20 seconds. Releases a bunch of kidnapped puppies. I wanted to see how that looks. Where's the guy? This guy is worth skinning every day. This guy is like oh shit, what is the dragon? Hi. Okay, puppies go. There's a bunch of puppies. Go. Are they gonna attack? They're not attacking. Go, attack. Fight for you for 10 minutes. Let me see it. Oh, there we go. They're fighting. They're missing. They're missing all of their attacks. They're so bad. Okay. I got that today in the World Quest box. Wait, this dragon? You got this from a World Quest? What the fuck? Okay. I think I don't... I mean, it looks good. But, I don't know. Dragon mounts are probably my least favorite because there's like so many of them, especially like these like old dragon or like basic dragons. But I mean, the head looks kind of cool. And the chain, I like the chain thing. Anyways, +1. Oh shit, 4. Nice. Okay. I think that's it. I think that's all the things that I had. I think it would be nice to just run like 1 dungeon or maybe 2, and then we could have dinner. But I don't know if that's already too late. Wait, where am I? Here. Okay. Oh shit. Some stuff didn't sell. Oh, I bought another mount. Right. I bought another mount for 7,000 gold, actually. This one. It's just a +1. It's not that great. It's another helicopter. It's like a hover boat. It's okay. It's +1. Okay, let's try it at least once. ATV. Mount. This one. Okay, it does have a jumping animation. Okay, it's like a hovercraft. Okay, it's not bad. Okay, mount special, yes. Slash mount special. Wait, what is he doing? Okay, it's just kind of different hover. It like kind of hovers back a bit. Okay, it's kind of scuffed. That's fine. Alright, now. Money. 315k. Let's go. Boom. I saw 1.7 there. Ooh, I saw 2k. Another 2k. 1.5. 300? Okay. 336k. Okay, so 21k in. Nice. Money in the bank. Oh, actually, it just says it. It just says it right after. Okay, nice. Yeah, I forgot the green raptor. Okay, sell the raptor that I already have. Goodbye. Okay, goodbye doggo trinket. That was not very useful. And sell this tinderbox.
I have calibrated my prices to be reasonable.
It's like 229 gold. Nice. Okay, this is just trash. Goodbye. Okay,
My thanks for your patronage.
Okay, can we do one dungeon? Oh, this is the mount. This is the cool mount. Can we do one dungeon before dinner? Typho, Fenris, are you guys around for one run? 110. Just 110. I don't know what we have. Let's check it out. We have a floodgate. Oh, I have a floodgate. Oh, we have a Cinderbrew 9 as well for Nox's Amulet. We could do that later at night. Just the 3 of us or something. Yeah, like 3 of us, or pick up 2 more or whatever, like off stream. Or queue in with randos or something. 9 is probably fine pugging if there's 3 of us there. Or, I mean, ideally we can find a good tank, but yeah. WoW stuff. Okay, what key do you have? Oh, 15. Yeah, we're not doing anything above 10 tonight, or today. Yeah. I think we'll do this floodgate then, and down tier it. Oh wait, we've already done a floodgate? Oh, we've done a floodgate 9. Okay. Yeah. We could do a priory 10, a rookery 10, or a floodgate 10. Or try to time a 10 Theater of Pain. Yeah. Yeah, I would not do any keys where currently our success is like not 100%. I think we're progressing, gearing, timing 10s, filling up our vaults with you know, successful 10 runs. That's the... Yeah. We've done a normal priory yesterday just for a quest, and it was like a reminder of the place and like the trash pool and then the bosses. But yeah, it's definitely a scary place. Oh, and this guy has a priory 11. Okay, let's get on. Call, and then I go voice activation. Okay, what would you guys prefer? Let's invite first of all. Typho, Fenris. Okay. Big Wigs is out of date. Oh no. Actually, I can check for pants. Floodgate. Does Floodgate drop pants? It does. That's awesome. Okay. Slash keys. Okay, so mine is the only 10 plus key. Otherwise we would have to do 9s and up tier them. Which is fine. We're definitely gonna do that with Typho's metering for the amulet. Okay. Are you guys cool with the floodgate? A floodgate run on 10. Try that. Or we invite someone with a 10 key somewhere else. If you guys prefer that, I'm cool with that too. Any, yeah. Okay. Well then, we need a DPS for a Floodgate 10 my key success not guaranteed. Actually, which dungeon is that? Wait. Big Mama. Oh wait, that's the bomb one. We timed the 9 on that, right? Like really well. Like crazy timed the 9, didn't we? Yeah, with like 7 minutes left. That was pretty good. It's the bomb boss on the upper platform, then the actually I don't remember the big mama. Which guy is that? Sonic boom until it collides with an obstacle. Okay, and then we stack in melee boss, then move to the left or whatever, move to a side. And then the Zapper boss. Yeah. Okay. First boss that has 6 ads around it. Okay. Wait, let me get some water. Oh, I am muted. No, we don't need a tank. I think we're good. I think Herka is here. What character? DK? The double DK. Oh shit. Nice. Yeah. So tomorrow we might do more runs. Of course. So if you're around tomorrow, we might do that. We might take you up on that priority one. Okay. I bought some stuff. This is like better potion, right? I want some damage potion. I don't think I'm gonna use it yet, but they're here. And then this is a better healing potion. Algari healing potion. Yeah. $20 eye level lower when we did delves. What's How much did you evolve? Wait, I'm in the bank. Oops. Dark Flame, Mechagon. Yeah, those are the few that we already timed, actually. I think. Actually, no. Yes. Actually, yes. Those are those are our 2 best runs so far.
My directive is to serve you.
This. Buy. What the fuck? That's so expensive. Oh. Buy like 10, maybe not 10,000. Thank you. Oh shit. Scary stuff. This early trash. This early trash scares me. Hey, Osana. Thank you. No, I need to lower it. $665. Jesus. We start at 11. Oh my god, are you serious? Uh-oh. Okay, Flask is up.
You're muted, I think, again.
Am I? No, I'm not.
Oh,
wait, I can hear.
Yeah. Oh, wait. I must have hit like the mute button on my own, my own end.
Okay, no, we're good. Dude, we're not. No, 11. Straight from 9 to 11. She muted you. Yeah. Okay. I would go 10. But if everyone else wants to go 11, we can go 11. I won't be the. Yeah. It's easy, no pressure. It's probably fine. The only difference is for the healer. Okay. Rox, you decide then.
I'm not a healer. Hello?
Yeah, but Typhel said your choice, and I said your choice.
Okay, then I say vote.
Vote? I mean, chat's gonna say 11, so it doesn't matter. Okay, so you're saying 11, basically.
I don't know. I forgot this instance again. I haven't been here for like 1 day.
2 days, yeah.
Yeah.
We destroy boxes. I don't remember the first boss. It's some big mama apparently. And then we go up on that high platform, you know, in that enclosed area. And it's the duo boss. Then it's the open platform with the stack together buff. Can't get too far from each other.
Right.
Oh god.
It's fine.
Okay, we're sending 11
I
then.
don't know. I'm gonna die, but
It's fine. Copium. Guys, good luck. Okay, if we do first pull, if we fail, we go 10. Okay, sure. We have a backup plan. Alright, ready, check, and go. First pass is just dodge, frontal, and interrupt add. Okay. Wheel Galileo, thanks for the sub.
Like this? Oh, you like this?
Oh, that should not be in the middle of the screen. That should be like here. Okay. We're all ready. We're going. Good luck. Worst case, we have another try. Alright. Good luck, team. Wait, I need to put in the key, huh? Okay.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Activate. Plus 50 if timed. What the fuck? You're crazy. Okay, okay. No pressure, by the way. Oh no, I got my biggest mount. They're gonna notice us. Okay. Jesus. I'll barrier again. Bro, I can't. I potted already. What the fuck, bro? Ah. Dude, I'm just dying. Oh. There's no way. How do I survive that? I pressed... I had more buttons to press. I didn't press enough buttons. Okay, I res instantly, I guess. I run back in. Bruh.
Okay.
No. Okay, they're already coming back. Oh right, we didn't lost. Okay, guys, what about a 10? Yeah, how about a 10, guys? That would be a good idea, I think. Oh my god, I'm still loading. Okay. How do you reset? Yeah, I was not ready for that. It was absolutely not ready. Okay, Roger that. This. Okay, can you guys tell me how to reset? I don't think I've done it.
Your portrait and reset all instances.
Oh, and then I'll get the key. Okay, it's already a 10. Okay, I see.
Oh.
Nice. Yeah, I meant like down tier the key.
Oh, okay.
I'm not generally against anything. Okay. It is a reset. Nice. Okay. New food. Fuck, please remind me to lost, like, okay, I guess you also didn't think about it, but yeah, I should have lost it. Maybe it would have gone better. I could have pressed some more buttons. I haven't played anything, you know, today. Or like yesterday we quested, so it's we haven't ran dungeons in days. Okay. Go again. I'm still gonna play like shit, but I mean, I'll try my best. Forgot to kick. No pressure. Yeah, I don't know. There's just so much shit to get out of. I don't know. Oh, pool thing?
5, 4, 3, 2.
Alright, this time we'll bloodlust. Just pre-ice block. Oh, now it's fire pools. Okay, that was better.
Yeah, I tried to jump on the boxes, but I actually couldn't. It's like
Oh.
getting stuck
What the fuck?
on the second or the first one.
Mm-hmm. Wait, what?
What?
What's happening?
Oh, he's stuck.
Oh. Okay, I don't know what we're doing. Okay.
Is transcendent.
Oh.
What? What's that?
Ow. I have no defensives right now. I think. Actually, I have some. And then Invis is coming back. Oops.
A gift of power.
Alright, this. I don't. Ah! Okay. Interrupting. No interrupts now for a while. Ow! Dude, what is that damage?
A little longer.
Okay, I'm running back instantly, I guess. I don't know if I can get there safely. Yeah, it's fine. I got harpooned. Okay, what does that mean? Do I have to do something when that happens? CC them. Okay. I see. I need plater. Trick shot? I don't know, I'm interrupting that. That makes a funky sound.
Only
Dead.
the strongest
Unlucky.
survive.
Well, clearly I'm not the strongest. I don't survive. Oh. Okay, this pool of water kills you. For future reference, if you wanted to know that. Very good. Very good to learn. Is this a boss? It is a boss. Okay. Sonic Boom. Oops.
My power.
Barrier. Oops. Oh, the ground is bad. Sonic Boom.
My power is
F4 is Polymorph. Cosmic Ascension. Okay, I got one. Oh! Okay, I'm pressing some self-DRs here. Oh. Okay. Maybe that wasn't the best place to put it, but it worked, it's fine. Oh yeah, it's like a different type of poly. It's just a different animal you turn your target into. It's just it's like a toy. Well, it's not a toy, but kind of like that. Oh no, I don't have more. I used both. There's one more. There's one more. Get him! Too late. Fuck. So what happens now if failed it? They get buffed? Oh no. They get damage and DR. Okay. Yikes. Yeah, I can also get Blast Wave for all of them, but I didn't. Oh god. Ice blocking. Jesus. Okay. I can do most of this. Oh. Yes. Okay. Oh, I'm rooted. And they're coming from upstairs. Oh no.
What?
Was that me? Did I pull that? I think so. It might have been me. I don't know. There is patrols now. Maybe there always were patrols.
I don't think we can go into the water.
I'm pulling a bombshell crab. Is that bad? 2 bombshell crabs coming up. Team, is that bad or do we just go die? It's too late. I don't know how to get back here, guys. I'm sorry.
A gift of power.
Jesus. Nope. I'm just dead. How? How do I live that? Okay, running back, I guess. I don't know if I can get back without pulling more. Okay, maybe we go this way this time, where we started. Okay, I can come and barrier. Okay, no, it's just the last guy now. Yeah. Should have foreseen taking a lot of damage and just pre-popped altar time. I'm just popping it now and then maybe I'll take damage. So it'll help. Yeah, otherwise it's just I'm just blindly pressing it. Just know the mechanics. Yeah, we're working on it, right? We're learning. That's why we're doing 10s, to learn. Ow. Bro, I can't see.
A gift of power.
Should have ice evades this probably. Yeah. Dude, the soul blades are crazy. Ah. Okay. Last thing on this at the start. No, I pulled more trash. Is this action targeting? This is probably action targeting. Or we just add them to the boss, I guess? Whatever. Okay.
Welcome to the fire and ready.
Okay.
A gift of power.
Kapow.
I'll get him, boy.
Okay, so we're charging them into bombs, yeah? Something like that. Barrier. Okay, into the bomb. Yeah.
My power.
I'm not getting any charges on me.
Share in it.
Oh, now I am. Sorry. Okay. Oh, shit.
Bomb valve.
Okay. Oh, should I have covered more than one bombs with that explosive kick? Okay, charging at 2. I'm probably dying. No. Ow. Oh, we stack with that? We stack with explosive kick? Oh my god. I don't know if I do. Oh. Okay, well, it's dead. And we're not, so fuck it.
My power is transcendent. Share in it.
Okay, all my interrupts are on cooldown. Buggers. Thanks. Cool. Swamp face. Okay, we go close and just move around. I'm using some DRs already for this.
My power
Buggers.
is transcendent. Share in it.
Nice, we can chill here. I'll use an ice block for the next one. Actually, I can barrier the next one. I'll just do it now. Yeah. Ah. I should probably do it after the first tick next time. Oh! Sorry. Nice, we can chill here. Kind of out of DR stuff. I can do a barrier. Nice. Ah.
My power
Ooh.
is transcendent. Share in it. must.
I got kind of pulled into a wave. Maybe I got hit by it anyway. Sorry. I ran out of cooldowns. I could have reset my ice block, I guess. Yeah, I could have done more. Should I wait for us? Oh. Always could do more. I didn't blink. I didn't blink when I died. I blinked once earlier, but that was fine. Maybe I just got lucky, but I didn't die. When I didn't blink when I died. Oh.
A gift of power.
Corner of them. Nice. Ah. Okay. Actually decent single target. These annoying bosses. Oh, we're dying to some stacks. Ow. I barriered.
I simply wish you had lasted a little longer.
I don't know what I'm dying to here. Eye level currently 659, I think. Yeah. Died from purple breath. Okay. That? Jesus. Okay. I see. From the back. Okay, they're interruptible, just not with counter spell. Ah. Oh no.
A gift of power.
Oh my god, okay. Maybe ice block? Jesus. It's fine, they're dead. Ooh. Okay. Yes, I have considered it. And I'll be probably forced to use it. Oh, couldn't finish with buff. Unlucky, that's okay. Who cares?
A gift of power.
Yeah. 2 targets is my nemesis. CDPS. Although I did hold Icy Veins, but now I have it for the boss, so that's good. 8, yep.
Soon I shall have the power I require. You dare question
5 minutes.
space annihilation.
Turbo charge. Do we lost second phase, or when do we lost? Bro. Go? Okay. Okay, we take those things away from people. Try to remember this boss.
You dare pit your wits against mine.
That spark. Okay. Just take it away. Or do I eat it? Okay, I'm eating it. No, that was bad. Eating it was bad call. Okay. I'm perma-stunned. Can't press anything. Okay. Into water? Wait, wasn't it away from water? Okay, into water next time. Got it. I'm dead. Kite them into pools. Okay,
Yeah.
go again.
I feel like we didn't do any strats last time we did this boss.
Yeah. Guys, go again. No. Okay. Never mind, I guess.
You dare pit your wits against
Circle away from water, spark into water. Okay. Yeah, the 9 was so different. I don't know, the 9 felt so much easier. It's a crazy jump from 9 to 10.
My power is transcendent. Share in it.
It's working. It's working.
10 gets tyrannical. Mm-hmm.
You dare pit your wits against mine. Try and die.
Oh. Nice.
My power is
Okay, pressing all cooldowns. Powers. Okay, easy time. I mean, not easy time, but time nonetheless.
Oh my god, that was so shit.
That was
show
so
on
bad.
my end.
Yeah,
I can't.
same.
I'm sorry.
Same. I'm sorry, guys. That was terrible. Here's a portal. Oof. Okay, what did the key turn into? Turn into an 11 rookery. Okay.
Nelly deals for a friend of the Grumbles. Like you.
We tried Undermine Raid. Yeah, we did a normal. We did an LFR clear and a normal clear and then a heroic 6 out of 8 clear with just people from the community / pug. Okay, I am really hungry. I played really bad. We've been going over the Last Epoch stuff for like 6 hours, and then yeah, I thought it would be like maybe like 1 hour of catching up on the news, maybe like 1-2 hours of patch, and then move on, and then we can do some dungeons. But it got so late. I played so bad. I'm sorry. That was terrible. Anyway, guys, we'll do some more tomorrow. Thanks for watching. Thanks for being here. Thanks for following, listening, stuff. Be back tomorrow. Have a good night. Bye.